When Han Li saw this, he smirked. Without using any treasures, he simply flapped his wings, shooting away in a crystalline line. As he traveled, he blurred out of sight. The large bald man in his firebird form opened his mouth without another thought and spat out a wave of purple flames, enveloping everything 30 meters in front of him. If Han Li were in the nearby area, he would have been caught by the flames. But largely against the large man's expectations, Han Li's target hadn't been the large man from the start. In a flash of white light, he appeared next to the huge two-headed bird. Despite the huge bird's size, it was amazingly quick. So as soon as Han Li appeared, the bird suddenly raised its WRM head and spat a beam of icy light. But before the light even struck his body, the nearby air crackled. Various chunks of ice began to slowly form. The ice beam was incredibly cold, on par with Han Li's original celestial ice flames, capable of freezing the air itself. In a blur, it quickly arrived before him. Astonishment glinted from Han Li's eyes, but with a simple wave of his sleeve, he released a mist of gray light to meet the attack. When the icy light entered it, it seemed to freeze. In that moment of delay, rainbow light flashed from Han Li's sleeve and a palm of pure white jade appeared. He waved his hand out, summoning the brief appearance of 5 sinister skulls. Then a rainbow flame flared up from his palm in a grand display. Having cultivated the 100 Meridian Refinement mantra for so many years, Han Li was able to fully employ it with ease. He could bring forth the complete might of the divine essence-fused mountain and the unbreakable Sync Devils, and when combined with the strength of his body, their might increased several-fold, granting him strength an entire grade above his cultivation. With a light ring, the beam of icy light broke through the divine essence-fused light and struck his white jade palm. However, the rainbow flames simply began to revolve and the beam of light was immediately absorbed into it without resistance. When the huge bird saw this, it raised its tiger head without any hesitation and released a transparent sound wave straight towards Han Li. Oomph! Han Li coldly snorted and golden light brightly shined from his body, wrapping himself with light before the sound wave struck. A muffled rumbling sounded out and the golden light clashed against the sound wave, resulting in a chain of explosions. However, Han Li paid no mind to these explosions. After several flashes, he broke through the sound wave and arrived in front of the huge bird with his fists raised. But the huge bird was fierce and turned its body. With huge talons glinting with cold light, it swiped its claw through the air. The sound of torn space loudly ripped, seemingly enveloping Han Li in the strike. His expression sank and his fists flickered, one with gray light and the other with rainbow flames as he blocked the attack. 2 huge booms shook the air. The huge bird suddenly let out a piercing scream, but before the huge claw could close around Han Li, it disintegrated inch by inch underneath flashes of radiant light, even turning into a cloud of blood. Afterwards, he blurred forward into the blood mist. A vicious gaze appeared in the eyes of the two-headed bird. With no regard for its destroyed claw, it extended its 2 heads and widely opened its mouth to bite down on Han Li. A fishy scent pervaded the air. When the other Qirong beings finally realized what was happening, they released a barrage of attacks in furious surprise. A wave of purple flames and countless fireballs shot forward, fusing together halfway to create a 300-meter-wide sea of scarlet flame. The flame birds stirred and each entered the sea, vanishing inside it. The sea of flames roiled and gathered into a huge wave over 30 meters tall, directly rushing towards Han Li. However, Han Li wasn't about to give them the opportunity to perform a pincer attack. With his hands already raised, a golden 3-headed 6-armed picture appeared on his back. 2 golden arms from the image on his back blurred suddenly before vanishing. Meanwhile, 2 golden lights flashed near the bird, summoning 2 huge golden arms out of the air, each revealing a hand that was 3 meters wide and shimmering with golden light. They fiercely pounded down as they appeared. With 2 huge thuds, the bird was caught off guard and was firmly smashed by both of the fists. The bird strumbled from the impact, unable to keep its balance. Han Li then raised one of his hands against the oncoming wave of fire. A huge black mountain suddenly appeared and spun in the air, creating a lofty barrier to meet up the oncoming fire wave. The nearby air shook. The flame and gray light rolled against each other, finding themselves both at a deadlock. The divine essence-fused light was able to turn any of the 5 elements into nothing, but even that had its limits. Against the flames of the many Qirong beings, it was only enough to block it. However, that wasn't his objective to begin with. He saw a golden opportunity and shook his shoulders, causing the remaining 4 arms of the picture on his back to vanish in the blink. Meanwhile, the huge bird's surroundings blinked as four huge golden arms stretched into existence. The four arms tore through space as they reached forward, each arm strangely twisting until they held both of the bird's necks in a stranglehold. It was then that the huge bird sobered from being pounded by the two fists. It was greatly frightened by the sudden development and attempted to shake free with its huge bodies, attempting to flap its wings, but its giant body was still unable to budge in the slightest. The two fists that pounded the bird earlier had unknowingly grabbed a hold of one of the bird's wings some time ago, forcing it still. The huge bird was struck with terror. Before it could use any other abilities to escape, the four arms holding its two necks exerted an immense force. As mighty and brutish the huge bird's body may be, against this huge force, the neck broke like wet paper and separated the heads from the body entirely. Han Li then relaxed his incantation gesture, causing the golden figure on his back to vanish alongside with the four golden arms that had appeared. Soon after, the headless bird and the heads began to fall through the air. With a raised brow, he flicked his sleeve, releasing 3 silver fireballs to strike the body and the heads. With several crackles, the silver flames roiled and the body turned to ash. The flames then condensed together in a bird and returned to Han Li. "Run!" The bald man's voice shouted, aghast. When the bald man saw Han Li killed the huge bird which was equivalent in strength to himself, he quickly recovered from his rage. With the sound of tearing air, 9 fire birds shot out from the sea of flames towards the sky. Having realized that they wouldn't prove Han Li's match and that they were chasing after the other Tianping beings to begin with, the large man prepared to withdraw. "Tianming, isn't it too late to run?" High in the sky, the voice of the older Tianping man sounded. Afterwards, silver lightning flashed and 3 large silver birds suddenly appeared. Having remained hidden this entire time, the Tianping beings finally took action, resulting in a grand ambush. Countless arcs of lightning were released, instantly creating a huge net of lightning. The bald man's firebird form let out a long screech. With him at the center, the firebirds suddenly condensed into a single firebird over 100 meters tall. With purple flames wrapping around the giant firebird, it unfolded its wings and charged through the lightning net. The 3 huge birds were startled and didn't dare to block the way. The purple firebird's flames surged quickly. And with several blurs, it flew past the devil-trapping net and appeared 300 meters away. Such a fast speed was shocking. When Han Li saw this, a light glinted from his eye as he floated in place. He had no intention of pursuing it. The 3 silver birds hesitated for a moment and didn't pursue it either. They simply returned to human form in a silver flash and boom of thunder. The older Tianping man looked at Han Li, who single-handedly repelled the Qi Rong beings. Not daring to slight him, he quickly saluted him from a distance and asked, "Many thanks for your help. We wouldn't have escaped calamity otherwise. However, your face is unfamiliar, brother. Could it be you're a clansman that have remained in secluded cultivation in the sea?" After some thought, Han Li calmly answered, "Even I don't truly understand if I am a Tianping being. My background is a bit peculiar as I've cultivated overseas until now. This is the first time I've come back to the Fengyuan continent. But from our appearance we seem to be of the same race. Otherwise I wouldn't have helped you repel the Qi Rong beings." The older Tianping man named Feng Xiao smiled and said, "Hehe, there is no need for you to be so puzzled. You should be a clan descendant that was overlooked. In terms of appearance and aura, you are a Tianping being without a doubt. Furthermore, from your dense aura, you should be a direct descendant of our race. Otherwise, those spirit wasps wouldn't have sought out." The dainty Tianping woman had a flash of understanding and said, "Brother's abilities must have come from overseas. They quite different from ours." The younger man grinned and said, "Regardless of everything else, your Tianping aura is genuine. If not for our aura, we couldn't tell ourselves apart from the other branches that share our appearance." When Han Li heard this, he felt relief. It seemed that refining the Kunpeng feather would aid him in concealing his identity. He hadn't taken action in vain. He then said, "Since you all are sure, it should be correct. But from what that Qi Rong man said, the Tian Rong clan's circumstances aren't very good." Feng Xiao sullenly said, "That's hard to say. It could just be provoking taunts or something did happen to our clan. Even as we are comparatively weaker among the 72 branches of the Flying Spirit tribe, they wouldn't dare to brazenly plunder our goods." Certain that Han Li was a Tianping being, Feng Xiao didn't hide his plans and calmly said, "Regardless if it is true, we'd best quickly return to our clan. The Qi Rong clan was able to attack us once. They could try again. With your grand powers, I fear we'll need to rely on your strength." The other two looked at Han Li with expectant eyes. Han Li's abilities had been truly powerful. If they had a clan member of such vast power, they didn't need to worry about the path ahead of them. Han Li muttered to himself for a moment and answered, "All right. Since I'm most likely a Tianping being, it is only natural for me to provide my fellow beings with some strength." Since this would grant him a good opportunity to enter the Tianrong clan, he definitely wouldn't refuse. Feng Xiao repeatedly thanked him and said, "We'll have to trouble you. After we return, I will certainly report your merit to our elders." The other two smiled in response. When Han Li heard the word merit, he appeared indifferent. When he looked at the blue net surrounding them, he smiled and said, "Let's not linger here any longer. I'll get rid of the devil-trapping net." With that said, Han Li pointed to the net in the distance, and the silver firebird that was circling him immediately let out a melodic ring before shooting towards the net in a ball of flame. A light pop sounded and the silver flame directly struck the blue net, immediately creating a person-sized hole. Afterwards, silver flame quickly spread through the net. The huge blue net was destroyed in the span of several breaths as it turned to ash underneath the gray flames. Under the spirit-engulfing flames, the net burned like paper. The three Tianping beings blankly stared at the scene. When they saw this, they viewed Han Li's abilities with even greater importance. "All right, let's go." With that said, Han Li formed an incantation gesture and silver flames condensed into a ball, forming back into a firebird. It then vanished into his body without a trace. The party of four then set off over the horizon. For some unknown reason to the three Tianping beings, Han Li remained in human form, so the three hadn't transformed into their bird form either. They simply crossed the sky in balls of silver light. Han Li was greatly interested in the Flying Spirit Tribe's ability to change forms, but he didn't rashly pursue the topic. He simply used the excuse of having always cultivated overseas to indirectly inquire about the Flying Spirit Tribe and the Tianping clan. These matters weren't a secret, so Feng Xiao and the two readily answered him. As such, not only did Han Li come to understand much about the Flying Spirit Tribe and the Tianping clan, but he also came to know that the younger two in the party were brother and sister, an elder brother named Bai Lei and a younger sister named Bai Ning. Of course, the three Tianping beings also asked Han Li a few questions, but Han Li always answered that he rarely encountered others because of his dedicated and secluded cultivation. Seeing that Han Li was unwilling to divulge this information, Feng Xiao and the others were unwilling to pursue the topic. To them, it was enough that Han Li was a Tianping being. Afterwards, Feng Xiao brought Han Li across a land of hills, then flying across grasslands and several forests, before arriving at an endless mountain range. This had taken place over the span of a month. During this time, they hadn't encountered any more Qi-Rong beings, but they did come across many low-grade Tianping beings. However, it was a pity that these members seemed ignorant of any internal clan happenings. As such, Feng Xiao and the two felt somewhat relieved. It seemed that the Qi-Rong beings' words were false. Even if the higher echelon of the Tianping race sealed off this information, that meant they could preserve order over their clan. Once they entered the mountain range, they began encountering Tianping beings in far greater number. There were those flying in both their bird and human forms. Han Li took note that although the shape and style of their wings were completely the same, the color would often be different. Most Tianping beings had azure and white wings while others would have silver wings like the three in his party. There were even those with gold and black wings. However, these Tianping beings were very rare. He only saw two of each on their journey. Those with the three majority colors didn't have anything special about them, but those with the two rarer colors were entirely different. Despite the lower cultivation of the golden-winged Tianping being, Feng Xiao and the other two appeared very respectful and took the initiative to greet them. As for the two black-winged beings, the three wore stiff expressions. They simply ignored them as they flew past. The two black-winged beings also had lesser cultivation to the party. Han Li took notice of this and found it strange. But from his experience, this likely had something to do with a taboo in the clan. It wasn't something that he could carelessly inquire about. As a result, 3 days after he entered the mountain range, they eventually came across a Tianping patrol squad. The patrol consisted of about 30 members and flew forward to meet them. They all wore white bone armor and held a silver long spear. From their aura, they appeared to be at foundation establishment and core formation stage. But in case of a patrol squad, they could be considered an elite group. The middle-aged man in charge quickly saluted with a smile as soon as he spotted Feng Xiao. "Greetings, Spirit Feng and Lords Bai. Under the Elder's command, your three are to report to the Myriad Peng Pavilion as soon as you return." "Who is this lord?" As soon as this was said, he looked at Han Li with an odd expression. Feng Zhao's expression changed when he heard this. He then promptly introduced Han Li. "This is Brother Han. He's cultivated overseas and has returned to the clan. Brother Han, no need to feel awkward. We'll introduce you to the elders. You should take a rest at the holy mountain first. Given your abilities, the elders will definitely see you." Han Li indifferently replied, "It's nothing. Since this is my first time back in the clan, I plan on taking a look alone. Brother Feng should hurry on." After a moment of thought, Feng Xiao gave a wooden plate over to Han Li. "Our holy city is majestic. I fear you'll have to spend much time to become familiar with it. Here is my command token. Apart from a few restricted areas, you'll be able to take a look at the rest of the city without anyone blocking you." He turned around with a sullen expression and commanded the middle-aged Tianpeng being, "Send someone to personally guide Brother Han. He is an honored guest." "As you bid." Feng Xiao clearly held a high position in the clan from the core formation grade patrol leader's response. "Brother Feng, you're quite considerate," Han Li said with a smile. Feng Xiao regretfully replied, "How? In truth, this is actually quite lacking. When the time comes, I'll personally guide you through the holy city." Soon after, the three in his party saluted Han Li and turned into large silver birds before shooting off. As soon as Feng Xiao flew off, the middle-aged Tianpeng being waved his hand at his subordinates and pointed at a 19-year-old man commanding, "Huayu, bring this lord to the lodge. You must properly attend to him." The man with a scholarly appearance immediately bowed and agreed. Soon after, the middle-aged man uttered a few words and bowed to Han Li. The rest of them then continued the patrol. Under the guidance of the young man Huayu, they headed deeper into the mountain range. The young man spoke to Han Li with the utmost respect and didn't speak unless answering Han Li's questions. But as a meager foundation establishment grade being, he didn't know many important matters. He could only give Han Li curt responses. After following this person for several hours, they arrived in front of a dozen small mountains lined up in a row. These small mountains had black clouds covering them and sparked with lightning. They continuously boomed and were difficult to see through. Han Li narrowed his eyes at the sight. With his exceptional attainments and restrictions, he promptly saw through the dark clouds. They were clearly a formidable illusion restriction. As expected, Huayu brought Han Li up to one of the small mountains. He then unfolded his wings to reveal white feathers and flew into a space inside the small mountain. A muffled bang sounded. A small mountain twisted as if it were only an illusion in the water. With several shakes, the small mountain disappeared with a ripple, only to reveal a huge passage of fog. The youth flew in without any hesitation. Han Li raised his brow but followed after him in an azure streak. After flying for a kilometer, his surroundings lit up around him. He saw a giant city that seemingly had no end. The city was carved out of mountains and had city walls constructed from huge white bricks. The city walls only appeared to be 60 meters in length, but they were surrounded by giant verdant mountains. The walls had no gate, but they had a dense white barrier covering them. There were over a dozen places in the wall that had giant straight pillars erected. The pillars shined rainbow and emitted a faint light. As of current, there were many Tianping beings that were flying through the gap in the pillars to enter the city. The Tianping youth Huayu waited for Han Li to take in the huge city and said, "Sir, please follow me." Han Li nodded and unfolded the wings on his back. Then he followed the youth to the closest pillar. On the way, the youth took the initiative to explain, "My lord should be careful not to stray far from the heavenly pillars. The gaps in the city barrier only span 150 kilometers around the pillars. The city's Tianping restrictions are famous among the 72 races of the Flying Spirit tribe. With these restrictions alone, we can withstand enemies that outnumber us several-fold. Since ancient times, the city restrictions have allowed us to escape extermination time and again." The youth spoke with a tone of pride. Although Han Li didn't examine the city's restrictions, the fearsome spiritual pressure of the barrier made him feel the youth's words were true. After a blue light flashed wildly from Han Li's eyes, he began to notice a few remarkable areas. Deep in the glaring white light above them, he could faintly see floating silver and azure threads of light. They appeared exceptionally thin, but most of the fearsome spiritual power the barrier was emitting seemed to be coming from these threads. Han Li took several deep looks at them before following the youth past the side of a huge pillar. A short moment later, the two appeared inside the huge city. At a glance, the various buildings in the city greatly differed from human buildings. The city buildings were all in the shape of cylinders with conical roofs. Their heights all varied, with the tallest of them reaching over 300 meters in height while small ones were only 10 meters tall. However, the reach of the buildings had several semicircle arched doors and windows. What particularly surprised Han Li was that nearly half of the buildings were constructed out of mountain cliffs. There were even caves built out of steep mountain walls that resembled a beehive. The youth respectfully said, "Sir, the honored guest lodges are spread throughout various areas of the city. Would you like to stay at the closest one? It should be empty." "It makes no difference. Let's do as you say," Han Li answered indifferently. "Yes." The youth uttered a word of acknowledgement and led Han Li at a low altitude, allowing him to take on the many sights in the city. They also brushed past many winged men and women. 2 hours later they arrived at a large group of buildings and landed on a platform nearby. The platform was connected to a circular 3-story building. When the two dropped down, 2 young women with white wings rushed out and saluted them. So it was Big Brother Huayu. Will this lord be staying at the honored guest lodge? When Huayu recognized the maid, he solemnly said, "Bai Chui, this is Lord Han. He is an honored guest of Spirit Feng Shao. Attend to him properly." A trace of astonishment appeared on her dainty face and she respectfully answered, "A guest of Spirit Feng Shao? I will definitely treat this lord well." Han Li took a glance at the young woman and noticed that her weak aura was Qi condensation grade. He simply nodded and walked into the building. The young woman lowered her head and closely followed after him. Huayu didn't dare to enter and simply waited outside for the time being. A moment later Han Li's voice sounded from inside, "This place is to my liking. You may leave." The youth felt some relief and uttered a word of farewell before flying off. On the 3rd floor of the building, Han Li was standing behind a semicircle window and narrowed his eyes as he watched the youth slowly depart. The maid named Bai Chui was standing 10 meters behind him in a helpless manner. Without turning his head, Han Li uttered, "How many people are there in the holy city?" After a pause of surprise, the woman hastily answered, "The holy city is extremely large. Although there haven't been detailed accounts, there are at least 40 million people." 40 million? That few? Han Li uttered with a tone of doubt. The woman hastily explained, "Only those that can cultivate to the point they can take spirit form can enter the city. The clansmen that have lesser cultivation and can't transform don't have the qualifications to enter. Although we are one of the weaker branches of the Flying Spirit tribe, we still total over 1 billion in number." So it was like that. Han Li said with a tone of realization. She stole a glance at Han Li and hesitated for a moment before asking, "My lord, is this your first time in the holy city? Are there many honored guests like me that have entered the holy city for the first time?" Han Li indifferently asked. The woman carefully explained, "My lord must be joking. Very few people check into the honored guest lodge in the first place, and if they aren't outer tribesmen that checked in for the first time, they are outer tribesmen that have come to the holy city on business. There is nothing to be surprised about. This is my first time returning to the clan. I've always cultivated overseas," Han Li calmly said. He then asked, "Are there any maps of the holy city on sale? If there is, tell me where and I'll buy one." The maid respectfully said, "There is no need for my lord to head outside and buy a map. There is a particular map that is prepared for the honored guests that reside in the lodge. Its detail is far beyond what is sold." Han Li felt surprised, but he promptly commanded, "Oh? That is very good. Go ahead and give me one." "Yes, my lord." The maid took 2 steps back and swiftly went downstairs. Han Li stood in his original place by the window and began to ponder about his plans moving forward. He wanted to infiltrate the Tianping race so that he could acquire the rare materials that the Flying Spirit tribe had. As for their treasures and tools, Han Li hadn't given them much thought. Although he only saw a battle involving the Flying Spirit tribe, they didn't seem to rely on treasures and tools too much in combat. It was unknown if they were skilled in tool refinement, or if the high-grade existences in the Flying Spirit tribe didn't draw assistance on common tools. The grand treasures like the Devil Trapping Net and the Fire Dragon Pearl only seemed to have an auxiliary nature. However, these still didn't catch much of his interest. So long as he could acquire some useful materials, the trip here would have been worth it. As for the quarrel between the Tianping and the other branches of the Flying Spirit tribe, he had no interest in involving himself. While Han Li mulled over these thoughts, the maid returned to the 3rd floor with an emerald green bamboo tube that was only several inches long. Despite its size, a luster glinted from its surface. Feeling somewhat shocked, Han Li promptly reached out to the tube that was offered to him. In a gust of wind, a green streak shot out and arrived in his hand. Afterwards, he waved his arm at her and she promptly descended after a swift salute. Alone, Han Li fiddled with the bamboo tube in his hand with great interest. He then sank his spiritual sense into it and saw a huge man clearly etched on the interior of the tube. The tube was mostly similar to a jade slip, but it was still quite peculiar to produce something similar to a jade slip with refined bamboo. It appeared the Flying Spirit tribe wasn't lacking in tool refinement and had their own uniqueness. In any case, Han Li's spiritual sense quickly focused on the tube's interior and concentrated on the image of the map. In the time it took to finish a meal, he let out a sigh and withdrew his spiritual sense from the tube entirely before wearing a pensive expression. The holy city was a bit smaller than he expected. It was comparable to a human city that housed 100 million people. In any case, the city was still astonishingly large. It would take most of a day to fly from one end of the city to another. Han Li wasn't very interested in buildings apart from the largest trading hall in the city. The hall was constructed on a huge mountain at the side of the city. The mountain was where people traded items. It was about the same as a human or demon market. Apart from this building, Han Li was also curious in a place called the Spirit Transmit Hall. It was where the Tianping Hall specialized in supplying a few high-grade cultivation arts to their clansmen. The map also marked a few forbidden areas. Han Li took note of them and had no interest in pursuing them further. He then closed his eyes and committed various parts of the map to memory. After going through the information once more, he unfolded his wings and wrapped himself in azure light. He then silently flew out the window directly towards the large trade hall. The Tianping race wasn't in a stable situation. He was unwilling to stay in this place for more than half a month. It'd be best if he gathered the materials he needed and left as soon as he could to save himself from being involved in anything troublesome. However, Han Li didn't wish to attract too much attention, so he flew at a slower speed that matched other Tianping beings in the city. Because the trading hall was located at the edge of the city, Han Li only traveled halfway in a quarter hour. At that moment he spotted a huge tower not far from his front. It was over 2 kilometers tall and it wasn't a commonly seen cylinder. It appeared to be in the shape of an octagon with each side appearing flat and smooth apart from a few particular talisman designs on each side. These designs emitted a faint black chi that gained Han Li an familiar feeling. The top of the tower had several 3-meter-tall crystals that emitted 7-colored light that covered the tower. The black chi was trapped in the rainbow light barrier, preventing it from escaping. Han Li stroked his chin in surprise. If he remembered correctly, the tower should be a forbidden area in the city. It was the so-called Spirit Seal Tower and was given no description. There wasn't a single Tianping being that dared to fly 300 meters within range of the tower. Black infernal mist. A familiar thought flashed through Han Li's mind. The black mist that the stone tower emitted was the strange mist that enveloped half of the peninsula he stayed at. However, the mist from the tower was extremely thin, as if it were being strictly controlled. Han Li felt somewhat alarmed, but since this was a restricted area of the Tianping race, he wasn't about to provoke anything. As everyone else did, he flew around the tower. But as Han Li brushed past the tower, he felt an aura from the tower surge, causing his body to quiver as a cold sensation covered his back. This is... Han Li stopped and turned to stare at the huge tower. He simply saw the huge tower continue to emit black infernal mist. At an unknown time, the mist had become denser, with the tower's talisman marks occasionally flickering with rainbow light. It wasn't able to completely block the black chi from rushing it. Fortunately, the rainbow barrier emitted from the top of the tower completely blocked the black chi from leaving the vicinity of the tower. But a short moment later, the black chi caused the 7-colored light barrier to tremble violently as if it could collapse at any moment. When the nearby Tianping beings saw this, they were all dumbstruck and stopped in shock. They all stared at the strange occurrence occurring at the Spirit Tower. Han Li then sensed his wings tremble and turned burning hot, creating a scalding pain on his back. Han Li's expression vastly changed. At that moment, an incredibly high-pitched shriek whistled from the tower. When the nearby Tianping beings heard this, they began to close their eyes and fall from the sky. Although Han Li wasn't as negatively affected, he still felt his spiritual sense become dazed as his burning hot wings immediately lost effect, causing his body to sway. Fortunately, he could still fly without any reliance on the thunderstorm wings. His body promptly flashed with azure light and he steadied himself. Then he looked at the huge tower with horror. A huge explosion boomed and the crystals on the top of the tower brightly shined, causing the rainbow light barrier to shine as well. At that same moment, overlapping cryptic chants sounded out from the tower as if over 100 people were chanting a similar incantation simultaneously. The Tianping beings that originally fell then glowed with spiritual light, floating up in the air as a layer of 7-colored light surrounded them. However, the tower released another piercing shriek and the dense black chi inside began to roil, forming a kilometer-tall huge bird phantom. The hollow figure appeared faintly black. It unfolded its wings to cover the top of the half of the tower and let out a long shriek, causing the black mist to surge several times in size. The surrounding rainbow barrier began to violently warp, exerting a huge pressure. At that moment, the other Tianping beings covered in rainbow light began to shake but otherwise appeared fine. In their fear, however, they began to scatter in every direction. Han Li originally thought to immediately fly away, but as soon as the huge black bird phantom appeared, his wings trembled. Suddenly, a huge azure bird phantom appeared from a tremble of his wings. It raised its head and cawed in response to the black bird. Meanwhile, the nearby air became tense and he felt his body grow heavy, suddenly incapable of movement. In his fright, Han Li emitted brilliant golden light from his body, exerting immense power in his limbs in an attempt to break free. But what immediately caused his heart to sink was in spite of his body's immense force, he felt the air surrounding him had become as dense as metal. He wasn't able to even move his finger. Han Li's thoughts quickly churned. Just as he thought of using a true devil projection to break free, the incantations coming from the tower changed and became far more clear. The incantation also faintly sounded with booming wind and thunder. Soon after, the strange talisman characters began to appear in the air near the tower and began to float in the black bird's direction. As this went on, the huge crystals on the top of the tower ruptured. A ring of 7 colored suns slowly floated into the air, releasing a brilliant light that covered the black bird phantom. With the brilliant 7-colored light and the talisman characters restricting the black bird phantom, the phantom could only shriek as it helplessly dispersed. To the side, the huge azure bird phantom also vanished. Han Li felt relief at having regained control of his body, but he felt quite bewildered. Apart from the difference in size and color, the shape from the azure bird phantom and the black hollow phantom appeared exactly the same, like a legendary Kunpeng. Could it be a Kunpeng was sealed in the tower? As Han Li pondered with shock, he immediately thought to flee from the scene. But when he swept his sights around him, he wryly laughed and decided to stay still. This was because there were a dozen balls of light that had emerged from the huge tower. In a few flashes they arrived 100 meters away from him. At this distance he could clearly see Tianping beings through the remaining lights. If he fled now he would be marking himself as guilty. As he pondered, he decided to wait and see what they would say. He quickly swept his sights past the lights and found 2 late deity transformation grade beings inside of them. The others were only early and mid-stage beings. Feeling a bit of dread, Han Li didn't dare to provoke them and remained still in the air. With several gusts of wind, the dozen beings unfolded their wings and arrived before Han Li in the blink of an eye, surrounding and staring at him. Of the 2 old men in charge, one of them had a pair of white wings, while the other had wings that were faintly gold. One of them also had a kindly face while the other appeared stern, but like all the others, they were firmly staring at Han Li with an odd look. Although Han Li didn't truly fear the Tianping beings, he felt somewhat apprehensive at this current situation. He forced a smile and asked, "May I ask why you've surrounded me?" Greatly against his expectations, the white-winged old man respectfully asked, "Brother, what is your esteemed name? Your face is quite unfamiliar. Are you kin that has recently entered the holy city?" With a few quick thoughts, Han Li answered, "My surname is Han. I've cultivated overseas and have only entered the city today." Seeing that the Tianping beings didn't reveal any hostile intentions, he decided to give an answer. "You're from overseas? And you only entered the city today?" Han Li's answer greatly shocked the old men, but they soon exchanged a glance and wore an expression of joy. The stern old man solemnly said, "Good, very good. Regardless of where Brother Han came from, your Tianping Qi is quite abundant to provoke the Kungping spirit in the tower. You could receive the title of Holy Disciple and inherit the Kunping True Blood." The Tianping True Blood. Han Li was shocked. If it was before, Han Li wouldn't have understood what they meant, but with the True Dragon and Heavenly Phoenix True Blood in his bracelet, he realized how rare this item was. Han Li was startled that such fortune had appeared before him. But with another thought, Han Li felt lacking in confidence. He wasn't truly a Tianping being. How could he become their holy disciple? Under closer inspection, his disguise would be revealed. He wouldn't inherit any true blood, but would be provoking the hatred and ire of countless Tianping beings. Han Li dryly chuckled and shook his head. "You've made a mistake. I come from an ordinary background. How would I have the qualifications to inherit the true blood? It wasn't me who provoked the scene at the tower." The gold-winged old man seemed to ignore Han Li's words and smiled, saying, "There is no need for Brother Han to shirk this away. A true spirit projection had appeared from your body. Those of us from the tower had clearly seen it. We weren't mistaken. Brother Han must see the elders. Being able to become a holy disciple is a matter of the utmost importance. Han Li inwardly cursed and looked around. He saw the Tianping beings looking at him with excitement and determination. I truly am not any holy disciple. It's fine if you don't believe me. However, I have important matters to attend to, so I must bid farewell. Han Li resolved himself and quickly uttered a few words before vanishing in a blur. He flapped his wings, wanting to use his abilities to fly a distance away, but at that moment he heard a woman's voice. Outsider, wait. Do you truly plan to leave? If you do, hand over your wings to us. The voice wasn't loud but soft and sweet. When Han Li heard it, he felt as if his spiritual sense shook with astonishing thunder and his face turned unsightly. As soon as those words were uttered, a nearby space fluctuated and a slender figure silently appeared 10 meters above him. It was a white-robed woman with golden wings. Han Li stared at her and felt his blood run cold. She had an ordinary appearance, but a glistening light was roaming across her body. From her aura, he felt that her cultivation was unfathomably deep. She was a mid-stage body integration-grade presence. Han Li widely opened his eyes. We pay our respects to the Grand Elder. The deity transformation-grade Tianping beings respectfully saluted the young woman as soon as she appeared. This woman was actually the Tianping race's Grand Elder. Han Li felt his mouth dry up. The woman calmly commanded, "Let me deal with this person. You should return to the tower and strengthen the seal, pacifying the holy Kunpeng spirit in turn." As you command. As a clear display of their respect, they immediately followed their orders and returned. The young woman then turned her sights on Han Li. Chapter 14:19, Grand Elder. A bright glint shined from the young woman's eyes and she casually said, "This isn't the place to talk. Follow me." She then turned around and slowly flew off. Han Li's expression wavered for a moment, but he decided to honestly follow her. Facing a fearsome existence like a mid-body integration stage being and finding him in the holy city of a foreign race, Han Li didn't have any opportunity to escape. And when she hadn't turned hostile, he could only comply with her words. The young woman appeared calm like a gentle wind, as if she didn't possess an ounce of anger, but she flew at an immense speed. Han Li had to use a majority of his strength to follow her. He couldn't help but feel overwhelmed as he forcefully stifled his wandering thoughts. After flying for the time it took to finish a meal, the young woman brought Han Li to a solitary cylindrical building that was 100 meters tall. I pay my respects to the Grand Elder. Two young dainty Tianping women walked out from the entrance and wore respectful faces. The young gold-winged woman nodded and walked inside. Han Li closely followed after her into the building, discovering that the interior was more simple than he had expected. Apart from a stone table and a few stone chairs, there was nothing else. The young woman waved her hand and the two maids withdrew. Then she took a seat and faintly moved her lips, uttering, "Sit down. I have questions to ask." "How could I take a seat in front of Senior? I will listen to you with complete attention," Han Li calmly said. "Do as you wish," the woman indifferently replied. Han Li then remained standing stiff and straight. After a moment of thought, she asked, "Are you a human cultivator?" Startled by her question, Han Li carefully asked, "You've visited humans before?" With fluent human language she said, "Of course, I've even visited one of your 3 sovereigns, the Spirit Sovereign. I held his superb attainments and puppet techniques in great admiration. In truth, there have been many powerful existences in the Flying Spirit tribe that have visited the humans. With regards to the friendly relations between our races, I will answer your questions. But I will expect you to answer my questions as well. Otherwise." When Han Li heard her threat, his calm expression broke for just a moment. "How did Senior see through my disguise? Regardless of anything else, I've refined my thunderstorm wings to completion. I've even altered its aura with secret techniques to match your kin. So long as something on Senior's level doesn't touch me or examine my true essence, they shouldn't be able to discover anything wrong. Otherwise, I wouldn't have dared to enter the clan." This question had left him perplexed. The young woman smiled and answered, "Your transformation is entirely complete. The Kunping Qi on your body allowed you to pass through the holy city's grand restriction undetected. If you encountered the other elders in the clan, you would most likely pass them by if they didn't undergo a deliberate examination. However, I am different. As the Grand Elder, I wield the holy artifact, the symbol of power in the clan. Our Tianpeng's holy artifact can see through all illusions and directly peer into your body's true essence. No matter how impressive your illusions may be, they are no use against me." Han Li suddenly came to a realization, but he soon felt extremely gloomy. Han Li wryly laughed. You mean if I went to the other branches of your tribe, I wouldn't have been discovered? The young woman smirked and indirectly answered, of the 72 branches, only the Yu Shui race's holy artifact has a similar ability. Han Li grew silent for a moment. He eventually asked, what does the holy disciple and the Kuan Ping true blood have to do with what is sealed in the Spirit Seal Tower? The young woman explained, the Spirit Seal Tower contains the lesser half of a Kuan Ping true ancestor's holy soul, which was gathered at astronomical cost during our Golden Age. By relying on the Holy Soul's power, our Tianping race was able to persist until today, but there is no need for you to know the specifics. As for the matter regarding the Holy Disciple, it is quite simple. It is the general title within the tribe for those with the potential to inherit true blood. If a Holy Disciple is truly capable of inheriting the holy true blood of a race and passes a trial, they could become the race's holy master. Han Li didn't reveal any surprise when he heard this. He had already guessed as much. He was even disinclined to pursue the topic of the Holy Master any further. The young woman blinked and asked, it seems you have no other questions for me, so it should be my turn. The wings on your back should have been refined by something from a Kuan Peng. It caused the Holy Spirit to struggle free of the Spirit Seal Tower. This is something that rarely occurred since the creation of the tower. Han Li frowned and truthfully answered, it wasn't anything much. I only refined a remnant fragment of a Kuan Peng feather. The young woman doubtfully said, Kuan Peng feather? That can't be. Even if it was a complete Kuan Peng feather, it shouldn't have provoked the Holy Spirit to such a degree. I'm not sure about this myself. Han Li shook his head, also confused over the matter. After muttering to herself, she indifferently said, hand over the winged treasure over to me for inspection. Han Li's heart sank, but when he met her bright jewel-like eyes, he only hesitated for a second before shaking his shoulder. In a flash of white light, the wings disappeared, only for them to reappear in miniature size in his hands. Han Li raised his hand and presented the small crystalline wings to her. Han Li's unexpected forwardness had surprised the Grand Elder. She looked at Han Li's serene face for a long while and eventually took the wings with a smile. While nothing odd appeared on his face, he could only wry laugh in his mind. If he weren't facing a mid-body integration grade existence, he would have refined the wings into his mind. Even if he was forcibly detained, he'd most likely be able to still use the wing's spatial abilities and directly summon them back. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't have given them over. The young woman held the thunderstorm wings in hand and closely examined them for a short moment. A curious expression soon appeared on her face. She flicked her finger and sent the wings back in Han Li's direction. Relieved, Han Li had the wings silently disappear in a flash of white light and momentarily reappear on his back. The young woman appeared indifferent at the sight and slowly asked, in truth, not only do the wings have the true ancestor Kuan Ping feather, but it also has the feature of the heavenly phoenix. I have a rough understanding of how this came to be, but I'd like to hear how you acquired the Kuan Peng feather. Han Li was surprised when he heard this, but he didn't conceal anything and described the battle he witnessed between the Kuan Peng and the Rahu at the realm boundary. When the young woman finished listening, she appeared pensive. A moment later she examined Han Li once more and said, Brother Han, would you be interested in entering our Tianping race and becoming our holy disciple? Han Li was dumbfounded. Han Li blinked and asked, did I hear correctly? Does Senior wish for me to join your race? That's right. I have a plan in mind, but the matter is incredibly important. I'll need to discuss the matter with the other elders. Han Li went silent for a moment and eventually noted, but I am a human, not a true Tianping being. So you still don't know. Normally, Kuan Ping feathers and other Kuan Ping items are left behind from deceased Kuan Peng. However, the feather you have refined was an item left behind from a living Kuan Ping true ancestor. The feather contains an aura several times stronger than an ordinary Kuan Ping feather. In addition, this feather most likely contains blood essence that you haven't yet perceived. Since our Tianping race had been the descendants of a Kuan Ping true ancestor and you've refined the Kuan Ping item, you may have refined the Kuan Ping blood into your body as well. It wouldn't be mistaken to consider you our kin. Her words left Han Li at an even greater loss. A short moment later, Han Li woke up from his amazement and he looked at the young woman with narrowed eyes. He laughed and said, I heard that your Tianping race's current holy master has already perished, and now there is no one in your race that can inherit the Kuan Ping true blood. It is also said that the Flying Spirit tribe is possibly removing your race from the 72 branches. Could this be true? How do you know about that? The young woman's face slightly changed and the image of a golden bird appeared behind her. The phantom simply unfolded its wings, but Hanli felt an immense pressure on his shoulder, and he soon heard his bones begin to crack. With a thud, Hanli's legs sank a half-foot deep in the stone floor. Hanli's complexion also turned incredibly pale. But at that moment the young woman frowned and the bird phantom disappeared. In the blink of an eye, the young woman restored her calm and said, "I don't know how you came across this information, but I hope you'll keep it secret for the time being. I don't wish for the holy city to fall into chaos. Also, there is a mistake in your words. We do have 2 holy disciples that can inherit the true ancestor blood that we've kept concealed. However, their cultivation is still too low to succeed in the trial placed by the various races. That is why I've invited you to join our clan." After shifting his eyes, a thought quickly went through his mind and he smiled. "The Grand Elder means that I'll be standing in the 2 holy disciples' place as their protector." The young woman calmly said, "That's right. Although you do have the qualifications to join our Tianping race, you are a human after all. Even if you pass through the trial, it is impossible for you to become our race's holy master. However, fellow Taoist Han can provide support to the other 2 holy disciples as a fellow holy disciple and help them pass the trial. If you agree, I won't treat you unfairly. Not only can you fuse a bit of Kunpeng true blood into you, but we'll thank you in other ways as well." Such fortune would cause an ordinary person to rejoice and promptly agree, but Hanli simply blinked and didn't immediately answer. The young woman didn't urge him and simply remained seated as she stared at him. In the time it took to finish a cup of tea, Hanli eventually said, "For the matter of being a holy disciple, Senior would have an outsider like me enter your race. The trial must be quite dangerous. Could you first give me an explanation?" "It is true the trial is quite dangerous. The various races' disciples have a 60 to 70% chance of failure and injury. Furthermore, the holy disciples' cultivation must be at the level of a flying spirit general, what is known to you humans as the deity transformation stage. But now, our holy master has unexpectedly perished, and our holy disciples are only early spirit general stage. They still aren't prepared. If they attempt the trial, they will most likely fail. Although I don't know much about your abilities, since you were able to cross most of the Feng Yuan continent over here, your strength should be significant. Even with the danger in the trial, it shouldn't be a problem for you." Han Li's eyes stirred and he solemnly asked, "They are only at the stage of a spirit general? Don't worry, I won't trick you." The young woman smiled. With a moment of thought, Han Li eventually said, "I'll need some time to consider it." The young woman appeared calm as if having expected this answer. "The matter is extremely important, so consideration is expected. How about this? I'll give you 3 days before I expect your answer. During this time, you are free to roam the city and no one will come to bother you. Furthermore, I'm named Jinyu. Remember that name." Han Li uttered a word of thanks and bid farewell without any hesitation. When Han Li left, he blurred and vanished without a trace. Jinyu smiled and sipped the teacup that was on the table. "Grand Elder, did you truly release him?" Gray light flashed from the wall and 2 Tianpeng beings appeared. Jinyu glanced at a tall red-bearded old man and asked, "What? How did you think I'd treat that person?" The lofty red-bearded old man rubbed his hands and said, "There is no need for us to pass off the foreign being as our holy disciple. Wouldn't it be better to force him to leave behind the wings and select someone better to inherit the true blood?" The young woman sneered and bluntly answered, "If it were that easy, why would I go through the trouble of saying that to a foreign being? I would just kill him and take the wings away." The petite beautiful woman standing at the old man's side hastily fixed her jacket and respectfully said, "Then the Grand Elder means." Jinyu pondered for a moment and explained, "I hold the most understanding of humans among the entirety of the Tianpeng. The humans are different from us in which their bodies' powers are common and most of their abilities lie in the treasures they've refined. Furthermore, they can temper their treasures for long periods and thoroughly refine them with themselves. We can take it away and possess it, but it will be difficult to rid the treasure of the original master's markings in a short amount of time. Furthermore, the treasure's might will greatly decrease from when it was used by its original owner. I've already inspected the treasure to verify this. With the information I have and the trial of the holy disciple soon being imminent, we don't have the time to seize his treasure and bestow it to our kin." The red-bearded old man shook his head. "So it was like that. But even so, must we hand over the true ancestor's blood to this outsider? This isn't some small matter." A clear glint shined from the young woman's eyes. "Elder Su, are you confused? If our race doesn't pass the trial of the holy disciple, the entire race will be absorbed by the other branches. Giving him some true blood is minor in comparison. Besides, we can consider other options to prevent this from happening. The dainty middle-aged woman was startled for a moment and smiled. Hee, the Grand Elder's words are reasonable. After this outsider helps us through this calamity, this spirit general grade existence will be completely at our mercy. Jin Yu coldly glanced at the beautiful woman and emotionlessly said, "We cannot kill him. Even if he is a foreign being, he's fused Kuan-Ping true blood into his body and can be considered half our kin. Our Tianping vows will restrict us. Furthermore, he will be our benefactor if he truly aids us through calamity. If it isn't necessary, we mustn't harm him, but we'll be able to restrict him in other ways. From now on, he won't be able to leave the holy city." The red-bearded old man said, "So that's the case. Should we inform the gatekeepers or send people to follow the outsider in secret to keep him from escaping?" Jin Yu aloofly said, "There is no need for Elder Su to worry. I've performed a small trick on his wings. If he wants to escape the city, I'll immediately know about it." The beautiful woman's eyes brightly lit up and she grinned. "It seems we've been worrying too much." "That isn't so. Our clan has 5 Grand Elders and only 3 of us are in the present. The matter concerning our clan's existence is something that we must deliberate. I wouldn't have secretly called you over here otherwise. Do either of you have any objections?" "No, the Grand Elder's method is reliable." Both the beautiful woman and the old man readily agreed. The young woman nodded in response. From the very beginning, none of the 3 Tianping elders had even considered that Han Li would refuse. This came as no surprise. After all, Han Li was only a deity transformation grade outsider. How could he refuse their request? At that moment, hundreds of kilometers away, Han Li was flying at a low altitude. Although his expression was ordinary and he appeared at the various buildings below him with interest, he was inwardly pondering about his dilemma. He had carelessly exposed his identity and found himself in a bad situation. With his rich experience, he figured that no matter if he completed the young woman's request, the result definitely wouldn't be good for him. A bold refusal definitely wouldn't be possible. As for immediately escaping, the thought had already surfaced in his mind several times. But after he swept his spiritual sense past his wings, he could only wryly laugh. The Tianping Grand Elder had brazenly placed a marking on the wings. Within a certain area, she'd be able to find him without a doubt. And he wouldn't be able to erase the mark at his current cultivation. At the very least, he'd need to spend many days. The Grand Elder could find him countless times during the duration. It appeared his only option would be to negotiate a few conditions to protect himself. Otherwise, it'd be better to take the risk to flee than to become the holy disciple of foreign race. As for the conditions, he would properly deliberate them once he understood the general circumstances surrounding the Tianping race. Fortunately, he's already encountered danger countless times and managed to keep calm even under such a dilemma. As Han Li slowly flew, thoughts quickly flickered through his mind. After some time, Han Li arrived at a lofty bookstore in the holy city. He spent an entire day looking through a small half of the books there before departing with a tired expression. When he returned to his residence, Han Li shut himself in the honored guest lodge until the morning of the 3rd day. He departed with his objective being the large trade hall that he wanted to go from the very start. He hadn't encountered any trouble along the way. As Han Li flew, he eventually arrived at the edge of the holy city and stood in front of a strangely constructed building. The building was constructed next to a 3-kilometer-tall mountain cliff, and in the cliff, a huge rectangular plaza was carved out of it. At the end of the plaza, there was a 300-meter-tall arched gate embedded on top of the mountain wall. To either side of the arch, a dozen armed guards were standing in formation. Between them, countless Tianping beings rushed to and fro the gate. Han Li simply examined them from a distance for a moment. Then, his wings stirred and he flew among them in a ball of azure light. A guard in front of the gate noticed Han Li. His expression faintly changed before he gave Han Li a deep salute. Han Li nodded to him and boldly walked through. He walked through and saw the space before him brightly light up. There seemed to be an entirely different world past the gate. At a glance, he saw long passages that seemingly had no end. There were also lines to lofty buildings that appeared to be walls. Under closer examination, the halls seemed to have over 10 stores, with each story being 100 meters tall. And every 300 meters in width, there would be a 30-meter-tall hall entrance. Countless Tianping beings were flying back and forth, up and down. It appeared this was where the Tianping race traded. Han Li immediately followed a wave of Tianping beings toward a certain shop close to the 2nd level. After withdrawing his wings, he entered through the door as if he really were a Tianping being. After entering through the door, Han Li was immediately greeted by a lively and bustling scene. He had arrived at a small plaza with an area of several thousand feet, and shops of different sizes stood around the entire plaza. At present, there were several hundred Tianping beings filing in and out of those shops. At the exact center of the plaza stood a blue stone pole that was over 100 feet tall. Light was shimmering atop the pole, and there seemed to be something engraved on the very top. There were around a dozen people looking up at the pole and discussing quietly among themselves. Han Li made his way over to them with curiosity in his eyes. At the foot of the pole, he discovered that its surface had been split into two halves down the center. Both halves were riddled with text, and one side was shimmering with a red color while the other half gleamed with a green hue. Han Li focused his gaze on the two different texts to find that they were all names for items, some of which were very familiar while others were quite alien. Furthermore, these lines of text surfaced and vanished intermittently. There was also a middle-aged man who appeared to be a guard seated at the foot of the pole with his eyes half closed. At this moment, a man suddenly forced his way out of the crowd, then strode forward and offered a few spirit stones to the guard sitting by the pole. The middle-aged guard opened his eyes before nodding and handing over a short red stick to this man. The man picked up the red stick and rapidly swished it toward a certain blank patch on the stone pillar. Even though the man was moving extremely quickly, Han Li was able to glean his actions using his spirit eyes. As the short stick swished through the air, a few shimmering red characters appeared before vanishing into the stone pillar in a flash. Moments later, those red characters surfaced on that same spot. Han Li was rather surprised to see this. After a while, someone else strode forward. However, that person completely ignored the middle-aged guard. He merely spread his wings and flew up several tens of feet, then tapped a finger against a few green characters on the stone pillar. All of a sudden, those characters began to glow with a green light, then quickly disappeared into his finger, making his entire body shimmer with brilliant spiritual light. Meanwhile, the Tianping being that had traced these characters with fingers cocked his head to the side with narrowed eyes, seemingly receiving some kind of information. After a while, he withdrew his finger and turned before flying directly toward the entrance of the hall. After that, a few more people emulated the first two, either inscribing something on the stone pillar or directly flying toward the pillar to trace the red and green characters. Han Li stroked his chin upon seeing this, and he finally figured out what was happening. In order to confirm his speculation, he strode forward and extended a finger toward a line of green text that appeared near the bottom of the stone pillar. Green light immediately flashed from those characters as a cold sensation traveled straight into his mind, bringing with it a line of information. Selling first-grade flowing light wood, no purchase limit per person. Each block costs 30,000 spirit stones. Find me on the 4th level, 5th hall, 31st shop. Han Li's lips twitched and he moved to the other half of the stone pillar, then placed his finger over a line of red text. A similar string of information appeared in his mind. Seeking the complete carcass of a phoenix-tailed beast, price will be negotiated face-to-face. Find me on the 9th level, 2nd hall, 10th shop. A peculiar look appeared on Han Li's face. He didn't think that the Tianping race facilitated transactions in such a manner. It was quite clear that the lines of text on this stone pillar were all essentially advertisements for people selling or seeking precious items. As such, the pillar acted as a universal directory that made things a lot more convenient for both buyers and sellers. Furthermore, this setup didn't appear to be very difficult to replicate, and there was no reason why it couldn't be implemented in human markets as well. With that in mind, Han Li took a few steps backward and began to carefully inspect the green lines of text, which were advertising items that were being sold. He was planning to read through this information to see if there were any items that were appealing to him. Due to the differences between the human and Tianping races, many items were referred to as different names here compared to in the human race. However, for some reason, most of the precious items were still known by the same or similar names. In particular, some materials that were extremely valuable to both races were referred to with identical names. This came as quite a surprise to Han Li when he had first mastered the language of the flying spirit race. However, even though he found this to be rather perplexing, he naturally wasn't going to go around searching for an answer. He merely appraised the stone pillar in silence, looking for anything that caught his eye. All of a sudden, Han Li focused his gaze on a line of green text that had just appeared on the stone pillar, and his heart rate abruptly accelerated. Azure shifting fruit. Who would have thought that something like this would be sold here? An excited flush appeared on Han Li's face. This fruit was the main ingredient for a legendary pill, the heaven-shifting pill, and it was most definitely among the spirit fruits that were most sought after to Hanli. This spirit pill wasn't as extraordinary as the black flame pills, but 3 of those pills could improve the probability of a breakthrough for late spatial tempering cultivators by several tens of percentage points. As such, they were most definitely more valuable than black flame pills in the eyes of the majority of high-grade cultivators, including even some powerful beings at or above the body integration stage. Consuming the heaven-shifting pill alone could naturally assist a spatial tempering cultivator in breaking through a bottleneck, but in reality, most people wouldn't use this spirit pill in such a manner. Most of the people who were seeking this spirit pill intended to consume it in conjunction with other spirit medicines. This was because not only did the heaven-shifting pill itself possess an extraordinary effect, it was able to combine perfectly with most spirit medicines without any conflict in medicinal effects. Most incredible of all was that if this pill were to be consumed with other spirit medicines, there was a certain probability that it could enhance the medicinal effect of those complementary pills by 30% to close to 50%. This meant that if Hanli hypothetically had a spirit pill that could enhance his magic power by the same degree equivalent to the effect of 10 years of arduous cultivation, he could consume it with the heaven-shifting pill, and there would be a certain probability that his magic power would be enhanced by the same extent as 12 to 15 years of arduous cultivation. Furthermore, this effect applied to any other pill. As such, the rarer and more expensive a pill, the more one wanted to consume it with a heaven-shifting pill. If they were to hit the jackpot and be blessed with the enhancement effect, that would naturally be a vast stroke of fortune. As for the probability for this enhancement to actually take effect, that was rather difficult to strictly quantify. There had once been someone who'd consumed 3 or 4 of these pills in succession, and every pill managed to enhance the effect of the complementary pill that was taken. There were also stories of people selling everything they owned to purchase a few heaven-shifting pills as a final roll of the dice, only to completely fail to be blessed with the enhancement effect, thus leaving them in complete dejection and despair. Even so, as soon as these spirit pills first appeared, countless cultivators had gone insane over them. All of the azure-shifting fruits near the 3 human regions had been taken in just over 1,000 years, and what was even more frustrating was that these fruits took 5,000 to 6,000 years to reach full maturity. Furthermore, each spirit tree only bore a single fruit, and after the fruit was plucked, the tree would lose all of its spiritual chi and be reduced to a normal tree. As such, many major sects and powers had attempted to nurture this fruit on a large scale, but it simply wasn't worth the investment. As such, in the coming years, there would occasionally be some people who were able to source a few of these fruits from deep within the primordial world, and each and every heaven-shifting pill that appeared inevitably led to a bloodbath between high-grade cultivators. Most of them fell into the hands of powerful beings at or above the body integration stage. When Hanli had first heard about this spirit fruit in Deep Heaven City, he was naturally extremely interested in it, and he dreamed of being able to mass-produce it using his green liquid. Unfortunately, even azure-shifting fruit seeds were an extremely rare type of spirit medicine, and it had a very short shelf life. As such, not even a single one of these fruits could be found in the 3 regions and 7 territories. Hence, Hanli could only stifle his excitement and lament his bad luck. However, now that he was seeing this spirit fruit on the stone pillar, he was so excited that he could barely contain himself. He disregarded everything else on the stone pillar as he immediately flapped his wings and rose into the air, reaching the middle of the pillar in a flash before laying a finger on that line of text. Brilliant green light flashed, and a string of information instantly appeared in his mind. However, after assessing the content of this string of information, Hanli's brows furrowed slightly. "I have to meet the seller in person? That might be a little troublesome," Hanli murmured to himself as the excitement on his face faded. However, seeing as there was a chance to secure azure-shifting fruits, he naturally couldn't give up regardless of how troublesome the circumstances may be. As such, after a brief pause for contemplation, Hanli flew away as a streak of azure light. After exiting the hall, the flew directly upward all the way to the 9th level before flying ahead along the passageway. After a while, Hanli glanced at the line of text inscribed above the gates of a certain hall, and he immediately flew in. This hall was identical to the previous one. Both its area and setup were a mirror image of the hall that Hanli had just left. However, there were clearly significantly less Tianping beings here than on the lower levels, with only around 20 to 30 people here. Hanli scanned his gaze around the surrounding shops with narrowed eyes, then made his way toward a medium-sized shop situated at a corner of the hall. This shop was divided up into 2 floors, and the interior was obscured by a layer of murky azure light. There was a faint red jade plaque hanging above the door, upon which was inscribed the words "Myriad Lightning Shop." A hint of surprise flashed through Han Li's eyes upon seeing this before his expression instantly reverted back to normal. He then immediately made his way into the shop beyond the light barrier without any hesitation. Thus, he arrived in a spacious room that was around 30 to 40 feet in size. Within the room was a glossy black wooden table and several faint yellow wooden chairs, as well as 7 or 8 wooden shelves that were a little dilapidated. There was a bunch of random merchandise stacked all over the shelves, while a thin middle-aged man who appeared to be the shop owner sat behind the wooden table, along with a pair of Tianping beings. Han Li surreptitiously swept his spiritual sense over these 3 people, upon which his expression changed slightly. Those 2 middle-aged Tianping beings consisted of a man and a woman, and they appeared to be a couple. They were currently discussing something with the shop owner, and one was an early spatial tempering cultivator while the other was at the mid-spatial tempering stage. As for that shopkeeper, he was a fearsome late spatial tempering cultivator. Why would a man with his cultivation base be running a shop here? Han Li was rather astonished to see this. At this moment, the couple turned their attention to Han Li. He was clearly an unfamiliar face and only at the mid-deity transformation stage, so they were also quite surprised to see him. Meanwhile, the thin shopkeeper merely glanced at Han Li before withdrawing his gaze as he said in a lazy voice, "Don't even think about my purple immortal wood if you haven't found a spirit magnet. As for high-grade spirit stones, do you think I lack those?" The thin shopkeeper was certainly making no attempt to keep his wealth a secret. "Brother, you asking for a spirit magnet in exchange for purple immortal wood is far too unreasonable. Spirit magnets can only be found deep within the earth abyss. Even the elders of our race wouldn't dare to enter those depths for no good reason, let alone a pair of spatial tempering cultivators like my Tao companion and me," the middle-aged woman argued. "That's not my problem. Do you think I just so happened to stumble across my purple immortal wood? Don't mention this matter to me again unless you secure a spirit magnet," the thin shopkeeper retorted in a cold manner as he rolled his eyes. The couple's expression darkened significantly upon hearing this. However, no matter what they said next, the shopkeeper refused to make any concessions whatsoever. In the end, the couple could only depart in a resigned manner. Throughout this entire process, none of them said so much a single word to Han Li. After the couple had left his shop, the shopkeeper sat down in his chair with an impatient expression and asked, "What do you want, kid? I heard that you sell azure shifting fruits here, senior. Is that true?" Han Li asked in a calm manner. The middle-aged man faltered upon hearing this before carefully appraising Han Li, then letting loose a cold harumph as he said, "The azure shifting fruit is one of the most precious items in my shop. There's no way a mere flying spirit general like you can afford it. Don't waste my time." "How would you know if I can afford this item or not if you don't state your price, senior?" A faint smile appeared on Han Li's face and he refused to leave. "Looks like you prefer a more violent eviction." The middle-aged flew into a thunderous rage as he abruptly flapped the silver wings on his back toward Han Li. Following a dull thump, a burst of immense power swept toward Han Li, making even the surrounding air tremor and buzz. Han Li's eyelids twitched, but he made no attempt to evade. Instead, he merely raised his hand and brought it down as if it were a sword. A streak of golden light flashed past, slicing apart that burst of enormous power with ease. The vast burst of force brushed past Han Li on either side of his body before landing on the structure behind him with a resounding boom. "No wonder you've got some confidence. Looks like you're not just all talk." The thin shopkeeper seemed to be rather surprised. "Do I have the right to hear your price now, senior?" Han Li asked again with a calm expression on his face. "All right, I guess you do, but you're still far too arrogant if you think you can satisfy the condition for my azure shifting fruit," the shopkeeper replied in an indifferent manner. "You'll have to tell me the condition first before I can determine whether I'll be able to satisfy it," Han Li prompted with a hint of a smile on his face. "Seeing as you're so confident and I don't have any other customers at present anyway, it couldn't hurt to tell you my conditions. I trust that I won't have to tell you about just how rare and precious azure shifting fruits are. If you want this fruit, I'll give you 3 choices. You can have the fruit if you can satisfy any of those 3 conditions," the shopkeeper said as his expression eased slightly. 3 choices? Looks like the conditions will indeed be very stringent. Otherwise, you wouldn't be providing me with so many options, Han Li said with a wry smile. "Hee, I'm glad you're aware of that. If you can supply a legendary infernal lotus flower or dark blood crystal, then I can give the azure shifting fruit to you right away," the middle-aged man chuckled coldly. "Those 2 items are only rumored to exist, and it's yet to confirmed whether they can actually be found in this world or not. There's no way that I could be in possession of those." Han Li immediately shook his head in response. He only rumored to exist, eh? A deriding sneer appeared on the middle-aged man's face upon hearing this. Seeing as you think this first condition is impossible to satisfy, then this second one is definitely achievable. If you have 500 or 600 top-grade spirit stones in your possession, I can reluctantly sell my azure shifting fruit to you. 500 to 600 top-grade spirit stones? Surely you jest, senior. Even the elders of the Tianping race most likely won't be able to bring out so many spirit stones of that caliber. I can't satisfy that condition either. Han Li's expression was beginning to darken slightly. If the shopkeeper asked him for only 100 top-grade spirit stones, then he could sell the spirit medicines in his possession and perhaps scrape together that many. However, 500 to 600 was far too many, and he didn't even consider it to be a feasible option. The azure shifting fruit belongs to me. If I think it's worth that price, then I'll naturally state such a condition, the shopkeeper said in an unfazed manner. Han Li had no response to this. If you can't accept the first two conditions, then the final one will most likely be even more impossible for you. Do you still want to hear it? The middle-aged man asked in a cold voice. Please do tell, senior. Han Li replied with a dark expression. Upon hearing Han Li's response, a peculiar look appeared on the shopkeeper's face. Only after a long while did he continue, the final condition is not one that can just be satisfied by anyone. Before I disclose it to you, I must ask you something first. Are you proficient in wielding the power of lightning? Lightning? Han Li's pupils contracted in surprise. Indeed. If you don't possess lightning abilities or only have an insufficient grasp of lightning, then there's no need for me to reveal the third choice to you. Han Li was a little perplexed, but after a brief moment of contemplation, he still replied truthfully, if it's the power of lightning, then I can indeed say that I'm rather proficient in it. Is that so? Your words carry no weight. Show me your skills and I'll be the one to decide whether you have the right to hear the third choice. The middle-aged man showed no intention of being swayed by Han Li's words. Sure, Han Li answered before gently flapping his wings. A loud thunderclap immediately erupted as countless arcs of silver lightning abruptly surfaced over his wings. The lightning then intertwined before compressing to form a dozen or so silver balls of lightning around Han Li in the blink of an eye. Each ball of lightning was comparable to the size of a human fist, and they were crackling and flashing erratically. The fearsome power imbued within these balls of lightning made the middle-aged man's pupils contract, and a hint of elation appeared on his face. You certainly weren't exaggerating. Your lightning prowess is indeed quite remarkable. You have the right to hear the final option. It's actually quite simple. You don't even need to offer anything in exchange for the azure shifting fruit. All you have to do is help me tame a lightning attribute spirit beast. Taming a spirit beast? Han Li's eyes lit up with surprise and a hint of excitement. What? You think it's going to be easy? Truth be told, this spirit beast is rather special. I've already captured it alive, but I've been unable to tame it. I've enlisted the help of many people to try and tame it, but all of them have failed. In fact, there were quite a few of them with insufficient lightning powers, and were harmed by backlash from this spirit beast. However, with your proficiency in the power of lightning, it won't be impossible. I have to give you a disclaimer first though, I don't accept any responsibility if you're injured or killed, the middle-aged man said in a meaningful voice. A lightning attribute spirit beast? Would you be able to tell me what spirit beast that is, senior? Han Li asked with furrowed brows. I'm afraid I can't tell you that for now. If you do decide to help me, I can take you to see this beast and you'll know what it is then. A cunning light flashed through the middle-aged man's eyes. Han Li stroked his chin upon hearing this, and he was rather unsettled by this man's ambiguous reply, but he still quickly weighed up the situation. This man was a late spatial tempering cultivator, yet even he couldn't tame this spirit beast, so it had to be quite special in some way. However, he had been quite transparent about the situation aside from his reluctance to reveal just what this spirit beast was, so his offer did appear to be quite sincere. Han Li only spoke again after a lengthy period of contemplation. When you say tame, what exactly do you need me to do, senior? Your job will be to subdue it for me so it accepts my master recognition ceremony, the middle-aged man replied without any hesitation. If that's all I have to do, then I'd be willing to assist you, senior, Han Li also replied quite quickly. Good. I have to prepare some things in advance for the master recognition ceremony. Come back here to find me in 4 days, the shopkeeper said as a smile appeared on his face. I'll be sure do so. Farewell for now, senior, Han Li said as he cupped his fist in a salute, then promptly departed from the shop. The middle-aged stroked his goatee as he looked on in the direction that Hanli had departed toward, and a hint of excitement appeared in his eyes. After exiting the shop, Hanli didn't immediately leave the exchange center. Instead, he returned to the stone pillar for information exchange, hoping to find some other items that would catch his fancy. Hanli only left the exchange center with an elated expression on his face right on the cusp of closing time. He had truly reaped bountiful rewards here. Aside from that advertisement for the azure sifting fruit, there were also advertisements on the stone pillar selling many precious materials that were extremely rare among the human race. Some of them were tool refinement materials while others consisted of spirit medicines and spirit fruits. There was one particular spirit medicine among them that was one of the main ingredients alongside the golden marrow crystal insect for refining the provenance true devil projection. That was naturally a source of elation for Hanli. If he could find the other 2 spirit medicines required, he'd have all of the ingredients he needed to manifest the true body. With that in mind, Hanli flew into the distance as a streak of azure light. The next day was going to the 3rd day since he made his agreement with the Grand Elder of the Tianping race. However, Hanli wore a faint smile as he flew through the air, seemingly having already forgotten about this agreement. "Have you agreed to join our Tianping race?" a young woman asked with a pair of bright shimmering eyes. "I won't be allowed to leave if I don't agree, right?" Hanli sighed in a resigned manner. At this moment he was situated within a pavilion with this young woman, along with an elderly man and another beauty. These 2 new early body integration stage Tianping race elders were currently appraising the thunderstorm wings on his back with scorching yearning in their eyes. "You've made a wise decision, fellow Taoist Han. As long as our race's holy disciple can pass the trial, we'll be sure to repay you." The young woman's voice was filled with elation, but her calm tone also suggested that she had already predicted Han Li's answer well in advance. "If the trial really is as you describe, then I really haven't offered much assistance here. However, at the same time, I don't want to be completely at your mercy once I've outlived my usefulness, so I have 2 conditions. I hope you can accept those 2 conditions so I can assist your race's holy disciple without any qualms or concerns," Han Li suddenly said. "Conditions? Go on then," the elderly man prompted with furrowed brows. "I want a Kunping relic as well as the right to record my name on the replica scroll of the Tianping vow," Han Li replied with a faint smile. "You know of those things?" All 3 Tianping beings' expression changed drastically in unison upon hearing this. "That's impossible. Our race only has a dozen or so Kunping relics in total, and every one of them was left behind by our race's past grand elders when they passed away. How could we give one to you? As for the Tianping vow, our race only has 3 replica scrolls, and there's no space on them for you to record your name," the elderly man immediately refused with a dark expression. "Indeed, those 2 items are both extremely valuable to our race. Would you be willing to accept any other conditions?" the beautiful woman among the trio asked. The young woman didn't say anything, but she wore a contemplative look on her face. "I'm not asking for the Kunping relic solely for myself. Only after consuming the relic will I be able to grasp the power of the Kunpeng and manifest a Kunpeng body. Only then will I be able to pose as your race's holy disciple and not have my cover blown by other races. With the relic in addition to the Kunping feather and Kunping true blood that I've fused with my body, I should have the right to record my name on a replica scroll of the Tianping vow. That's the only way to show me that your race doesn't harbor any ill will toward me after the even," Han Li said in a calm voice. "How do you know of these things? Did someone in our race disclose this information to you?" the elderly man asked with a steely expression. "That shouldn't be the case. Fellow Taoist Han stayed for an entire day within the omniscient pavilion in the city, so he most likely gathered this information from the books in there. I almost forget that all humans can possess eidetic memories once they reach a high enough cultivation base," Jinyu said in a calm voice. "Even so, we absolutely cannot accept these conditions." The elderly man shook his head in a stubborn manner. "Why not? If a holy master doesn't appear among your race during this trial, you'll most likely be removed from the 72 branches of the flying spirit race, and you'll be forcibly conquered by other more powerful branches. Compared to that, I think what I'm asking for is very reasonable, unless the 3 of you were planning to turn on me after the event from the very beginning," Han Li said in a slow voice. Both the elderly man and the beautiful woman's expressions darkened upon hearing this. After a brief silence, Jinyu suddenly said, "All right, I accept your conditions." "You can't. Grand Elder, we should discuss this matter in greater depth." Both of the other elders hurriedly tried to dissuade her. "There's no need for further discussion. It's just as fellow Taoist Han has said, this crisis could quite possibly spell the downfall of our race. In contrast, his conditions are indeed very reasonable. I'm making an executive decision here. Speak no further on this matter, Jin Yu said in a cold voice as she raised a hand toward the two elders. The two elders glanced at one another hesitantly upon hearing this, but they decided to keep their mouths shut in the end. I can accept the conditions you stated, but in order to ensure that you'll do everything in your power to assist our two holy disciples to pass the trial, I'll need you to sign a blood vow. If no holy master emerged from our race following the conclusion of the trial, as the Grand Elder, I can sacrifice some of my lifespan to remove you from the Tianping vow, then kill you on the spot. Jin Yu's gaze suddenly became as sharp as daggers. Han Li's heart stirred slightly in response, but he merely put on a faint smile and said, "Rest assured, Senior. If the holy disciples fail to pass the trial due to lack of effort on my part, then I'm willing to accept any punishment you hand down to me. Good. Go back and prepare. I'll send someone to get you tomorrow so we can hold your spirit initiation ceremony and officially welcome you into our race," the young woman said in an implacable voice. Han Li naturally had no objections, and he immediately cupped his fist in a farewell salute to the three elders before departing. The elderly man looked on as Han Li exited the room, then took a deep breath and exhaled before turning to Jin Yu with a heavy expression. "Grand Elder, I still oppose this course of action. I can accept giving him the Kunpeng relic, but if we record his name onto the replica scrolls of the Tianping vow, none of our brethren will be able to do anything to him unless he commits the few extremely severe crimes listed in the vow. Beings from foreign races could easily use this against us and bring calamity to our race." "I'm naturally aware of this. However, you seem to have forgotten something, Elder Su. The Tianping vow can only restrict our brethren. Have you forgotten about that traitor from 3,000 years ago?" A peculiar look appeared on Jin Yu's face as she spoke. Could it be? The beautiful woman among the trio was beginning to understand where this was going. Jin Yu gently stroked her hair as she replied, "A few days ago, I met the flying spirit generals that have recently returned to the city with the worshipful offerings, and I learned some things about that human from them. According to them, this human cultivator appears to only possess the cultivation base of a mid-flying general, but he's actually at least as powerful as an early great spirit general. With him on our side, our holy disciples are virtually guaranteed to pass the trial, so I'm willing to make these concessions. Furthermore, when all is said and done, as long as this human is willing to stay in our holy city and doesn't come into contact with any of his brethren, we don't have to resort to that final step. What we do have to be wary of is those enemies of our race plotting against us during the trial. Your wisdom is unmatched, Grand Elder." The two elders were greatly reassured. On the other end, Han Li had just arrived back at his residence when he encountered a few visitors. They were none other than Feng Xiao, Bai Lei and Bai Ning, who had returned to the city with him. The three of them greeted Han Li in a very warm and enthusiastic manner and stayed to chat with him for the better part of half a day before departing. After seeing off this trio of siblings, Han Li's smile faded as he returned to the room with a contemplative look on his face and closed the doors. Sure enough, 8 Tianping beings came to find him the next morning, 4 of which were male while the other 4 were female. Even though their cultivation bases were only at the foundation establishment stage, they were all very young, so their aptitudes were quite brilliant. After casting a glance at the 8 of them, Han Li didn't say anything as he departed behind them toward a certain location in the holy city. After flying over more than half of the entire city, Han Li appeared within a strange building situated on a corner of the city almost half a day later. This building was a massive plaza that kind of resembled an arena. The entire plaza was circular in shape and was surrounded by massive stone walls that were roughly 1,000 feet tall, taking up an area of several kilometers. Atop those stone walls stood hundreds of stone bird statues, and all of them were flashing with different colors of light. They had clearly had some kind of restriction placed on them, and the light emanating from the statues combined to form a rainbow barrier of light that enshrouded the entire plaza. At the center of the plaza stood a sacrificial altar-like tall platform that was entirely constructed from pristine and flawless white jade. Han Li currently stood atop the jade platform with a dozen or so white-robed Tianping beings standing around him in a solemn and intimidating manner. There were both men and women among them, and all of them were at the spatial tempering stage. Jin Yu and the 3 Tianping race elders stood right in front of Han Li while a pair of young women who appeared to be servants stood behind them, holding a silver disc each. Fellow Taoist Han, all of the preparations have been made. In order to completely activate the power of the Kunpeng relic and Kunpeng blood within you prior to the commencement of the trial, The two elders and I will be unleashing our abilities to assist you in refining those two items in a short time. We'll then be bestowing upon you the transformation technique of our Tianping race. I hope you won't disappoint us, fellow Taoist Han, Jin Yu said as she looked directly into Han Li's eyes. Rest assured, Senior. I've already made a promise to all of you, so I'll definitely do everything within my power to assist the holy disciples, Han Li replied in a serious manner. Good. Fuse the Kung Ping true blood into your body first, and Elder Su will activate the power of the spirit blood, forcibly fuse it with your blood so that they become one and the same. The process will be a little painful, but I'm sure you'll be able to handle it. After that, you can consume the Kunping relic and I'll personally assist you in refining the relic. You have to take care during this process not to suffer backlash and go into qi deviation from the power of the relic. After all, you're not a true Tianping being, so this procedure may be rather perilous, Jin Yu cautioned. Han Li naturally nodded in response. Han Li's willingness to cooperate was very pleasing for Jin Yu, and she also nodded before waving a hand behind her. One of the female servants immediately made her way over to Jin Yu in a respectful manner before offering the silver disc in her hand to the Grand Elder. Jin Yu took an indifferent glance at the silver disc before flicking a slim finger toward the screen of light. White light flashed erratically before disappearing soundlessly to reveal a small thumb-sized azure vial. The vial was rather antiquated and appeared to be made from neither metal nor jade. Jin Yu looked at the small vial as faint silver light flashed from her body, and her expression suddenly became extremely solemn and dignified. Meanwhile, all of the other Tianping beings bowed in unison toward the small vial with expressions of awe and veneration on their faces. Jin Yu began to chant something in a voice that was very pleasant to the ears, and she pointed a finger at the small vial. An azure thread shot forth from her fingertip before striking the vial, upon which it tremored before rising into the air, heading directly toward where Han Li was situated. Han Li immediately sat down onto the jade platform with his legs crossed. At this moment, Elder Su and the beautiful woman raised their hands in unison to summon an object each, one of which was as crimson as blood while the other carried a refreshing green hue. They were, respectively, a palm-sized crimson lotus flower and a green banana leaf. The crimson lotus flower rotated on the spot, expanding to around 10 feet in size and emanating a faint fragrance. Meanwhile, the banana leaf also expanded to around the size of a grown human amid a burst of green light, and a series of strange green runes appeared over its surface, glowing with a dazzling light. Han Li raised his eyebrows, yet before he could identify what purposes these two items served, the crimson lotus was already descending toward his head. Han Li was initially startled to see this before he suddenly experienced a rush of weightlessness, having been gently carried up into mid-air by the crimson lotus flower. The faint fragrance of the lotus flower wafted into his nostrils, striking him with a slightly intoxicating sensation. However, Han Li didn't panic in response. Instead, he merely sat at the center of the lotus flower with his eyes narrowed, seemingly having fallen asleep, but he made sure to retain a wisp of clarity in his mind. Elder Su let loose a low cry and the petals of the crimson lotus flower slowly converged toward the center. In the blink of an eye, all of the petals had joined together to form a vibrant red flower bud. Jin Yu flicked both fingers toward the small vial upon seeing this. Several azure threads shot forth, disappearing into the small vial in a flash. A ball of green light erupted from the small vial, and its lid abruptly vanished as a ball of azure light emerged from within. Following a crisp cry, the ball of light receded and transformed into an azure bird that was several inches in size, and it attempted to spread its wings and fly away. However, Jin Yu was already prepared for this, and she flapped the golden wings on her back. Swaths of golden light immediately swept forth from her wings, completely enshrouding the azure bird within. The bird struggled for a while within the light before turning into a small drop of azure liquid with faint undertones of silver light peeking through it. Jin Yu then made a hand seal with a calm expression on her face before pointing a finger at the drop of azure liquid. The golden tremored before carrying the azure liquid down toward the flower bud. The azure drop of liquid then disappeared into the crimson lotus amid a dull thump as golden and crimson light intertwined. Right at this moment, Elder Su's body swayed and he appeared on one side of the crimson lotus flower in a wraith-like manner. He then raised a hand and placed it onto the lotus flower before spreading open a pair of silver wings on his back. Silver spiritual light began to surge from his hand into the crimson lotus flower while the beautiful woman appeared on the other side of the flower and replicated Elder Su's actions. However, the spiritual light flowing from her palm was white. All of a sudden, a buzzing sound rang out from the crimson lotus, and the crimson light on its surface also began to flash erratically. Right at this moment, the green banana leaf hovering mid-air also descended from above. However, as soon as it came into contact with the crimson lotus flower, the banana leaf self-detonated, following which countless green lines shot forth in all directions before disappearing into the lotus flower. Immediately thereafter, a series of strange green patterns appeared over the surface of the crimson lotus. In the next instant, the crimson light receded, and the buzzing sound also subsided. Elder Sue and the Beautiful paid no heed to this as they both closed their eyes, focusing wholeheartedly on injecting pure spiritual light into the lotus flower. However, Jinyu heaved a long sigh of relief upon seeing this, and she smiled as she murmured to herself, "It's just as I predicted. The aura within this human's body is able to accept the Kunpeng true blood. The most important thing now is to see just how much of the Kunpeng blood's power he can activate as a human." After that, Jinyu turned to the other higher-ups of the Tianping race standing nearby, and said in a cold voice, "You've all seen what's happened. The survival of our race hinges on this man. Hence, all of you must keep all information about this man strictly confidential to the outside world. From now on, this man will be known as the third holy disciple that we've been nurturing in secret after sending him far away for cultivation purposes. Understood?" The spatial tempering stage Tianping beings stirred as they vowed in unison, "Yes, Grand Elder, we won't tell a single soul." Jinyu nodded as her expression eased and she said, "I trust that you wouldn't do something severely detrimental to our sect either. 2 months from now, I'll select a few people among you to accompany me and the holy disciples to the trial grounds." 2 months? Why are we going so early? Isn't there still a year left? Someone immediately exclaimed. Apparently, a dozen or so races, including the Qi-Rong race and the Raven race, requested for the trial to be held earlier than the designated time. Our elders vehemently opposed this proposal on the panel of elders, but it was still passed due to a majority vote. Why? Surely they have to at least provide a reason for this, another Tianpeng being chimed in an enraged voice. Of course they've prepared a reason for this. They say that the Earth Abyss has been a little chaotic lately, so it's best to hold the trial earlier in case any mishaps occur due to excessive delays, Jinyu explained in a calm manner. The demons of the Earth Abyss have always been sworn enemies of our flying spirit race. When has it not been chaotic over there? They're just doing this to target the weaker branches. Another Tianpeng being flared up with rage. There's no point in discussing the matter any further. The panel of elders has already delivered their verdict, so we can only accept it. Aside from the upcoming trial that we have to prepare for, there have also been beings of foreign races that have frequently appeared on our territory of late, and they've been plundering our lands with reckless abandon. I'll assign some troops to some of you to set off immediately and kill off these abhorrent cowards. Make sure to teach all of the other branches a lesson that they won't be forgetting anytime soon." Jinyu's voice suddenly turned frosty and forbidding as she spoke. "Yes, Grand Elder," the Tianping beings answered in unison as they lowered their heads. After that, Jinyu began to assign missions to everyone, and all of them departed one after another to carry out their designated tasks. The Jade platform became virtually empty in the blink of an eye. Aside from Jinyu and the 2 elders as well as the 2 servants standing behind Jinyu, there was no one else standing on the platform. Jinyu turned and cast her gaze toward the crimson lotus flower, where the 2 body integration stage elders were still relentlessly pouring forth their spiritual pour, and the flower seemed to have expanded even further. At the same time, the green patterns on the surface of the lotus flower also began to flash erratically as if they'd come to life. Jinyu suddenly made a grabbing motion toward the silver disc that the other servant was carrying, and a white bead whistled forth from the disc before being drawn into her grasp. She plucked the bead between 2 of her fingers and brought it closer to her eyes before conducting a thorough inspection. All of a sudden, a peculiar look appeared on her face. "Which Grand Elder passed away to produce this relic?" she asked. "It's the relic left behind by the 9th Grand Elder. According to your orders, we found the relic that had been stored for the longest period of time, and most of the power within it should have faded by now," the servant replied respectfully. "The 9th Grand Elder? Is that Grand Elder Hong Yun who invented the awakening ability but died after going insane?" Jinyu's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. "That is indeed the relic left behind by Elder Hong Yun. Due to the strange circumstances surrounding Elder Hong Yun's death, aside from his Kunping power, there's also a hint of his residual spiritual sense residing within the relic. If it were to be consumed by a cultivator, the wisp of spiritual sense could potentially result in undesirable side effects. As such, it's been stored in a secret chamber this entire time. If you feel it's inappropriate, I can go back and change once right away, the servant explained in an uneasy manner. There's no need for that, this one will suffice. Jin Yu's expression returned to normal as she turned her gaze back to the crimson lotus flower. At this moment, the green patterns on the surface of the flower had begun to twist and warp, and the entire crimson lotus began to swell and bulge. 2 days later, in the air above the jade platform, a massive azure bird was flying up and down in the sky, leaving a series of afterimages in its wake. Arcs of golden lightning and azure light surfaced over its body, and all of a sudden, it came to an abrupt halt and it grabbed the air in the distance with its talons in a vicious manner. 10 white claw projections hurtled through the air, slicing a few faint white marks into space before disappearing in a flash. It then violently flapped its wings forward and a vast expanse of azure light swept forth before transforming into palm-sized blades of wind, enshrouding an area with a radius of over 1,000 feet. A loud boom erupted as the massive azure bird opened its beak to blat forth balls of golden lightning, which crashed into one another to transform the space before it into a sea of lightning. Following a long sharp screech, the azure bird flapped its wings and abruptly disappeared amid a gust of fierce winds. In the next instant, gale-force winds erupted even higher up in the air, and the azure bird reappeared. Within the halos of azure light, the bird's body expanded rapidly, swelling form around 10 feet in size to over 1,000 feet in the blink of an eye. As it spread its wings, it cast a gargantuan shadow over the entire jade platform. Meanwhile, the 3 figures standing on the platform were all quite alarmed by the sight of this massive bird. Grand Elder, did you really only feed him that incomplete relic Fro the Ninth Elder? Elder Su asked in an incredulous voice. Do you suspect that I fed this human some kind of miracle pill? Jin Yu asked in a cold voice as her expression darkened. I wouldn't dare to think that. It's just that this man grasped the manifestation technique so quickly, and the true body he's conjured up is superior to that of many great spirit generals. Does he really hail from the human race? Elder Su mused with a skeptical look. You were the one who infused his body with the Kuan Ping true blood. Shouldn't you know better than anyone whether he's a being from our flying spirit race or not? Having said that, it's indeed quite surprising that this man has attained such a powerful transformation. Perhaps the Kuan Ping feather and Kuan Ping true blood fused with his body have already changed his constitution somewhat. Jin Yu speculated after scrambling for a reason to explain this situation. That makes some sense, the beautiful woman sighed. Meanwhile, Elder Su still wore a skeptical look, clearly not convinced by this. Jin Yu didn't say anything further about this matter as the giant bird in the sky suddenly withdrew its wings, then quickly shrank down to its original size amid a flash of azure light. A loud cry erupted from the bird's beak, and piercing spiritual light flashed as a half-naked man appeared in its place. The man made a hand seal before slowly descending toward the jade platform with his entire body enshrouded in a swath of azure light. Jin Yu narrowed her eyes as her gaze fell upon the man's chest. There, she saw a large azure bird image that was extremely lifelike and shimmering with faint spiritual light. This man was naturally none other than Han Li, who had fused the Kuan Ping true blood into his body and also refined the Kuan Ping relic. The image on his chest was a sign that he possessed true holy blood and had completely activated it. The same kind of image appeared on the bodies of most holy disciples as well. With that image on his body, even if the beings of the other races were made aware of that fact that he was not a true Tianping being, they most likely wouldn't be able to think of any valid excuses to prevent him from participating in the trial. Jin Yu heaved a faint sigh and consoled herself internally with that thought. In contrast, Elder Su and the beautiful woman were feeling quite disgruntled by the image on Han Li's chest. He was a human, yet the true holy image that even most higher-ups of the race didn't possess had appeared on his body. That was very disheartening to them. Golden and silver light flashed and a set of golden and silver robes appeared over Han Li's body. He then descended toward the 3 elders and cupped his fist in a salute as he said, "Thank you for your assistance, seniors. I've already attained a decent level of mastery of manifestation techniques. Please offer me your guidance if I'm doing something incorrectly." His attitude had suddenly become extremely sincere and respectful. Your manifestation technique is quite splendid already, so there's nothing left for us to teach you. You can go back for now. 2 months from now I'll take you to the trial grounds. I'll also bring a replica scroll of the Tianping vow to you so you can record your name on it. During this time, You're free to go anywhere as long as you don't leave the holy city. By the way, I have to tell you something. Even though you've refined the Kunpeng replica, there may be some residual baleful aura in there that we failed to remove. It'll lurk within your body, but it won't do anything during the near future. I'll help you expel it from our body when you get back from the trials, Jin Yu said in a nonchalant manner. Han Li's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, but it quickly reverted back to normal. Rest assured, Senior, I'll be sure to attend the trial in 2 months. Jin Yu nodded in response. Han Li immediately recognized that as his cue to leave, so he extended another farewell salute toward the 3 elders before flying away as a streak of azure light. The 3 elders looked on as Han Li disappeared into the distance, and they didn't discuss anything further, but they all wore contrasting expressions on their faces. Jin Yu was looking up into the sky completely expressionlessly, but the 2 other elders both seemed to be deep in contemplation. Half a day later, Han Li was situated within a room on the top floor of the guest tavern, seated on a wooden bed with his legs crossed. He was making a hand seal as azure light flashed erratically all over his body. There was a hint of agony etched on his face, and large droplets of sweat were beading on his forehead. Following a long sigh, Han Li withdrew his hand seal, and the azure light receded as he opened his eyes again. Interesting. I didn't think that this Grand Elder Hong Yun's residual spiritual sense would be so violent. If it weren't for my great development technique, I would be in some trouble. Thankfully, the spiritual sense hasn't retained any of its spiritual nature, so I can seal it away before refining it little by little, Han Li murmured to himself. In reality, even though it was only a wisp of spiritual sense, it once belonged to a body integration stage being, so it was still extremely powerful and would most likely take him several centuries to completely refine. However, the benefits that he would reap from doing so would be quite significant as well. After refining this wisp of spiritual sense, his own spiritual sense would increase by almost 50%. As for the traces of baleful qi within the relic, he didn't see it as much of an issue as the provenance true devil arts was the bane of such things. Han Li paused momentarily before abruptly sweeping a hand over the lightning robe he was wearing. Following a loud thunderclap, the robe disappeared into his body as countless arcs of golden and silver lightning. As such, Han Li naturally caught sight of the azure bird image on his chest. Tianping image? More like awakening image. A hint of surprise appeared on Han Li's face as he gently tapped the image with a finger. An incredible scene then ensued. 5-colored light suddenly flashed from the azure bird image, and in the next instant, it transformed into a 5-colored peacock with its tail feathers fully spread open. Brilliant golden light then erupted, and the image transformed into that of a howling golden ape. Finally, white light flashed and the image completely disappeared. If Jin Yu and the other 2 Tianping race elders were present to witness the scenes that had just unfolded, they would be completely flabbergasted. How could a true holy image take on different forms and disappear of its own accord? Generally speaking, once true holy images appeared on one's body, it would remain with that being for the rest of its life, and it wouldn't easily take on any changes. However, Han Li seemed to be very pleased as he looked down at his chest. I've already mastered 3 mantras of the 12 awakening transformations. I'm missing the true bloods of the 5-colored peacock and giant mountain ape, so I can't truly transform into those true spirit bodies, but this ability is astonishingly powerful nonetheless, Han Li murmured to himself. This cultivation art was something that Han Li had unintentionally obtained from refining some of Hong Yun's spiritual sense, and in theory, it could allow him to take on the forms of 12 different types of true spirits, so its power was undoubtedly downright extraordinary. If he could completely master all 12 true spirit bodies, with the abilities that true spirits possessed, even the true immortals of a higher realm would have to be wary of him. Of course, that was merely an extravagant dream. Even if he were to completely master this cultivation art, he would still only attain a very small amount of the abilities that the true spirits possessed. Unfortunately, even though the true dragon and the heavenly phoenix were among these 12 forms, he still hadn't obtained their mantras yet. These mantras were hidden deeper within the wisp of Hong Yun's residual sense, and he didn't know how long it would take for him to attain them. Otherwise, with the true dragon blood and heavenly phoenix blood he currently possessed, he would be able to immediately attain 2 more transformations. With that in mind, Han Li was feeling rather forlorn. As for the Kunping transformation, that was the foundation for the 12 transformations, and it was the one that this Grand Elder Hong Yun was most proficient in during his lifetime. Otherwise, despite his extraordinarily powerful body, there was no way that Han Li would have been able to master the Tianping transformation technique to such an advanced degree even though he'd just come into contact with it. A thought then occurred to Han Li, and a deriding sneer appeared on his face. After refining the relic with Jin Yu's assistance, he didn't receive much an enhancement in the power of his spiritual sense, but he did manage to glean some useful information. This Grand Elder Hong Yun was a brilliant prodigy, the kind that had not been seen for tens of thousands of years. Through his painstaking research of the Tianping transformation, he was able to incorporate many more true spirit transformations into this technique, thereby creating the 12 awakening transformations. Unfortunately, even as a body integration stage being and sourcing many types of true spirit bloods over many years, he was only able to invent 12 transformations. After that, his spiritual sense and physical body were no longer able to cope with the demands placed on them, thereby resulting in him being driven insane and killed by backlash from the true spirit bloods. What was quite strange and perplexing to Han Li was that prior to going insane, this Grand Elder had refrained from leaving his mantras and cultivation arts to the Tianping race. Han Li was naturally unaware that back when this Hong Yun was the Grand Elder, the Tianping race had been at the very height of its power. He was able to ascend to the position of Grand Elder after inventing this cultivation art with his brilliant aptitude, thereby allowing him to rule over the entire Tianping race. As such, not only was this cultivation art the key to his success, it also became his best-kept secret, and he didn't reveal any of it to anyone else. All of the other elders at the time only knew that Hong Yun had invented a cultivation art known as the Awakening Arts, but they knew nothing else about it. After that, Hong Yun was driven insane due to true spirit blood backlash and passed away, so the contents of his Awakening Arts remained a mystery. As for why the Awakening Arts were imbued within the relic he'd left behind, that was only something known to the heavens. Perhaps it was simply an unintentional gesture by Grand Elder Hong Yun after he had gone insane. Alternatively, perhaps he had managed to retain a final shred of sanity right before his death and suddenly wanted to leave this cultivation art behind for his race, thereby deciding to infuse it into this relic. Han Li didn't delve too much into this matter. Seeing as this cultivation art had fallen into his hands, he naturally wasn't going to return it to the Tianping race. Otherwise, the first thing those elders would think of was most likely how to kill him to prevent this cultivation art from being leaked rather than how to thank him. Han Li naturally wasn't going to do something so suicidal. A contemplative expression appeared on his face as he carefully pondered the situation. All of a sudden, a hint of a smile appeared on his face again. In reality, aside from fusing the Kuan-Ping true blood with his body and obtaining the awakening arts from the relic, he had also reaped another massive reward that filled him with elation. Due to the stimulation his body had received during this process, he was somehow able to break through his bottleneck, so he was now at the late deity transformation stage. With the assistance of the true toad liquid, his cultivation path would progress without a hitch from here onward. The three Tianping race elders were only astonished by Han Li's exemplary mastery of the Tianping transformation technique, but they spoke nothing of the sudden improvement in his cultivation base. They had most likely noticed this, but for body integration stage beings like them, such a minor improvement in cultivation base simply wasn't noteworthy at all. Han Li narrowed his eyes and considered the situation for a while longer before flipping his hand over to produce a green jade vial, then tipping out a few pills from it. After consuming the pills, he closed his eyes and began to cultivate in a seated meditative state again. Having just advanced to the late deity transformation stage, he had to bolster his cultivation base. A day later, Han Li left his residence in high spirits and headed straight toward the exchange center. This was the date on which he had agreed to meet the shopkeeper of the Myriad Lightning shop. He was determined to secure the azure shifting fruit, so he naturally wasn't going to be absent. The journey was quite smooth, yet when Han Li arrived in that shop on the 9th level again, his expression immediately darkened. What's going on? Why are these people here? Am I not the only one you made an agreement with? The one who had spoken wasn't Han Li, instead, it was a heavily bearded man in a suit of imposing black armor. At this moment, aside from Han Li, there were 3 other people present. Aside from the thin shopkeeper and the armor-clad man who had just spoken, there was also a young man with a set of delicate facial features present, and he also wore an expression of displeasure on his face. Han Li surreptitiously swept his spiritual sense toward them to find that these 2 were both early spatial tempering cultivators. Humph, I never said that I was only going to bring one person with me to help me tame the spirit beast. If anyone wants to leave, feel free to do so. However, don't even think about my ice heart crystal, purple light iron, and azure shifting fruit then. The shopkeeper rolled his eyes with a cold harumph. The young man and the armor-clad man glanced at once another upon hearing this, while Han Li stood on the spot with slightly furrowed brows. All right, so be it. However, if one of us manages to help you tame the spirit beast first, then wouldn't that mean the other two will have to walk away empty-handed? The young man asked. Hee, don't worry about that. I never intended for the three of you to act independently. Instead, all of you are going to need to unleash your lightning powers at once. Otherwise, according to my prior experience, the lightning powers that any single one you possess won't be anywhere near enough. If you three can help me successfully tame the spirit beast, then I'll give all of you the items I promised, the shopkeeper chuckled coldly. The young man and the armor-clad man's expressions eased upon hearing this, and neither of them raised any further objections. The shopkeeper nodded with a pleased expression before turning to Han Li, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. Brother Han, it's only been several days since we last met, and you've already progressed from a mid-spirit general to a late spirit general. That's truly incredible. I must offer you my congratulations. With your recent progression, your lightning powers will have become even more powerful, right? Thank you for your kind words, senior. I was merely lucky to have reached this point. As for my lightning powers, they have indeed been enhanced somewhat, Han Li replied half-truthfully with a faint smile on his face. The armor-clad man and the young man also turned to Han Li with surprise in their eyes upon hearing this conversation. Good. Seeing as none of you have any objections, then come with me. I've hidden the spirit beast away in an obscure location, the shopkeeper said. I have no objections there, but before this, shouldn't you show us the items that you promised us? The young man asked. The armor-clad man faltered upon hearing this before chiming in agreement. Han Li didn't say anything, but the expression on his face clearly indicated that he also supported this notion. The shopkeeper seemed to have anticipated this request, and he said, No problem. I've already prepared the items in advance, so I'd be happy to show them to you now. The ease with which the shopkeeper accepted this request came as a stark contrast to usual stinginess, and the young man was clearly taken aback, having already prepared a response for a refusal from the shopkeeper. 3 wooden boxes of different sizes were hurled through the air, and it appeared that the shopkeeper really was planning to show them the items he'd promised them. The young man and the armor-clad man were both ecstatic. They swept their sleeves through the air, sending forth swaths of light that caught the oncoming wooden boxes. Han Li's heart jolted as he also caught the box flying toward him before removing its lid. A mesmerizing medicinal aroma wafted toward him, and a green fist-sized fruit sat within the box. There were even a couple of strange red leaves under the fruit, and Han Li's eyes narrowed slightly as he extended a finger toward the fruit. The other 2 people also reached for the items in their respective boxes so they could conduct a more thorough examination. However, right at this moment, the shopkeeper suddenly warned, I wouldn't do that if I were you. All of the items in the boxes have restrictions set up on them. If any mishaps occur, you won't be able to pay for those things even if you give me everything you own. All 3 of them immediately faltered upon hearing this. The armor-clad man was a little enraged as he grumbled, What are you trying to do, brother you? How are we supposed to be able to ascertain the authenticity of these items without touching them? With your cultivation bases, you'll have a 70% to 80% chance of verifying these items using your eyes and spiritual sense alone. If you want to completely assess the authenticity of these items, then you'll have to wait until after the event. If the 3 of you are unable to help me tame the spirit beast, then there won't be any need for you to verify the items. Besides, with my reputation, are you really concerned that I would try to deceive you? The middle-aged man replied in a nonchalant manner. The young man stared at the item in the box for a long while before finally making a decision and tossing the box back to the shopkeepers. All right, we'll trust you on this one. I'm sure, brother, you wouldn't risk ruining his own reputation over something like this. The armor-clad man carefully examined the object in his box with a hesitant look, but still reluctantly handed over the box in the end. After stowing away the 2 wooden boxes, a pleased look appeared on the shopkeeper's face before he turned toward Han Li. At this moment, Han Li was staring at the azure fruit in the box with blue light shimmering deep within his eyes and a contemplative look on his face. The shopkeeper faltered slightly upon seeing this before asking, What is it? Are you of the opinion that something is amiss with the azure shifting fruit, brother Han? Not at all. Han Li shook his head before replacing the lid on the wooden box and tossing it to the shopkeeper as well. The middle-aged man caught the wooden box before taking another meaningful glance at Han Li, then leading the way out the door. Han Li's trio naturally followed him out of the shop. The shopkeeper flew extremely quickly, but Han Li's trio were all powerful cultivators in their own right, and they were able to keep up with ease, flying out of the exchange center before heading directly toward a certain direction in the Holy City. After flying for 2 hours, they arrived in an extremely secluded corner of the Holy City. There were noticeably far fewer buildings here and very few people in the area. It was quite a sparsely populated place, and the shopkeeper led them on a descent after arriving at a completely mundane-looking short building. This nondescript building was only just over 300 feet tall, and it was split up into 2 levels. As soon as the shopkeeper's feet landed on the ground, the doors of the building were immediately flung open, and 2 men who appeared to be in their 20s emerged from within. They hurriedly extended respectful bows toward the shopkeeper, and greeted in unison, "Welcome back, Patriarch. The 2 of you stand guard out here. No one is allowed to enter this place without my permission," the shopkeeper ordered. "Yes," the 2 men answered without any hesitation before positioning themselves on either side of the building's entrance. Han Li glanced at the 2 of them and paid them no further heed after discovering that they were merely core formation cultivators. Meanwhile, the shopkeeper had already entered the building, and the young man and armor-clad man followed suit after a brief hesitation while Han Li brought up the rear. The room wasn't a very spacious one, and all of the decor appeared to be quite plain and mundane. There were 3 square wooden tables and a dozen or so wooden chairs, and those pieces of furniture took up most of the area in the room. There were also several antiquated artworks that were yellow with age hanging on the walls of the room. All of these pieces of artwork depicted demons, beasts and scenery, and they weren't very noteworthy either. "Brother Yu, is that spirit beast really here?" the armor-clad man couldn't help but ask. This room was quite small, and it really didn't appear as if it could house any powerful spirit beasts, so it was no wonder that the man was having some doubts. "Would I lie to you 3? Come with me," the shopkeeper instructed in a brisk tone as he glared at the armor-clad man. He then made his way over to one of the scenery paintings hanging from one of the walls, and he rustled his sleeve to produce a scroll. The scroll was unfurled to reveal the exact same scene depicted in the artwork on the wall. Han Li and the armor-clad man both faltered upon seeing this, unable to comprehend what the shopkeeper was doing. However, the young man's expression changed drastically as he caught sight of the 2 pieces of artwork, and he exclaimed, "That's the Shumi Paradise Scroll. You're in possession of the Pentaluster race's most prized treasure?" "The Shumi Scroll? No way. Aren't there only a total of 7 of those in the Pentaluster race? How did you manage to obtain one, brother Yu?" The armor-clad man was very startled to hear this. Han Li had no idea what this treasure was, but his heart stirred upon hearing the word Shumi, as he cast his gaze toward the artwork hanging on the wall. The slightly yellow artwork depicted a small green mountain, and there was a small cluster of buildings on that mountain, but everything was rather blurry and indistinct. You sure have a strong discerning eye. This is indeed a Shumi Paradise Scroll. However, it's not one of the 7 scrolls that the Pentaluster race view as their most prized treasure. This is an imperfect Shumi scroll, the shopkeeper chuckled. "So it's a replica?" Both the young man and the armor-clad man faltered upon hearing this. A smug expression appeared on the shopkeeper's face as he replied, "Indeed. There aren't many people even in the Pentaluster race who are aware of its existence. Back then, the Pentaluster race used the spirit bones of a 5-colored phoenix to refine a total of 10 Shumi Paradise Scrolls, not 7. Unfortunately, 3 of them were flawed, and their effectiveness was severely hampered as a result. As such, those 3 scrolls were hidden very early on, and their existence wasn't revealed to the rest of the world. Due to various reasons, those 3 scrolls somehow ended up outside of the Pentaluster race and switched hands between several other races. As for how I came about this one, that's not something the 3 of you need to know. Even though it's a flawed scroll, obtaining such a treasure is a vast fortune, brother Yu," the armor-clad man said with an envious expression. The young man stared at the scroll, and a hint of greed flashed through his eyes. Han Li's expression remained unchanged, but he was also filled with a sense of yearning. Shumi treasures were one of the treasures that he wanted to obtain the most after arriving in this spirit realm. Unlike the false Shumi space refined using spatial rifts in the human world, this was an independent existence, and was a true spatial treasure that could be carried. "Alright, let's go. The spirit beast is in the Shumi Paradise." The smile on the shopkeeper's face suddenly faded as he abruptly rustled his sleeve. An incredible scene then ensued. Brilliant 5-colored light abruptly erupted from the scroll before transforming into a vast expanse of light that disappeared into the artwork on the wall. The shopkeeper began to chant something while abruptly pointing a finger at the artwork on the wall. The same 5-colored spiritual light also flashed from the scroll before a swath of light emanated from it. The 5-colored light swept up everyone in the room at the shopkeeper's behest. Following a brief hesitation, Han Li relinquished his resistance in the end and allowed the light to enshroud his entire body, but he surreptitiously injected more power into the protective layer of spiritual light around him. Following another flash of 5-colored light, the room was completely devoid of any people. The piercing spiritual light receded, and when Han Li opened his eyes again, he found himself on a bluestone plaza with a series of buildings of different heights not far up ahead. Han Li narrowed his eyes and discovered that these buildings were rather familiar. They were none other than the buildings depicted on the small mountain in the Shumi Paradise Scroll. After surveying his surroundings, he heaved a faint sigh of relief. He was currently situated atop a small green mountain with blue skies and a few white clouds up above. As expected, he had arrived in a space that was identical to the image on the Shumi Paradise Scroll. This space wasn't very large, looking as if it was only several kilometers in size, but it was surrounded by 5-colored walls of light in all directions. The other 3 people had also arrived in this place not far away from him. Han Li and the other 2 men were looking around with curiosity in their eyes, but the shopkeeper was not in the mood for sightseeing as he hovered directly toward the cluster of buildings up ahead. Han Li's trio also rose up into the air to follow him. "Brother Yu, this Shumi space appears to be completely perfect and intact without anything amiss. What is this flaw you were referring to?" The young man couldn't help but ask. "Hee, do you think I'll disclose that information to you? It seems to have nothing to do with our deal," the shopkeeper said in a brusque voice as he rolled his eyes. A hint of fury flashed through the young man's eyes upon hearing the shopkeeper's blunt response, but he forced a smile onto his face and said, I was merely curious and I bear no ill will." The shopkeeper harumphed coldly, but didn't follow up with any further insults, presumably because he still had to enlist the young man's assistance in their upcoming task. After flashing through the air several more times, he appeared before a pavilion over 1,000 feet away before stopping in mid-air with his hands clasped behind his back. The pavilion was over 1,000 feet tall, and was split into 3 levels. The building was rather antiquated with a wide bottom that tapered to a point at the top. "The spirit beast is in this building. Come with me and I'll show you the beast first," the shopkeeper instructed as Han Li's trio gathered around him. The shopkeeper then descended first, and Han Li's trio glanced at one another before following suit. Rather than landing in front of the entrance on the first floor, the shopkeeper drifted over to a window on the second floor before stopping there. Han Li and the others found this to be rather strange, but they also headed to the same spot. After looking in through the window, they were greeted by the sight of a murky silver barrier of light. The entire second floor had been sealed by a restriction. The young man's eyes flashed, yet before he had a chance to say anything, a loud rumbling boom erupted, following which the silver light barrier tremored along with the entire pavilion. Immediately thereafter, a string of thunderclaps erupted within the light barrier in rapid succession. Thunderclaps were the only sounds that the 4 could hear, and they felt as if they were situated in a world of furious lightning, causing their consciousness to drift in an unsettling manner. Han Li was greatly startled by this development, and he immediately activated his great development technique, thereby reinstating his clarity of mind in the blink of an eye. The shopkeeper and the others were all spatial tempering cultivators, so they also quickly recovered after unleashing their respective abilities. Even so, the young man and the armor-clad man's faces had paled significantly. "This is the spirit beast you want to tame, brother Yu?" the armor-clad man asked as he stared intently at the window. "That's right. Rest assured, fellow Taoists, the spirit beast has been sealed, and you won't be in any danger before it's released." The shopkeeper wore a calm expression, but there was excitement shimmering in his eyes. He suddenly flipped over a hand, and a scroll appeared in his grasp following a flash of light. It was none other than that Shumi Paradise Scroll. On this occasion he didn't unfurl the scroll. Instead, he grabbed one end of the scroll while gently tapping the other end toward the light screen. A peculiar turn of events immediately unfolded. The light barrier beyond the wind suddenly shattered like glass before vanishing. The shopkeeper then flapped his wings and entered the pavilion, leaving an afterimage in his wake. The armor-clad man and young man immediately followed suit without any hesitation. Han Li stroked his chin and contemplated the situation for a while before slowly drifting in through the window. The entire pavilion tremored once again amid a resounding boom, and a burst of lightning attribute spiritual pressure swept toward him like a physical wave. Han Li's expression changed slightly, and he was almost unable to repress the urge to evade. However, He remained in the same spot in midair and shielded himself using his divine essence-fused light in the end. Only then did he get a chance to glean his surroundings. The second floor of the pavilion was far more spacious than he'd imagined. It had an area of 2,000 to 3,000 feet, making this place appear as if it were a small plaza. At the center of the cavernous room stood 81 thick copper poles, all of which were shimmering and engraved with all types of demons and monsters. These copper pillars surrounded an area in the center that was over 300 feet wide, and arcs of black lightning were crackling between the bowls amid rumbling thunderclaps, creating a massive prison-like restriction. Within the massive cage, a ball of black mist that was around 10 feet in size was surging erratically, and resounding thunderclaps rang out incessantly from within. Bolts of silver lightning shot forth occasionally from within the black mist, but they would disappear as soon as they struck the black net of lightning as if they'd met the bane of their existence. "That's the lightning attribute spirit beast in there?" The armor-clad man faltered slightly at the sight of the mundane ball of black mist within the cage. "What? Are you thinking that this spirit beast isn't so remarkable after all? This lightning beast's powers are far beyond what you can imagine." The shopkeeper chuckled coldly as he glanced at the armor-clad man out of the corners of his eyes. "Lightning beast." Hanli murmured to himself with furrowed brows. "That's right, that's the name of this spirit beast. I won't tell you about this lightning beast's origins, but what I can tell you is that there is most definitely only one of this lightning beast in this world." The shopkeeper stared intently at the cloud of black mist within the net of black lightning as a hint of deranged insanity appeared on his face. "Really? Its attacks don't seem to be all that powerful." The young man's brows furrowed in skepticism. "Attacks? This lightning beast isn't unleashing any attacks. The lightning you see is simply something that it was born with. Let me show you the true appearance and power of the lightning beast," the shopkeeper said with a derisive sneer on his face. He suddenly raised a hand to send forth a streak of white light from within his sleeve. The streak of light surged through the air before striking the base of the thickest copper pole before up ahead. The streak of white light was a snowy white little winged beast with spikes that were several inches long growing all over its body, making it appear as if it were a flying hedgehog. However, a restriction of some sort had clearly been cast onto it as it was unable to fly at all after landing on the copper pillar, and it merely sprawled down onto the ground, trembling uncontrollably. "That's an inch-light beast." The armor-clad man and young man immediately identified this vicious beast that was vastly renowned within the flying spirit race, and they were barely able to believe their eyes. These little beasts were extremely ferocious, and they dared to engage even spatial tempering stage beings in direct battle. Even though they were pack-dwelling beasts, all of them were extremely vicious. However, the one on the copper pillar was completely timid and docile, and that came as quite a surprise to the two of them. Just as they were thinking this, a large azure hand suddenly rushed out from within the black mist, reaching toward the inch-light beast like lightning. Before the 5 fingers on the hand had even made contact with the little beast, arcs of silver lightning shot forth through the air. The little beast as completely motionless as it lay on the copper pillar, and as soon as the azure hand struck the black net of lightning, the little beast was sent flying by the force of the impact. A low roar erupted from within the mist, and it was filled with unbridled fury. All of a sudden, a burst of piercing silver light radiated from within the black mist, following which a ball of rapidly expanded within the mist with something inside it. Moments later, all of the black mist had been completely dispelled by lightning, revealing a humanoid bird-like demon within the net of lightning. The creature possessed the head of a dove and had azure skin. There was a pair of blue feathered wings on its back, and its upper body was that of a human while its lower body was that of a bird. A hammer and an awl were present on the respective ends of its arms, and its golden eyes were shimmering with a sinister light. Despite the vast knowledge and experience possessed by Han Li's trio, they still couldn't help but draw a sharp breath upon seeing the true appearance of this lightning beast. Before they had a chance to recover from their shock, the lightning beast suddenly let loose a thunderous roar, following which white light flashed and countless fist-sized balls of white lightning erupted forth. Almost at the exact same moment, the lightning beast flapped its wings in unison, and hundreds of blue feathers shot forth at once. All of them then transformed into arcs of blue lightning that were around a foot in length each. The lightning beast then brought its hammer and awl together with a resounding boom. An extremely thick bolt of golden lightning hurtled forth from the pointy end of the awl, transforming into a golden lightning WRM that swept through the air. The lightning beast had unleashed 3 different types of lightning attribute abilities in the blink of an eye, and all 3 of them appeared to be extremely powerful. Han Li's trio were all startled to see this as they reflexively retreated. It didn't seem like the thin net of black lightning would be anywhere near sufficient to keep these 3 lightning attribute attacks at bay. Only the shopkeeper remained on the spot with a confident smile on his face. As soon as the 3 different types of lightning struck the net of black lightning, the 81 copper pillars suddenly buzzed in unison, and the thin net of lightning suddenly thickened by several fold. As such, it really was able to withstand the lightning beast's powerful attack. The lightning beast let loose a thunderous roar of rage as its golden eyes stared intently at the inch-light beast, but it seemed to possess some intelligence as it unleashed no further attacks. Don't worry, this lightning binding light formation was something I set up after expending an immense amount of effort, and it can specifically restrict this beast's lightning attribute powers. This lightning beast may be powerful, but there's no way that it can struggle free, the shopkeeper chuckled as he suddenly swept a hand toward the inch-light beast from afar. The little beast instantly transformed into a burst of white light and was sent through the black lightning without any impediment, thus landing right before the lightning beast. As soon as the inch-light beast appeared before it, the lightning beast opened its beak without any hesitation and swallowed the little beast that was completely powerless to resist. It then let loose a low roar of satisfaction before its body instantly shrank. At the same time, a layer of black mist erupted from nearby to completely obscure it from view. Within the restriction, everything had reverted back to the exact same scene that Han Li and the others had originally witnessed. What kind of spirit beast is this lightning beast? I've read countless ancient tomes, but I've never seen any description of a beast that fits this one, the young man asked with an astonished look in his eyes. Didn't I tell you that this beast's origins are very unique, and that it'd be best if you didn't ask about it? All you have to do is help me tame it. The shopkeeper's words seemed to carry a warning. The young man's expression changed slightly, and he raised no further questions. A hint of a peculiar light flashed through Han Li's eyes as he suddenly said, "You said that this beast is unique in the spirit realm, so can I interpret that as an admission that this beast does not hail from the spirit realm?" The shopkeeper's expression changed drastically upon hearing this, but he immediately forced a smile onto his face as he replied, "What nonsense are you spouting, Brother Han? If this beast isn't something from the spirit realm, then how could it have appeared here?" Despite the shopkeeper's denial, all 3 men could tell that he was trying to hide something, and they couldn't help but glance at one another with surprise in their eyes. If this lightning beast isn't from the spirit realm, then could it be a spirit beast that's unique to one of the lower realms? Wait, no, this beast is clearly no less powerful than a spatial tempering being, so there's no way it could exist in a lower realm. In that case, it has to be from a higher realm. It must be from the legendary true immortal realm. The young man completely disregarded the shopkeeper's warning as he mused. The armor-clad man's eyes also gradually lit up as he stared at the black mist within the restriction. However, the shopkeeper seemed to be relieved that they arrived at this conclusion, and a peculiar look appeared on his face as he said, "So you truly believe that this spirit beast is from the true immortal realm? Are we wrong? Even if it isn't from the true immortal realm, I still think you should reveal its origins to us, seeing as you want us to help you tame it, brother you. Perhaps a better understanding of this beast will be helpful to us in our attempt to subdue it. If you really don't want to reveal anything, then we won't force you to. We'll just have to regard it as a spirit beast from the true immortal realm," the young man sighed. "You dare to threaten me?" The shopkeeper's expression instantly darkened. The young man took a half-step backward in retreat, but his expression remained calm as he said, "Even if the 3 of us were to join forces, we'd still be no match for you, so I certainly wouldn't dare to threaten you, brother you. However, don't forget that my elder brother is the youngest elder of the Tianping race. I'm sure you won't do something reckless that you'll regret later on." Both Han Li and the armor-clad man were both surprised to hear that the young man was the brother of a Tianping race elder, and both of them were forced to look at him through new eyes. A hint of wariness flashed through the shopkeeper's eyes, and after a moment of indecision, he finally said in a cold voice, "I suppose there's no harm in telling you the origins of this beast. It's not something that has to be kept strictly confidential anyway, and it would prevent you 3 from spinning any more ridiculous yarns." However, all 3 of them simply wanted the treasure they were promised, and they were also fearful toward the shopkeeper's fearsome cultivation base, so they could only pretend to be oblivious. The origins of and uses for this strange spatial tempering stage spirit beast were both rather sketchy, but it wasn't worth offending the shopkeeper just to get to the bottom of things. "Alright, everything that needs to be said has been said, let's get down to business. I'm going to use the restriction to temporarily immobilize the lightning beast. All you three have to do is enter the cage and inject your lightning powers into its body. Remember to keep going until I tell you to stop. Otherwise, all of your prior efforts could go to waste, the shopkeeper announced in an implacable tone. Han Li's trio expressed no further objections on this occasion. The shopkeeper nodded before rustling his sleeve, upon which the Shumi Paradise scroll appeared in his hand once again. This time he tossed the scroll forward, and it immediately unfurled before him. 5-colored spiritual light flashed as the artwork of the Shumi Paradise was revealed to everyone again. The shopkeeper began to chant something before pointing a finger quickly toward a certain spot on the piece of artwork. Blue light flashed deep within Han Li's eyes, and he was instantly able to glean what the shopkeeper was doing. The spot that he had pointed to was none other than the tall pavilion that they were currently situated in. In the next instant, brilliant white light erupted from the artwork, and a burst of white mist suddenly appeared. Within the mist, the walls on the first and second floors of the pavilion slowly backed away before vanishing. Han Li's expression changed slightly, yet before he could figure out what those changes entailed, tremors suddenly ran through the ground beneath his feet. The actual pavilion that they were situated in tremored violently as white light radiated from the walls around them. They then backed away before disappearing into nothingness. In the blink of an eye, everyone was situated under the blue sky along with the lightning beast. The ground of the pavilion underfoot had also been transformed into a bare plaza. The black mist within the restriction surged erratically, clearly indicating that the lightning beast had also been alerted by these changes. Han Li stroked his chin while the young man and the armor-clad man glanced at each with surprise in their eyes. Right at this moment, the shopkeeper let loose a low cry, and a crimson arrow shot forth from within his mouth. The arrow disappeared in a flash into the scroll he was holding, and a loud thunderclap suddenly erupted high up in the sky, following which howling winds were swept up around them. Arcs of silver lightning peeked through the dark clouds amid an incessant burst of rumbling, and it appeared as if a powerful devil were about to descend upon this world. Before Han Li's trio had a chance to ask, the shopkeeper took the initiative and provided an explanation for a change. In the past failed experiences, the power of lightning that the three of you possess is most likely insufficient for the task. As such, I've activated all of the world's origin chi within this Shumi Paradise scroll to manifest the power of heavenly lightning in order to assist you three. After this, the scroll will most likely be ruined, so this is my final roll of the dice. I hope the three of you can help me to the best of your abilities, and if you can help me successfully tame this beast, not only will I give you your promised rewards, I'll also throw in a large sum of spirit stones for each of you. The shopkeeper spoke in a very solemn and serious voice. Han Li's trio was elated to hear this, and all of them expressed their willingness to do everything in their power. The shopkeeper nodded in response before abruptly flapping his wings toward the scroll before him. A swath of white light immediately surged forth, sweeping up the Shumi Paradise scroll within it. The scroll rotated within the white light before countless runes of different colors suddenly appeared on its surface. In the end, following a rumbling boom, it transformed into a 5-colored pillar of light that disappeared into the dark clouds up above. An incredible scene then ensued. After a bout of tumbling and surging, an earth-shattering thunderclap suddenly erupted within the dark clouds. Immediately thereafter, an extremely vibrant bolt of 5-colored lightning that was as thick as a large bowl shot appeared before flashing through the clouds like a massive 5-colored python. 5-colored heavenly tribulation? The armor-clad man exclaimed in alarm as the sight of this 5-colored lightning. There's no need for panic. This isn't the true 5-colored heavenly lightning that appears during a tribulation transcendence for flying spirit true monarchs. It's merely something I've simulated using a wisp of the world's origin chi, and it possesses less than 1,000th of the power of true 5-colored heavenly lightning, the shopkeeper consoled in a calm voice. Han Li and the young man also wore horrified looks on their faces, but their expressions eased after hearing this. However, there was still a hint of shock in Han Li's eyes as he looked up at the 5-colored lightning in the sky. This 5-colored heavenly lightning was rumored to be tribulation lightning for cultivators of at the Grand Ascension stage, and even purple-golden tribulation lightning for body integration cultivators couldn't even hold a candle to its extraordinary power. Even if it possessed only thousandths of the power of actual 5-colored heavenly lightning, it could still quite possibly be capable of killing any one of Han Li's trio. At this moment, the shopkeeper could no longer pay any heed to Han Li and the others. He was busy casting incantation seals toward the 81 copper pillars up ahead. All of the pillars emitted a burst of ringing before balls of white light surfaced above them, manifesting a series of sinister dragon heads. All of these dragon heads then opened their mouths to blast forth arcs of black lightning. A low roar suddenly erupted within the mist as a ball of silver light hurtled forth. Following a flash of light, the lightning beast had appeared in a corner of the net of lightning. However, those black arcs of lightning seemed to have locked onto the lightning beast as they all changed directions to compensate for its movement. The lightning beast let loose a roar of fury, but it was clearly extremely fearful of these arcs of black lightning, as evidenced by the fact that it was desperately attempting to evade them. Thus, a ball of silver light began to spring from one spot in the restriction to another in a wraith-like manner, but the tens of arcs of black lightning followed it relentlessly in hot pursuit. All of a sudden, loud thunderclaps rang out within the restriction, and the shopkeeper also began to chant something again. The black arcs of lightning accelerated even further, leaving trails of afterimages in their wake and enshrouding the entire space within the restriction in black lightning. Han Li looked on with a slightly awestruck expression. He didn't know what kind of lightning ability these black arcs of lightning were, but they were astonishingly fast. If he were trapped within that restriction, he wouldn't be able to evade for long even with his thunderstorm wings. This lightning beast was quite proficient in lightning movement techniques, but it most likely wouldn't be able to last much longer either. Just as he'd expected, only a short while had passed by before the ball of silver light was struck by several arcs of black lightning at once. The lightning beast's body was forcibly revealed in midair amid a howl of anguish, and it was convulsing spasmodically. As such, all of the other arcs of black lightning also converged and struck it as well. A thunderous roar of rage erupted from the lightning beast's beak as crimson, white, blue and golden lightning erupted from its body at once in a desperate attempt to keep the black lightning at bay. The shopkeeper's eyes lit up upon seeing this, and he took a deep breath before striding forward, then slamming his palm into a copper pillar in front of him. All of a sudden, bursts of white spiritual power flowed from his palm into the copper pillar in a frenzy. The thin arcs of lightning being blasted from the dragon heads up above immediately thickened by around twofold amid a rumbling boom. On the other end, the lightning beast was finally unable to resist any longer in the face of the fearsome black lightning, and it plummeted toward the ground as the 4 different types of lightning around its body became extremely dull and lusterless. Meanwhile, the black arcs of lightning in the sky formed a series of black chains that bound the lightning beast tightly, thereby completely immobilizing it. "Alright, you can all go in now, fellow Taoists," the shopkeeper announced. He then immediately withdrew his palm from the copper pillar before casting an incantation seal onto it. The copper pillar tremored before the massive net of lightning crumbled and vanished. Han Li's trio glanced at one another before flying into the cage as streaks of spiritual light without any hesitation. The 3 of them situated themselves around 10 feet away from the bound lightning beast, not daring to get too close to it. Meanwhile, the shopkeeper himself also appeared beside Han Li and the others in a flash. "I'm going to use a secret technique to lock away the source of lightning within this beast's body. The 3 of you listen for my signal, then inject your powers of lightning into the beast's body," the shopkeeper quickly instructed. He then flipped his hand over to produce 5 pitch-black daggers. The daggers were very light, as if they had been made from wood. However, both the armor-clad man and the young man's expressions changed drastically upon seeing this. Black Star daggers. Despite their obvious astonishment, neither of them asked any questions this time, and the shopkeeper didn't provide any explanation either, so Han Li was left wondering what these daggers could be. Several streaks of black light flashed through the air, and the 5 daggers embedded themselves into the lightning beast's limbs and heart. The lightning beast let loose an earth-shattering roar as it thrashed violently within the black chains. Not a single drop of blood seeped out of its stab wounds. Spiritual light swirled around the 5 daggers, following which the lightning beast's eyes glazed over, and the 4 types of lightning around its body finally disappeared. The shopkeeper blasted forth another ball of white light from his mouth upon seeing this. This was only a fist-sized rhomboid white crystal, but it was imbued with astonishing spiritual pressure, and Han Li's eyes narrowed as he looked on from the side. In contrast with high-grade cultivators of the human race, high-grade beings of the flying spirit race didn't have nascent souls. Instead, they had crystal cores, and those cores were just as important to them as nascent souls were to human cultivators. The shopkeeper threw up a large mouthful of blood essence onto the crystal core before pointing a finger at it in a solemn manner. The core immediately began to descend and disappeared into the lightning beast's head in a flash. Almost at the exact same moment, the shopkeeper yelled, "Go!" Han Li and the others immediately sprung into action. Han Li rubbed his hands together, and arcs of golden lightning surfaced between his palms. The armor-clad man opened his mouth, and white lightning could be seen shimmering within. As for the young man, he flapped his wings, and arcs of silver lightning appeared over those wings. A resounding boom erupted as all three types of lightning struck the lightning beast's body in unison. A peculiar scene unfolded. Han Li's divine Devilbane lightning and the lightning unleashed by the other two cultivators were all drawn into the 5 black daggers upon coming into contact with the lightning beast's body. Layers of black light then appeared over the 5 daggers before transforming into arcs of black lightning that disappeared soundlessly into the lightning beast's body. The young man and the armor-clad man both faltered upon seeing this, but their lightning output did not cease. Thus, the black light shimmering from the 5 daggers became more and more piercing, and the daggers themselves began to tremor slightly. Han Li cast his glance toward the shopkeeper to find that he was seated off to the side with his legs crossed and his eyes closed while making a strange hand seal, seemingly unleashing some kind of secret technique. Bright white light was radiating around his body, clearly an indication that he was unleashing all of his spiritual power to its maximal extent. Han Li couldn't ascertain what he was doing, so he withdrew his gaze and focused on maintaining his divine Devilbane lightning output. After a while, the daggers had absorbed a vast amount of lightning, but they did nothing other than continue to tremor. However, the shopkeeper's face had become extremely pale, and sweat had begun to bead on his forehead. Furthermore, veins were bulging on his forehead as well as on his neck, making it appear as if he were going through intense exertion. Even the spiritual light around his body had dimmed slightly. Meanwhile, the projection of a fist-sized white crystal had appeared on his glabella. The projection was flashing erratically, and it was none other than his crystal core. After some more time had passed, all of the color had drained from the shopkeeper's face, and he suddenly rasped, "Increase your lightning output." Han Li's trio were all rather disgruntled by this instruction. This prolonged period of lightning output had exhausted close to half of their lightning power. If they were to increase their output, they wouldn't be able to last very long. However, they could all hear the resolute and implacable tone in the shopkeeper's voice, so all of them did as they were instructed after only a brief hesitation. Thus, loud thunderclaps erupted as the 3 different types of lightning virtually inundated the lightning beast's entire body. Through their increased lightning output, the 5 daggers embedded within the lightning beast's body finally began to display some changes. The daggers gradually turned a shade of vibrant red, as if they were sucking blood. At this moment, the projection of the crystal core on the shopkeeper's glabella also took on a crimson hue, and it also began to expand and shrink in an erratic manner. After letting loose a low cry, the shopkeeper abruptly opened his eyes to blast forth another item from his mouth. It was a green wooden badge with layers of complex patterns all over its surface, giving it a rather mysterious appearance. As soon as the wooden badge appeared, it flashed over to the lightning beast's head. A plume of thin green threads shot forth from within the badge before disappearing into the lightning beast's head in a flash. The unconscious lightning beast shuddered, and as the wooden badge buzzed gently, a portion of a miniature green lightning beast projection was drawn out of the lightning beast's body by the countless green threads. An elated look appeared on the shopkeeper's face, and he began to make hand seals while chanting something in a soundless manner at the same time. The buzzing from the wooden badge intensified as the lightning beast projection continued to be forcibly dragged out of its body little by little. All of a sudden, golden light flashed within the lightning beast's lusterless eyes. An explosive thunderclap erupted from its body, and the 5 black daggers were almost completely extricated amid a loud boom. The 4 different types of lightning surfaced over the lightning beast's body again. The shopkeeper's heart jolted with shock, yet before he had a chance to do anything else, piercing green light erupted from the projection of the lightning beast as it disappeared into its body again. At the same time, the lightning beast let loose another thunderous roar, and the arcs of lighting all over its body intensified in power as it struggled and thrashed with all its might. An expression of shock and fury appeared on the shopkeeper's face as he hurriedly turned to Han Li's trio, and asked, "Can you increase your lightning output any further?" "No, I'm already at my limit." The young man's face was also rather pale. "I won't be able to either." The armor-clad man appeared to be in slightly better condition, but he also expressed an inability to offer any further output. As for Han Li, he merely shook his head in response. The shopkeeper was slightly disappointed to hear this, but he then immediately gritted his teeth as he said, "All right, looks like we'll have to take the risk then. Maintain your current lightning output, and I'll bring the 5-colored lightning down on this beast." With its power we have a very good chance at success. Han Li and the others' expressions changed slightly upon hearing this, but none of them objected to this course of action in the end. Thus, the shopkeeper paid no further heed to the struggling lightning beast as he flapped his wings and slowly rose up into the air. After flying into the air until he was over 1,000 feet away from the dark clouds in the sky, the shopkeeper came to an abrupt halt before expelling a mouthful of blood essence with a solemn look on his face. He then pointed his 10 fingers at the blood essence in rapid succession, upon which they transformed into several large blood runes that hurtled toward the 5-colored lightning in the sky. The runes then disappeared into the 5-colored lightning in a flash. The arc of lightning immediately emitted a resounding boom as the dark clouds around it were dispelled. Thus, the 5-colored lightning's intimidating true form was revealed in its full glory. The shopkeeper looked up at the fearsome arc of lightning, and he couldn't help but gulp nervously, even though his mouth was completely dry. He gritted his teeth and expelled a few more mouthfuls of blood essence, all of which also disappeared into the 5-colored lightning as crimson runes. Having expended so much blood essence in one go, the shopkeeper's face was now truly as pale as a sheet of paper. However, his final roll of the dice appeared to be paying off. Following the injection of the blood runes, the 5-colored lightning in the sky finally settled down. Not only had the thunderclaps emanating from it become a lot quieter, the scintillating light radiating from it had also softened significantly. Crimson lines appeared all over the arc of lightning, creating quite a peculiar sight to behold. The shopkeeper was ecstatic upon seeing this, and he chanted something before abruptly flapping his wings upward. Countless crimson threads shot forth from his wings, puncturing the arc of 5-colored lightning in a flash and fusing as one with the crimson lines on its surface, thereby ensnaring the arc of lightning within. The shopkeeper made a hand seal, and piercing white light radiated from his body as one incantation seal after another was cast into the air above. The 5-colored lightning rumbled within the crimson threads for a while before shrinking and curling together to form a massive ball of lightning with a diameter of around 10 feet. The surface of the ball was riddled with crimson lines, and the shopkeeper was overjoyed to see this. He swept a hand toward the fearsome ball of lightning, and it descended in an obedient manner. Han Li and the others were all flabbergasted by the scenes unfolding before their eyes. However, the shopkeeper didn't give them a chance to ask any questions. His body swayed and he abruptly disappeared on the spot. In the next instant, spatial fluctuations erupted as the shopkeeper appeared beside the lightning beast. He quickly raised both hands into the air, and 2 thick pillars of light immediately shot forth, disappearing into a massive ball of lightning, which was currently only several hundred feet away from the ground. As a result, the ball of lightning paused in mid-air. At such close quarters, Han Li's trio could sense the terrifying power imbued within the ball of 5-colored lightning, and their expressions changed drastically. Thankfully, the ball of lightning had been stabilized in mid-air by the shopkeeper. Otherwise, all 3 of them would have immediately fled the scene. They certainly weren't going to stand still and allow themselves to be killed. The shopkeeper had no spare capacity to pay any heed to what Han Li and the others were thinking. As soon as he stabilized the ball of 5-colored lightning, he let loose a loud cry, and a small slit suddenly opened up on the crimson line at the bottom of the lightning ball. Following a dull thunderclap, a thin bolt of 5-colored lightning shot forth, heading directly toward the lightning beast down below. In the instant that the ball of 5-colored lightning appeared, the lightning beast seemed to have sensed that it was in severe peril. It roared and thrashed with all its might, managing to struggle free from some of the black chains around its body and rising to its feet. However, before it had a chance to do anything else, the 5-colored arc of lightning struck the top of its head with unerring accuracy. The lightning beast was floored before it could utter even a single sound. The shopkeeper was ecstatic to see this. One bolt of 5-colored lightning fell after another at his behest. At the same time, he made a hand seal, and the green wooden badge above the lightning beast blasted forth another plume of green threads. On this occasion, with the combined powers of Han Li's trio along with the arcs of 5-colored lightning, the miniature lightning beast projection was drawn out of the beast's body again in a fit of shock and fury. The projection struggled with all its might, but its lightning powers had mostly been sealed by the 5 black daggers and its physical body was being immobilized by Han Li's trio and the 5-colored lightning, so it was powerless to resist as it was forcibly drawn toward the wooden badge inch by inch. Green light flashed from the wooden badge and following a final roar of fury and despair, the lightning beast projection was drawn into the badge. The The shopkeeper hurriedly cast one incantation seal after another onto the wooden badge in quick succession, and it was drawn into his grasp as an elated look appeared on his face. "Haha, I've finally done it," the shopkeeper chortled with glee. Han Li's eyes flashed, and the golden arcs of lightning streaming from his hands disappeared. The young man also withdrew his lightning before looking at the motionless body of the lightning beast on the ground, then turning to the green badge in the shopkeeper's hand with furrowed brows. "What's the meaning of this, brother you? Weren't you going to tame this beast?" That was also what Han Li and the armor-clad man wanted to ask. After extracting the soul of the beast, taming it would be a piece of cake, so 3 of you can rest now?" The shopkeeper chuckled as he carefully stowed the green badge away into a jade box with a delighted expression on his face. Han Li and the others glanced at one another, and all of them fell silent as wary expressions appeared on their faces. Something was most definitely amiss here. "Rest assured, seeing as you 3 assisted me greatly in this endeavor, I'll be delivering the rewards I promised you now," the shopkeeper said with a smile before sweeping a sleeve through the air. 3 streaks of white light shot forth toward Han Li's trio, and they were none other than the 3 wooden boxes from earlier. The young man and the armor-clad man were still a little perplexed, but they were overjoyed to see their promised rewards being delivered. As such, they immediately cast aside their concerns and reached out for their respective wooden box. However, piercing blue light suddenly flashed from Han Li's eyes upon seeing this. Immediately thereafter, a set of golden and silver robes appeared over his body before enshrouding the oncoming wooden box within. Meanwhile, Han Li himself hurtled back in retreat. The young man's expression changed slightly upon seeing Han Li's actions, and he immediately realized that something was wrong. However, it was already too late. White light flashed and the wooden box in his hand suddenly crumbled like a sandcastle, revealing a translucent thumb-sized bead. "Lightning drawing bead," the young man exclaimed in alarm before attempting to fling it away. However, a thunderclap erupted before he could do so, and a ball of piercing white light appeared amid a loud explosion. There was still a small portion of the 5-colored ball of lightning hovering in midair, and as soon as the white light appeared, it split up into 3 arcs of lightning that crashed down from above. The lightning was far too fast to evade, and the young man as well as the armor-clad man were instantly struck by the 5-colored lightning and white light. The 2 powers combined as one, and when the light receded, the 2 were revealed with smoke billowing from their bodies, and it was unknown whether they were dead or alive. As for Han Li, his lightning robes had enshrouded the lightning-drawing bead before the bead exploded, following which the white light was absorbed into the robe, then flung away into the distance. As such, the bolt of 5-colored lightning was diverted away, and struck the ground around 10 feet away from its original target. The entire ground tremored, and a crater with a radius of several tens of feet was left on the ground in the wake of the lightning strike. Han Li had retreated right to the edge of the crater, and he arrested his momentum before looking up at the shopkeeper in an expressionless manner. "Oh?" The man's smile faded as a hint of surprise appeared on his face. However, his surprised expression was then immediately replaced by a deriding sneer. Han Li's eyes flashed, and he suddenly flapped his thunderstorm wings before disappearing into space as an arc of azure and white lightning. Almost at the exact same moment, a pair of green claws swiped past the spot where Han Li had just been standing, unleashing crimson arcs of lightning that flashed through the air. The physical body of the lightning beast that had been bound by the black chains had sprung into action, and attempted to launch a sneak attack against Han Li from behind. The only difference was that the lightning beast now had a pair of gleaming black eyes that were filled with intelligence. A hint of surprise reappeared on the shopkeeper's face upon witnessing the failure of the lightning beast's sneak attack. However, his body then swayed as he made a soundless retreat. Right at this moment, a thunderclap rang out above his head as Han Li emerged from within a burst of azure and white lightning. As soon as he appeared, he swept a sleeve toward the nearby copper pillars. Several streaks of piercing golden light shot forth, slicing a few pillars into several segments and destroying the entire restriction. The shopkeeper's retreating figure instantly faltered in midair as he looked on with a dark expression. Han Li crossed his arms and also hovered in midair in silence. At this moment, the lightning beast appeared expressionless behind Han Li with 4-colored lightning crackling around its body, sandwiching Han Li between itself the shopkeeper. "I don't care what your intentions are. I don't care whether you actually wanted to tame this beast or whether you were only interested in its soul. As long as you give me what I want, I can pretend that I saw nothing here," Han Li said in a calm voice. "You're just a mere flying spirit general. Do you think you have the right to negotiate terms with me?" the shopkeeper asked in a sinister voice. "If you were at full health, then perhaps I wouldn't be able to do anything. However, after expelling so many mouthfuls of blood essence in succession earlier, you'd be lucky to have retained even a small half of your cultivation base. Do you really think a spirit beast that's yet to reach full maturity can keep me here? Han Li said in a nonchalant voice as he suddenly swept a hand over his wrist. A streak of black light immediately shot forth, spiraling through the air before transforming into a small monkey. The monkey then pounded its chest, and its body swelled drastically to several 100 feet tall in the blink of an eye. At the same time, it had taken on the form of a sinister ghost and was glowering at the lightning beast with a ferocious light in its eyes. Brilliant golden light simultaneously radiated from Han Li's body as 72 small golden swords hurtled through the air, revolving around his body. His golden provenance true devil projection had also appeared behind him, thus conjuring up 3 heads and 6 arms. He then flipped both hands over at the same time, and one hand was inky black with a miniature black mountain hovering over its palm, while the other was as pristine white as jade with 5 miniature skulls revolving over its palm. After that, Han Li gently flapped his wings, and azure light revolved around his body, manifesting the projections of a massive azure bird and a 5-colored heavenly phoenix. In conjunction with the provenance true devil projection, all 3 projections had appeared at once, emanating a collective burst of astonishing spiritual pressure. The cold smirk on the shopkeeper's face vastly changed. With his cultivation, he was able to sense the immense power of the projections behind him as well as the incisiveness of the glowing treasures. The weeping soul beast's sinister ghost form was a clear threat as well from its huge size and appearance. After a moment of silence, the shopkeeper harshly shouted, "Who are you? I know a bit of the outstanding disciples of the Tianping race, but none are as outstanding as you." Han Li stared at the shopkeeper and indifferently said, "Who I am isn't important. What is important is how you feel about my proposal. Your cultivation has dropped from late Great Spirit General stage to early stage. Even if you are keeping any contingency plans, I am half certain I will defeat you. However, I am not interested in a life or death battle. So long as you give me what I want, I will immediately go away." When the shopkeeper heard this, he sized Han Li up. Then after a moment of hesitation, he wryly chuckled. The shopkeeper pursed his lips and probingly said, "Good, very good. The strength you revealed does give you the qualifications to say that. But it is a pity. Even if I agree, I have no azure sifting fruits to give you. The treasures you saw in the box was an illusion and was produced the secret technique that is unique to our Pentaluster race. You should have had some doubts about it." An illusion technique. I cultivate a technique that can see through illusions. However, the thing I want is in that box. No matter how formidable your illusion techniques are, if you didn't have that item, you wouldn't be able to create such believable illusions. Han Li said with a deep tone. "You want that item?" The shopkeeper said with a surprised face. "That's right. It can't be considered too steep a price." Han Li smiled. "If you want it, I'll give it to you." Without taking any time to consider, the shopkeeper promptly flipped his hand to produce a wooden box and tossed it over. Blue light flashed from Han Li's eyes and he reached out for it. A wave of blue mist flew out and wrapped around the box, suspending it in the air. Han Li swept his spiritual sense past it and he opened it with a trace of joy on his face. A wave of medicinal scent assailed his nose and he saw the azure sifting fruit. Han Li silently opened his mouth and spat out a cloud of blood essence, instantly sweeping over the wooden box. A rainbow light flashed from the box, and the emerald green fruit began to shrink like an illusion. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a crimson fruit the size of a thumb. The box didn't contain an azure sifting fruit, but another. When the shopkeeper saw the joy on Han Li's face, he felt some relief and smiled, saying, "Many years ago in a dangerous depth, I unintentionally acquired an azure sifting fruit. In order to rear the lightning beast, I used it for medicine. Otherwise, I definitely would have given it to you. This is the fruit's pit, but it isn't worth much and it is very different from the fruit's body. But I won't let you take a loss. I'll give you several top-grade spirit stones as compensation." Afterwards, he shook his sleeve and launched an azure leather pouch through the air. Han Li raised his brow. Rather than rashly catching it, gray light swept out from his back and wrapped the pouch in divine essence-fused light. The gray light suspended the pouch in the air as it harmlessly twirled in place. Han Li instantly swept his spiritual sense into the pouch and faintly raised his lip. "In that case, I'll accept your offer." In a gust of wind, the pouch vanished and Han Li put away the fruit core in the box. The shopkeeper's face faintly changed when he saw Han Li's strange display, but it was soon replaced with a smile. Brother Han's abilities are truly unordinary. What does Brother Han plan on doing next? Han Li leisurely said, since I've acquired what I want, I won't involve myself with you any further. But if it is possible, I hope you'll hand over the other two to me. After all, we've come here together. If they disappear, it will be difficult for me to explain to the Tianping race. As for what happens next, you'll most likely be unable to stay in the holy city. Not finding Han Li's words odd, the shopkeeper softly chuckled and said, I can do that. However, their character is rather poor. Since they didn't acquire what they wanted and suffered a loss, I fear they wouldn't be appeased. Wouldn't it be better for everyone if they were gone? Although I'd like that as well, I have matters tying me to the Tianping race for some time. I'll also think of a way to appease them. Han Li answered with a casual tone. Since Brother Han had said this, I'll leave them to you. At nearly the same time, four-colored lightning flashed around the lightning beast and disappeared from Han Li's back. A short moment later, thunder sounded behind the shopkeeper. As Han Li looked at the lightning beast, a flash of realization appeared from his eyes. It seems Senior didn't plan on taming the beast, but rather use it as an external incarnation. The shopkeeper chuckled and vaguely said, Brother Han saw through it. Han Li smirked and thought to say something else when a humming sound filled the air. The black cloud the shopkeeper summoned had been scattered by a gale. The entire sky was shining faintly yellow and a soft cry sounded from the air. The nearby space had begun to warp. Han Li narrowed his eyes. The skinny man glanced around and ground, that's the Shumi Paradise's worldly essence chi. It's already reached its limit and it will soon scatter. Let's quickly leave. Yes, I'll have to trouble Senior Yu to open the way. Han Li promptly agreed. Hee hee, you flatter. The shopkeeper ironically said. He swept his eyes past the rainbow phoenix on Han Li's back. Soon after, he muttered to himself a moment and he grabbed at the air. Rainbow light flickered and a scroll appeared with glowing light. The scroll spread out and a pillar of light rushed out from it. A 3-meter-tall light gate appeared in front of them, revealing a mist of white light behind it, as if it led to paradise. Han Li's expression stirred and his shoulders shook, releasing 2 waves of gray light, sweeping up an unconscious large man and youth on the ground. The weeping soul beast transformed into a human tall black ape and stood behind him. Seeing that Han Li collected the large man and the youth, a fierce look appeared from the shopkeeper's eyes, but he eventually decided to take no action. He simply called out, Brother Han, let's go. The two blurred and flew through the light gate one after another. Han Li's surroundings lit up for a moment and he found himself in the shopkeeper's residence. It was normal, as if nothing had happened. On the wall behind them was the Shumi Paradise painting. Han Li felt his heart relax. With his abilities, he had nothing to truly fear from the shopkeeper, but he was no ordinary Great Spirit General grade being. With his bizarre secret techniques, Han Li was unwilling to have a true fight to the death with him. A crackle then sounded and the ancient painting trembled. It silently turned to ash. Han Li's heart jumped and his face stirred. When the shopkeeper saw this, he wore a sad expression. It was clear he was saddened by the treasure's destruction. Having smoothly returned to his residence, he bluntly said, From your actions, I would think you aren't a very meddlesome person. I'll leave those two to you. As I am injured, I won't be seeing you out. Han Li gave him a quick salute, showing no intention of staying there any longer, and he shook his sleeve, withdrawing the weeping soul beast before walking out in a blur. Behind Han Li were 2 clouds of gray light, pulling along the youth and the black-armored man. From a distance, it looked as if the two were flying closely behind Han Li. When the shopkeeper saw Han Li and company leave, his smile faded. At that moment, 2 of his subordinates walked in from the outside and respectfully stood to the side. One of them carefully asked, Martial Ancestor, are you truly leaving those 3 alone? Will they not cause trouble? The shopkeeper snorted, What trouble could they bring? Even if they come back, they won't find anyone here. Let's tidy up our things and use the underground teleportation formation. We're leaving the holy city immediately. We can't stay with the Tianping anymore, only the Pentaluster race will do. With the identity I prepared in the Pentaluster race, no one will come find me. Yes, Ancestor. With the shopkeeper's order, the 2 Tianping beings raised no objections and immediately acknowledged him. The 2 quickly entered the other rooms. The shopkeeper stood in place and looked at the large door. A dark expression briefly appeared on his face. Unless it is for something significant, I don't want to take any risks. With my previous temperament, I might have had you stay behind. The shopkeeper muttered. He then took out a medicine bottle from his robes and he swallowed 2 dark green medicine pills. Soon after, he swiped his hand past his face and a blinding white light shined from it. After the light faded, he now had the appearance of a skinny middle-aged scholar. Both his face and his mannerisms were completely changed as if he were an entirely different person. He walked to a corner of the main hall in a stride and placed his hand against the wall. An underground passage was revealed. Meanwhile, Hanli brought the youth and the large man to a nearby building. With a quick look around, he found that no one appeared to be there. He promptly released his divine essence-fused light and immediately dropped them on the ground. After a brief look at the two, Hanli helplessly sighed, "You're quite lucky. If I wasn't scared of being implicated with your deaths, I wouldn't have gone through the trouble." As he said this, he flipped his hand and summoned tens of silver needles in his hand. Air tore as the needles sank into their bodies. After an unknown time had passed, the gentle young man woke up with a splitting headache. After he opened his eyes, he immediately jumped up out of alarm and noticed Hanli and the black-armored man who earlier regained consciousness. According to his last memories, the youth couldn't help but shout with fury, "What happened? I last remember that, old traitor, you didn't give us any treasure and instead used the lightning drawing bead on us." The large man shook his head, still feeling somewhat muddled. He sat up cross-legged and immediately examined himself with his spiritual sense. A short moment later he let out a long sigh. "How lucky. I've only lost a bit of vitality. Nothing too bad." Hanli lowered his head in silence and his eyes wandered as if he were pondering. The gentle youth looked at Hanli and the large man and said, "Do you two know what happened afterwards?" The large man wryly laughed, "Not much. When I was hit by that rainbow lightning, my soul was shaken and I lost consciousness." The youth turned to Hanli and said, "Brother Han, I recall that you've discovered that traitor's scheme and didn't fall into the lightning drawing bead." Hanli sighed and said, "As a mere flying spirit general, how could I truly escape? Although I dodged the rainbow lightning, the lightning beast attacked me and was knocked out like you too." "You were attacked by the lightning beast?" "That's right, the beast should have been possessed by the traitor with the crystal core. He definitely would have been able to control its body for a short amount of time." The black-armored man said with an odd expression, "The strange part is, why would the traitor leave us here when he turned hostile?" "That is strange. Most likely, the traitor saw that we succeeded and didn't want to give anything. I found it strange that he would trade such rare items for subjugating a spirit beast. He originally planned on denying us from the start. Fancy that his myriad lightning shop was so famous in the holy city." Hanli nodded. "If he only wished to deny us treasure, it isn't necessary to kill us. However, while we were unconscious, he escaped." When the large man heard this, he grew pensive and accepted this idea. A cold glint flashed from the youth's eyes and he resentfully said, "We cannot allow that traitor to escape. Let's go to his residence. Even if he managed to get away, we might be able to get some clues." The black-armored man hesitated before agreeing, but Hanli shook his head. "My cultivation is too low. It is fortunate that we still have our lives. I don't want to investigate the matter further, so I'll be bidding you two seniors farewell." The large man and the youth couldn't help but glance at each other in surprise. The young man gritted his teeth and said, "Brother Han, are you really going to use that gun when that traitor played us? Your lightning techniques are quite unordinary, so you should be someone of significant background. Even if the traitor's cultivation is far beyond ours, his vitality must have been greatly damaged when he extracted the soul of the lightning beast. If we joined hands, we have nothing to fear. And if that won't do, we can make a report to the elders. Although he possesses some cultivation, would he dare to resist the clan elders?" The large black-armored man said, "The clan elders? There is no need to alarm them. Let's deal with the matter ourselves." Hanli calmly shook his head. "Forget about it. I have other important matters in the holy city. I may as well take care of both matters while I'm there. Since this matter can't be changed, I won't be paying much attention to it. Seniors, I will bid you farewell." He then saluted the two and soared to the sky with the wings on his back, taking off in an azure streak. The young man looked at Hanli flying away with a sullen expression and turned to the large man. "He can't recognize the kindness of others. So long as we can find that traitor, the two of us will be able to deal with him. He, a mere flying spirit general, is still something, not much or little." Feeling somewhat worried, the large black-armored man said, "However, since that old traitor you dares to turn back on his word, he must have something prepared. our chances aren't very high. If we don't investigate, how do we know if we can't block him? The youth shook his head. The large man hummed several times. That sounds reasonable. Let's go. Soon after, the two flew in the direction of the shopkeeper's residence. At that moment, Han Li was boldly returning to the honored guest lodge and tossed the matter to the back of his mind. Over the next few days, Han Li sat cross-legged in the building and continuously drank medicine pills to consolidate his late deity transformation stage cultivation. Meanwhile, he spent great efforts to comprehend the Tianpeng's transformation technique. From his efforts, he grasped the transformation technique to the point of perfection. He would be able to use it in a real battle. As time slowly passed by, 2 months quickly passed. One day, as Han Li sat cross-legged on his bed with azure waves of light roaming around him, his expression suddenly stirred and his eyes opened. At nearly the same time, a bright voice leisurely spoke from the outside. I am Bai. Grand Elder Feng has given me orders to invite you. Han Li narrowed his eyes for a moment before wearing a normal expression. His body moved with an unnatural swiftness as he stood to his feet. Ever since he cultivated the Tianpeng transformation art, he felt his body become far nimbler and his body techniques have seen an improvement as well. Han Li pushed open his door and walked out, heading directly to the main hall. When he arrived at the hall, there was a yellow-clothed young man with his hands held behind his back. The youth didn't look particularly handsome, but his eyes were clear. When he saw Han Li arrive, he amiably asked, Are you Senior Han? Under Grand Elder Feng's orders, I've come to remind you to leave. He spoke with complete and free ease despite only possessing early deity transformation cultivation. Han Li glanced at the youth and smiled. Bye. It seems your bearing is unordinary. You should be one of the 2 holy disciples. Bye saluted Han Li with a smile and said, I am ashamed. I have failed the deep favor of the elders as one of the holy disciples. I have come to know a bit about Brother Han's circumstances from a few of the elders. I must thank Brother Han for his assistance, or else an elder close to me may find their lives in danger. You mean to say? Han Li wore an expression of surprise. The youth smiled and said, My uncle Bai Lei and my aunt Bai Ning. Your brother Bai Lei's nephew. Han Li looked at the shining golden wings on the young man's back and wore an odd expression on his face. Sensing Han Li's doubt, Bai explained with a smile, There is no need for Brother Han to feel baffled. It was only after I came of age did I arouse the Kuan Peng true bloodline hidden in my body. That is why my wings changed color. So it was like that. Your luck must have been quite good, Han Li chuckled. Soon after, he followed the Tianpeng holy disciple away from the residence. 4 hours later, Han Li arrived at an imposing hall made of white stone. The hall was serene and had a white stone table and a row of 5 stone chairs to either side of it. Apart from Yin Yu, the red-bearded old man, and the beautiful woman, there was also a tall and thin man wearing black robes. A dark chi faintly emitted from the man's body, concealing his face entirely. He also had a pair of black wings that shined with black light. The stone table had a box as scarlet as fire. Several emerald green tree leaves were intertwined in a pattern on top of it. The green light they emitted made for a stark contrast with the color of the box. Han Li stood in front of the 4 with Bai standing off to the side. The atmosphere in the hall was incredibly heavy, and none of them chose to speak. It was as if no one was there. As for the black-robed man, he examined Han Li with much interest. A moment later, footsteps sounded from outside the hall to reveal a silver-robed woman with white wings. She carried a wind into the hall. Her complexion was like white jade and her eyes were beautiful. There was not a flaw in her appearance. Leilan, you're late. Jin Yu looked at the woman and frowned. The beauty bowed to Jin Yu and spoke with a hoarse voice. Grand Elder, I've comprehended a few techniques recently and had a sudden understanding resulting in my tardiness. I hope the elders will forgive me. Since it was related to comprehension, then so be it. Jin Yu's expression relaxed. She uttered a word of thanks and stood to the side. Jin Yu then stared at the Han Li and the holy disciples and spoke with a pleasant voice. You should know why we've gathered you here. The oncoming trial is related to the life and death of the clan. So one of you 2 must pass the trail and succeed the position as our race's holy master. However, we've received information that there are branches hostile to us like the Qi Rong. They are unwilling to allow us to escape calamity and have most likely placed people in the trials to act against you. The time you've spent as holy disciples is too short. If the other holy disciples violently block you, you won't return. For this reason, I've invited fellow Taoist Han to our Tianping race. He will temporarily act as the 3rd holy disciple. He will offer you his strength. Bye-bye. And the newly entered woman raised their head and glanced at Han Li. The young man had a warm, kind gaze while the woman's expression was as clear as ice. Han Li faintly smiled. The young woman Jin Yu warned, fellow Taoist Han already refined a Kuan-Ping feather. Along with the Tian-Ping true blood and the relic we assisted in merging with him, the other branches can't say anything about not being one of us. But that stands to mention, we'll be avoiding speaking of fellow Taoist Han's circumstances to the outside to avoid unnecessary complications. We'll simply say that he was a clan member that was nurtured overseas. We'll do as you say. The two holy disciples nodded in agreement. Jin Yu nodded with satisfaction and turned to Han Li solemnly saying, fellow Taoist Han, I've already called for the scroll containing the Tian-Ping vow to be brought out. Furthermore, Elder Shi has also returned. He will participate in dispelling the seal on the scroll. Prepare to sign your name on it. Elder Shi seemed to be the black-robed man standing at the side. I'll have to trouble you, elders. Han Li agreed without any reservations. His eyes then dropped on the wooden box on the table. When Jin Yu saw this, she beckoned to the wooden box. In a brush of wind, the box directly sucked into her grasp and dropped into the young woman's hand. In that next moment, the others also focused their attention there. Jin Yu's expression remained calm as he brushed her fingers past the green leaves on the box. Suddenly, green light shined brilliantly and she nimbly took the leaves off the box. Without any of the pressure emitting from the leaves, the crimson box ignited into a ball of scarlet fire. Jin Yu grabbed the fire and gave it a nonchalant shake. The flames were immediately extinguished to reveal a half-foot-long scarlet scroll. There were an azure and a red ghost head biting down on either end of it, both appearing true to life. After uttering a brief incantation, she tossed the scroll in front of her where it suspended itself at a low height. The young woman then unfolded only one of her wings, which soon glistened with golden light. In a flash, the light wrapped around the box. With that done, she turned to the black-robed man and said, Elder Shi, help me dissolve the seal. As the matter concerns the existence of the clan, I will do my utmost, the black-robed man said with a smile. Then one of his wings released a streak of black light which entered the scroll. As for the red-bearded old man and the beautiful woman, they performed a similar action. With the feathers of the 4 Tian-Ping elders absorbed by the scroll, space began to warp. Red light flashed from the entire scroll and expanded several times in size. Both of the ghost heads on either end of it simultaneously opened and revealed blood-red eyes. It was then that they released their grip on the scroll and allowed it to unfold. Red mist flickered from the above of the scroll, condensing into countless roiling talisman characters. A blue light flickered from Han Li's eyes, allowing him to see the scroll's contents clearly. The red light was densely filled with small characters. Most of them appeared to be names. At the very top of the scroll, Tian-Ping Vow, was written in large golden characters of the Flying Spirit tribe. Afterwards, it listed faint silver characters with contents that appeared similar to a few Tian-Ping records. Then it listed rows of dark azure names. Han Li carefully swept his spiritual sense through the scroll. When he made contact with the red list, long clear cries began to sound from it. Soon the light mist roiled and revealed a mythical bird phantom. As soon as it appeared, it was only a foot tall, but as it brilliantly glowed, it turned the size of a hill, filling most of the hall and completely submerging Han Li and company in it. Han Li and the holy disciples were alarmed, but Jin Yu and the other elders were completely calm. Move back. Jin Yu raised her hand and waved an azure copper mirror at the bird image. On a mountaintop 3 months later, in a large series of green buildings surrounded by a huge plaza stood over 100 flying spirit tribe beings. At the center, there was a red crane and a brightly colored strange bird. They were unleashing attacks as they fought against one another in midair. The red crane's movements were a marvel. Each claw and peck produced the sound of tearing space, clearly displaying an incredibly sharpness. The brightly colored bird had 4 wings and a horn on its head. The colors on its body released a mist of light that seemed to absorb the crane's attack without a problem. The red crane was furious at this and suddenly flew 100 meters backward, spreading its wings in the direction of the bright bird. Suddenly tens of long feathers shot out, blurring into gleaming blades as they flew through the air. They all struck the opposing bird's light mist at nearly the same time. No matter how wondrous the gorgeous light mist was, it groaned and violently trembled upon receiving the attacks of so many blades and began to forcefully tear. The crane was overjoyed when it saw this and was about to release more blades when the bright bird suddenly released a sharp cry. A yellow wave rushed forth and the sharp blades were blown askew. They then turned around as if they were completely under the bright bird's control. The crane was startled and opened its mouth, releasing a white beam of light. It penetrated the bright bird's wind. A strange light flashed from the bright bird's purple eyes and a black horn suddenly shined with red light from the bright bird's eyes. A red light suddenly shot out from it and struck the oncoming white beam. The air rumbled and both attacks were nullified. Brother Sun, what other abilities do you have? I've already fully used all of mine. If you have no others, I'm going to attack. The bright bird spoke with a man's voice. A cold snort sounded from the crane. Your horned vulture tribe only has their many abilities. How could they deal with me? Good, then I'll let you witness them. This is my newly cultivated ability. The bright bird strangely said. The right bird's 4 wings flapped, releasing a wave of bright light. The bright bird transformed into a 3-meter-tall yellow bell. Not good. Everyone who saw this immediately took several steps back in alarm. Only those with more confidence in their cultivation stood still. The yellow bell began to shake itself and let out deep rings. Everyone who heard this felt their minds shaken by the sound. As for the red crane that directly faced most of the bell's power, he wordlessly dropped to the floor. At that same moment, his body flashed white to reveal a white-robed flying spirit tribe man about 30 years old. Another man flew out of the crowd and caught the man before he landed. The yellow bell shook and turned into a black-robed young man. He saluted at the ground and calmly said, "You let me win." As for the crane that turned back into a man, he looked at the black-robed youth with an unsightly expression as he was carried out by his companion. Under close examination, the man that had the form of a red crane appeared very different from an ordinary human. His face was close enough, but his ears were sharp and there was a round red bulge from the top of his head. As for the black-robed youth, there was a small black horn on his head and his mouth had a pair of sharp fangs several inches long. As for the surrounding 100 flying spirit tribe beings, most of them appeared different from humans, but they only had a few aspects that were different. But what was most different from all of them was the large variety in the color and length of their wings. These people were all from the flying spirit tribe. The horned vulture race's devil-suppressing bell is truly powerful. I've received much experience. The defeated white-robed man uttered these words resentfully before being half carried away. Are there any others that wish to learn a thing or two? The black-robed youth said calmly, looking down at the crowd as he uttered a word of challenge. The crowd became restless, but for a time no one stepped forward. When the youth saw this, he sneered, but just as he thought to say something, someone spoke from a distance. Quickly look, holy disciples of the westmost branches, the Pentaluster, Tianpeng and Qirong races have arrived. When the crowd heard this, they began to speak as if it were a race. Those that were curious turned around, flying a distance away. In the blink of an eye, the crowd shrank by a small half. When the black-robed youth heard this, his face slightly changed and he silently descended from the sky. Meanwhile, in an area over 50 kilometers away from the huge mountain, apart from tens of various huge birds, there was also a 60-meter-long crimson flying scorpion that was flying through to the mountain. Among the huge birds, there were several with pure white bodies with various men and women riding them. They were the Tianping race. Han Li was riding on top of one of the huge birds. In the Tianping's party, Jin Yu and the mysterious elder Shi rode alongside the holy disciples. The red-bearded old man and the beautiful woman remained on guard at the holy city. At that moment they were together with 2 different groups. One of the groups had purple hair and red skin. As for the other group, they had smaller wings and gorgeous robes. They were respectively the Qirong and the Pentaluster race. However, the meager 5 people of the Tianping race were clearly fewer than the other 2 groups. The gorgeous young female holy disciple smiled and said, "Elder Jin, it appears that Jade Emperor Peak's elders knew we were coming and lit up the welcoming fires." In a distance away above the huge mountain, there was a large rainbow flame burning, filling the air with a gorgeous glow. The astonishing scene could be clearly seen by those 50 kilometers away. It seems we weren't the first to arrive. Time truly passes quickly. In the blink of an eye, 300 years already passed. Jin Yu turned to an old man with fire-red skin and said, "Brother Zhu, what do you think about this place? What impression is there to be had?" The old man expression asked, "Unless we cultivate a true spirit body or to soaring true immortal stage, we'll just be mounds of earth in tens of thousands of years. The prosperities of the tribe are replaced in turn. Has Elder Jin considered the matter I spoke a few days ago?" A bright glint flashed from the young woman's eyes and she indifferently replied, "Our Tianping race has truly become much weaker, but we've survived since ancient times. We are the longest living branch of the tribe. We won't easily discard our legacy and throw ourselves into the embrace of another tribe. I've put much thought into Brother Zhu's proposal to merge, but I can only refuse you." Old man Zhu coldly smiled and said, "Is that so? If I remember correction, from ancient times your esteemed elder sure came from the Black Feather tribe, a branch that was annexed during your golden age. Now that your own tribe has been weakened, merging with a stronger tribe and handing over the master's position is a natural position. How can this matter relate to the Black Feather tribe? At the time, the Black Feather tribe weren't only lacking a holy master, but it also faced powerful enemies and took the initiative to merge with our tribe. We hadn't forced them," the young woman said with a casual tone. Old man Zhu chuckled and said, "Those matters happened so long ago, who truly knows what actually happened? Since you've rejected my clan's kind intentions, we'll have to see if your clan's holy disciples can make it through the Earth Abyss trial. If they fail, don't blame me if several branches form a council of elders and discuss the proposal to dismantle your clan. Don't forget that our Qi Rong race isn't the only one interested in your clan." A charming young woman looked over to them with a sweet smile and said, "Brother Zhu, your esteemed clan has become amongst the top 3 in strength among the 72 branches. There is no need to be so overbearing in your pursuit to consume the Tianping race. Could it be you rush to forcefully contend with the Jiuyu race?" "Lady Cut, don't speak such rubbish. When did anybody from my clan say that?" When the old man heard her, his face greatly changed. Elder Ka smiled and thought to say more when heavenly music began to play from the direction of the mountain top. The sky's color then flickered and became more gorgeous. They hastily shut their mouths and ceased flight as they floated in the air. In the blink of an eye, the 10 variously dressed people, most of aging appearance and venerable bearing, appeared from the slight. "We pay our respects to the elders." When Jin Yu and the others saw these 10 men, they jumped off their birds in alarm and deeply saluted them. An old woman with a cane with a beaming smile and said, "There is no need to regard us as outsiders. You'll join our ranks sooner or later. The other elders are awaiting you on Jade Emperor Peak." Jin Yu's heart stirred and she respectfully asked, "What? Could it be that our 3 branches were the last?" The old woman chuckled and answered, "This is not the case. The northmost Gui Mian and Du Jiu branches were busy, so we're able to start the Earth Abyss trial without them. With you 3 we may begin." "So it was like that," Jin Yu nodded. Standing behind them, Han Li felt his heart tremble when he saw the 10 that appeared. The 10 were mostly at body integration cultivation. As for the old woman, he wasn't able to see through her cultivation stage. She was most likely the same as Jin Yu, a fearsome existence at body integration stage or higher. This was the so-called Joint Assembly Elders. It was said that elders were originally from various tribes, but when their lifespans were nearing their end, they could join these elders and renounce their affiliation with their original branch, taking on the responsibilities of the entire Flying Spirit tribe. At that moment, Old Man Zhu and the young woman stepped forward and exchanged pleasantries with the old woman. Soon after, the party flew to the mountain under the guidance of the old woman. A moment later, the party arrived near the huge mountain and the imposing buildings could be faintly seen. Black dots could be seen circling the air above it. Under closer examination, Han Li discovered that there were hundreds of huge birds flying through the air as well as huge winged insects with malevolent appearances. When the mountain appeared to only be a kilometer away, a muffled bang sounded. A 7-colored rainbow flew out in a curve from a long distance away towards them. Soon after, a gorgeous arched bridge appeared above them. The old woman and the others blurred, taking a step on the bridge and beckoning the others with a smile. "Let's go," Jin Yu commanded. She then stepped off the bird and quickly walked on the bridge. The other parties did the same. When Han Li walked on the bridge, he felt that he was stepping on something completely soft like a thick cushion. Curious, he wanted to take a close look and released his spiritual sense, but he felt the bridge tremble and their surroundings light up, completely enveloping the party. With several shakes, the light brought them to the other end of the bridge. At that moment, Han Li was unable to examine the marvelous display of the bridge as he found himself in front of over 20 Flying Spirit tribe beings. They were all staring at him. Behind them, there appeared to be a jade-green hall wrapped in white fog. At the very front of this crowd were 2 people. One of them was a middle-aged man with a large nose and snow-white hair. The other had a wrinkly face and long cheeks, an old man with a black tattoo on his neck. When the old woman saw them, she smiled and she walked towards them. As for the rest of them, they joined the crowd. The tattooed old man waved his hand with a smile. The elders have brought their holy disciples from a distance away. It must have been tiring. The holy disciples may rest in the side hall for a spell. The elders may accompany us to the main hall for a chat. The other clan elders are waiting for us there. The Qirong's elder Zhu rushed to speak, smiling as he said, Elder Ming is too polite. We'll do as you request. Jin Yu and the young woman from the Pentaluster race raised no objections. With that, Han Li and the others entered the white fog. At an unknown time, a slender white-robed woman appeared in front of Han Li and the other holy disciples. She beamed at them and said, Holy disciple, please follow me. This servant shall arrange your residences. I must trouble you, one of the Qirong holy disciples said with a respectful tone. Although the woman's cultivation wasn't high, he didn't dare to slight her. As there were many in the Qirong race, they sent 7 holy disciples. The Pentaluster race sent 5. The one that sent the least were the Tianping race, 3 including Han Li, and this was with leaving nothing behind. The other branches of the tribe were sure to keep a few holy disciples hidden and not send them. Furthermore, the holy disciples of the other 2 branches were at mid-deity transformation stage at the very least. Bai Bai and Lei Lan were in truth a grade lower. From this, it could be seen how weak the Tianping race was when compared to the other branches. It was no wonder the higher echelon of the Tianping race had used such effort to rope him in. It would be a common occurrence for stronger branches to target them. The strong preying on the weak was the rule of law in the spirit realm as well. With that in mind, Han Li followed after the Qirong disciples along with the Bai Bai Lei Lan and the Pentaluster disciples. They all obediently followed after her for a long distance. Of the many Qirong holy disciples, the one that caught Han Li's attention the most was a man with a sinister face and hostile eyes. The other Qirong holy disciples had about the same cultivation, but only this cultivator gave him a feeling of danger. With that thought, Han Li couldn't help but look at his back with narrowed eyes. A beautiful Pentaluster woman that appeared in her 20s sweetly smiled at Han Li and asked, What? Could Brother Han be interested in Zhuinzi? Although Han Li was only a fake holy disciple, his cultivation was still at high-grade spirit general. Be it the Qirong or the Pentaluster race, they all viewed Han Li as the leader of the Tianping holy disciples. And with his unfamiliar face, he should have been a concealed reserve. The other 2 tribes viewed Han Li with greater attention. During their travels, the holy disciples hadn't spoken to each other as Jin Yu and the other elders were present. Now that they were separated from the elders, the woman decided to open a conversation. Of course, this was also because the Tianping always maintained friendly relations with the Pentaluster race. As for the Qirong holy disciples, they decided to ignore Han Li for the time being. Han Li indifferently answered, It's nothing. Brother Zhu's baleful qi is quite deep. I suspect he has much battle experience. It seems Brother Han's story of cultivating overseas is true. Zhuinzi has been resoundingly famous amongst the younger generation. He has entered the earth abyss 7 times already. Although he didn't head deep inside, he killed many demons. He is as famous as the 7 Pass races Ao Qing and the Nanlong races Fei Yi. It is said that their abilities are no lesser than a mid-grade Great Spirit General. The Pentaluster woman replied with a smile. It seemed she didn't care if the Qirong disciples heard her. So it was like that, Han Li answered calmly with a nod. He then said nothing else. When she saw Han Li's indifferent attitude, the Pentaluster woman became somewhat more interested. But before she could say anything, the white-clothed maid arrived in front of several 7-story tall buildings. The maid turned to face the holy disciples and said, You may choose which building each of your races may occupy. But there is something I must remind you of. On Jade Emperor Peak you may only spar with those from the eastmost branches. You may not fight with anybody from the other areas. Otherwise, there will be grave punishments like the destruction of one's cultivation. The party of cultivators felt their hearts tremble. A handsome Qirong man then stepped forward and said, We understand. Thank you for your trouble. The white-robed young woman smiled and saluted to the holy disciples. I am called Xiao Zhu. I will be attending to all of your minor necessities. If there is anything you require, please find me. Afterwards, nothing else was said and the groups entered the building of their choice. Han Li chose the tallest of the buildings. As for Bai Bai and Lei Lan, they chose 2 of the lower floors. After several months traveling at breakneck speed, even Han Li felt tired. Without another word, he sat cross-legged on his bed and shut his eyes. An unknown time later, he opened his eyes to see a dark sky. He nimble walked off his bed and stretched, then walking to a lower floor. He found that Bai Bai was meditating in his room and that Lei Lan had disappeared, somewhat to Han Li's surprise. He recalled that before they set off, Jin Yu had given them 1,000 warnings that they mustn't leave the group and give enemies an opportunity. With some thought, Han Li felt somewhat ill at ease and walked out with his hands behind his back. As they were involved with the success of the Earth Abyss trial, ignoring her was out of the question. Isn't that Brother Han? What a coincidence. A leisurely voice sounded as someone walked out of another building. Han Li blinked and looked over in the direction of the voice. He saw a youth with a round face, a Qi Rong holy disciple. He wore a smile on his face. Han Li was expressionless, but he coldly chuckled in his mind. If they truly met by coincidence, it was a matter to curse over. He was most likely standing guard and calmly waiting for us to come out. Although he didn't know what he planned, it can't be anything good. Han Li looked at the young man without a word. The Qirong man paid no attention to Han Li's cold demeanor and chuckled, "Why is Brother Han so distant? Our clans may have a few contrary views, but there is no need to be so hostile before the Earth Abyss trial. In the future, if your clan is truly to enter our Qirong race, we'll become brothers. If our clans truly become one, that is possible." Han Li narrowed his eyes and showed a slight smile. The round youth was stunned by Han Li's quick change and soon smiled as well. "I am Qi Tian and this is also my first time on Jade Emperor Peak. How about we walk around together?" Qi Tian spoke as if they were good friends. "With you?" Han Li raised his brow. "This place restricts battle. Do you fear that I'll plot against you?" Qi Tian smiled. "Not at all, but I have no interest in being friends with you." Han Li's expression sank. When Qi Tian felt that he was being played, a hostile expression momentarily appeared before his smile returned. After a moment of silence, the young man slowly said, "Brother Han must have come out to find your clan's Lady Lei. What do you mean by that?" Han Li said with an icy tone. "It's nothing. I simply saw Lady Lei Lan travel with my clan's senior martial sister Hong Sha. It seems they planned on comparing pointers at the arena. I told you so you didn't have to waste your time looking," Qi Tian said with a fake smile. "Then I must thank you for your warning." Han Li creased his brow for a moment and saluted the man before flying off. When he saw Han Li was a distance away, Qi Tian sneered. "Junior Martial Brother Qi, you've done well." After Han Li vanished down a road, a voice sounded from behind Qi Tian. A figure blurred from the building door. He was a tall skinny man with skin that was a far deeper red than ordinary Qirong people. A trace of hostility appeared in his eyes. With a faint change of expression, he respectfully said, "Senior Martial Brother Zhu, it was only a small matter. Anybody could have done it. That person may be a high-grade spirit general, but why has Senior Martial Brother taken note of him? We should be able to deal with this person with ease." "Junior Martial Brother Qi, your words are mistaken. If that person is who I think he is, all of you wouldn't be a match for him." "Senior Martial Brother knows that person?" Qi Tian was stunned. Zhu Yinzi suddenly asked, "Does Junior Martial Brother know how Tian Ming and his subordinates were repelled several months before?" After some hesitation, Qi Tian truthfully answered, "I have heard about it. It was said that not only did they fail their mission, but they lost a high-grade Qi-Ho bird and a fire dragon pearl." Zhu Yinzi licked his lips and wore an odd expression. At that time, this person alone had repelled Tian Ming and killed the Qi-Ho bird. He should be this high holy disciple Han. Qi Tian's expression vastly changed and he spoke with a tone of disbelief. "That's impossible. Senior Martial Brother Tian Ming was a mid-grade spirit general and the others also had spirit general grade cultivation. The Qi-Ho bird also should have been as powerful as a mid-grade spirit general." Zhi Yinzi gloomily said, "Tian Ming had personally given me an account. Since the Tian Peng had recalled this holy disciple from overseas, it should be this person. I suspect that he possesses high-grade spirit general cultivation, or else he would have been able to repel Tian Ming and the others." The round youth blinked and hesitantly said, "Then the Tianping race does have a trick up their sleeves. Originally when their holy master perished, it was said they didn't have a single holy disciple and that they'd be annexed into the Qi-Rong without a doubt. Now, 3 more holy disciples have appeared and one of them is a high-grade spirit general. This is truly surprising." Zhu Yinzi sullenly said, "It's nothing. After all, the Tianping race has existed since ancient times. It comes as no surprise if they have some secrets they've still kept hidden. However, the elders have made it clear that we should unite other tribes in dealing with the Tianpeng as we cannot allow them to have another holy master. This one named Han Li most likely is the most hopeful of the Tianping race. Before he enters the Earth Abyss, we must verify his true abilities. I don't want to perform something that has no chance of succeeding. Chi Tian said with a beaming smile. Senior Marshal Brother's words are reasonable. Let's go to the sparring arena. He must have gone there. Jinzi chuckled. Of course. With the few numbers of Tianping holy disciples, he must want to keep an eye on them. If something bad happened to one of them, he'll be taking responsibility. The two immediately soared to the sky and directly flew east. Han Li walked along a stone path in a leisurely manner and admired the view around him. At first glance, there was no one there, but when he raised his head, he found a few people that were flying. The flying spirit tribe were originally accustomed to flight, so the paths on the ground were mostly for decoration. When Han Li thought of how many powerful flying spirit tribe members have gathered, he couldn't help but inwardly sigh. Let alone other things, the 72 branches of the flying spirit tribe each had a group of elders as well as a group of 30-some elders overseeing the entire tribe. Their power far exceeded that of Deep Heaven City. After all, during times of peace, Deep Heaven City only had 10 body integration elders standing guard. During war, the demon and humans could gather together nearly 100 body integration existences, but this was the power of two races. Alone, neither the humans nor demons could hope to rival the true power of the flying spirit tribe. As for the number of deity transformation and spatial tempering existences, that wasn't something that the humans or demons could rival. In that case, despite how long the humans had established themselves in the spirit realm, they were considered a somewhat weaker power. Comparatively, the flying spirit tribe's power wasn't as high as the legendary races of the spirit realm, but they were enough to be considered a mid-grade existence. As Han Li inwardly pondered this, he turned a corner and discovered a small booth in front of him. It connected to several other roads. There were 2 wooden chairs in the booth, occupied by 2 white-clothed women that were having a pleasant chat. When they saw that someone else had arrived, they stopped and looked over. One of the 2 was a dainty woman that had led Han Li's group to their residences, Xiao Zhu. After some thought, Han Li politely asked, "So it was Lady Xiao Zhu. Could you tell me if my companion has passed this place recently?" Xiao Zhu stood up and answered with a smile, "Young Master Han must be talking about his junior sister Lei. Not long before I have seen her pass by. She seemed to be heading in the direction of the sparring arena." Han Li's heart dropped and he asked, "The sparring arena? Was she alone?" Xiao Zhu blinked and gave a meaningful smile. "No, she was accompanied by the Qi Rong's young Miss Hong Sha. Many thanks." Han Li's face remained calm and he gave a brief smile before heading towards the path to the sparring arena. When the 2 white-robed women saw this, they exchanged a glance of astonishment. The Tianping holy disciple remained calm upon hearing that his companion was led there by a hostile branch. He was quite unordinary. Unbeknownst to them, Han Li only appeared calm while he was actually quite angry. That Tianping woman Lei Lan didn't know what was good for her. Although he didn't know what the Qi Rong did to get her over there, it was clear they didn't have any good intentions. If they deliberately injured her under the guise of an accident, the chances of passing the trial would grow even slimmer. He couldn't remain indifferent about the matter. After all, he placed his name in the Tianping vow and made a supplemental agreement with Jinyu. If he didn't have one of the holy disciples become a holy master, he would be greatly troubled. He was certain the Tianping elders wouldn't leave him alone as their clan was annexed. When Han Li recalled the particulars about the Earth Abyss trial, he inwardly sighed. This time he would acquire important benefits from the Tianping race, but he was also drawn into trouble. Even if he assisted the Tianping in escaping their dilemma, he would also need to make proper plans to leave. With that in mind, Han Li stepped forward calmly and eventually arrived at the corner. Then he flickered and blurred out of sight. The so-called sparring arena was found easily. It wasn't as far as Han Li had imagined. After making use of his quick movement abilities, it only took him the time to finish a meal before he arrived at a huge light barrier. He faintly heard the sounds of an explosion from there. His expression stirred and he ceased his movement techniques, instead moving closer on foot. Since Chi Tian had taken the initiative to tell him Lei Lan's whereabouts, their plan should have been to challenge him. So long as he doesn't appear, the Qi Rong won't immediately make trouble. Furthermore, even if they were impatient to act, it was too late for him to do anything, so there was no point in rushing. With that in mind, Han Li's eyes flickered with blue light as he gazed into the light barrier. It appeared people were making full use of their abilities in battle. Fortunately, Those that were battling didn't use any transformation abilities. One of them was controlling fire and the other breathing blue icy chi. Han Li was relieved that neither of them was Lei Lan. The woman controlling the fire should be the Qi Rong's holy disciple Hong Sha. Feeling somewhat baffled, Han Li suddenly sensed someone looking at him with icy eyes from a distance. As Han Li possessed sharp senses, he immediately looked back to find this person. However, Han Li only felt his heart tremble. The glance immediately disappeared and he couldn't find the person in the crowd. Han Li's expression sank and he pondered for a moment. He gave up on his search and quickly made his way to the sparring arena. But before he arrived, the raging flames and icy chi fiercely flashed, instantly deciding the outcome of the battle. The blue-winged man instantly was repeatedly pushed back by the raging flames and he eventually conceded and dropped to the ground. Hong Sha, a beauty to begin with, wore a seductive smile and said, "Junior Sister Lei, I've already dealt with him. If you want the Lightning Star Stone, I'll hand it over to you if you defeat me. I definitely won't break my promise." Many of the Flying Spirit Tribe's men felt their minds roil when they saw her face. Han Li inwardly shouted no, but at this distance there was nothing he could do. A ball of white light flashed and floated to the sky. They had a slender figure and silver wings. She was Lei Lan without a doubt. Han Li's face sank. The Qi Rong woman had instantly defeated an opponent in an instant and was now challenging Lei Lan. It clearly wasn't a coincidence. It was clear someone had spotted him and secretly informed her, thus setting their plan into motion. However, he took several breaths and his expression became calm once more. He rushed forward to the side of the stage and looked for a nearby area before standing still. Lei Lan expressionlessly said, "You used the Lightning Star Stone to drag me here from my residence. You've wanted to fight me in any case. Regardless of your intentions, so long I can acquire the stone, I won't hold back." She spread her silver wings and bolts of silver lightning appeared in the air. They quickly spread across her body as if she were a spirit of lightning. Hong Sha paid no mind to this and giggled, shooting a glance in Han Li's direction. "So it turns out that Junior Sister has some skill. I'll definitely present the Lightning Star Stone to you." A few of the branches below knew of the resentment between the Qi Rong and Tian Peng and began to whisper to another. They planned to enjoy the drama that would ensue. Han Li stood in place with his hands behind his back without any intent to interrupt them. Hong Sha giggled, but she inwardly felt somewhat anxious. If Han Li didn't stop them, then she wouldn't be able to use the tricks she prepared. It appeared she would have to change her plans. The woman pondered for just a moment and didn't hesitate any further. She formed an incantation gesture and red light brightly glowed from her body. Bowl-sized red fireballs began to appear around her, filling the sky with red lights. The temperature in the arena massively rose and became difficult to endure. Those with lesser cultivation among the spectators were forced to take several steps back before they could endure the heat. Han Li's brow stirred when he saw this, but he remained in his original place. When Lei Lan saw this, she wordlessly spread her wings and cast a spell. Thunder rang from the air and the lightning wrapped around her grew several times thicker. From a distance, it looked as if a huge silver python was coiled in the air before it scattered into countless silver threads in an attack. Each of the silver threads flashed, drilling holes through the fireballs. In the blink of an eye, thunder clapped to no end. Countless fireballs erupted and turned into scattered embers. The ability to control strands of lightning not only surprised Han Li, but it also turned the spectators restless. Hong Sha also revealed a trace of surprise, but soon she sneered. With a shake of her sleeve, she released a red mist and had it dance around her. As the red mist brushed through the air, the embers gathered to the red mist and concentrated towards Hong Sha. In the blink of an eye, a huge fire cloud appeared in the air, completely hiding Hong Sha from view. The fire cloud roiled without end and a series of waves rushed outward. But soon, it condensed back to the center into a giant 30-meter-wide fireball. The fireball turned in the air and let out a fearsome hum before flying in Lei Lan's direction. Lei Lan's face slightly changed and she raised her hand. Silver light erupted, followed by a clap of thunder. Her entire arm was wrapped in countless thin arcs of lightning. In a silver flash they fused together. With a loud eruption, a huge arc of lightning shot out from her arm to directly meet the giant fireball. With a clap of thunder, a thick bolt of silver lightning entered the huge fireball. Just as most of the crowd believed the silver lightning penetrated the fireball, the lightning disappeared in a flash as if it were consumed. In her alarm, the fireball quickly arrived before her with astonishing momentum. After some brief hesitation, Lei Lan shot backwards and folded her wings around her. Suddenly, layers of lightning began to form around her. In the shining light, she transformed into a silver-white peng bird. Silver lightning jumped across her body and an odd necklace appeared around her neck. A dazzling golden gourd several inches tall floated on top of it. She finally decided to use her last trump card and strike down her opponent. When the huge fireball saw the peng bird, it immediately stopped its tracks. As a muffled explosion boomed, the fireball suddenly transformed into a scarlet firebird. The firebird was several times larger than the peng bird, but the peng showed no fear. With a clear sound, its entire body massively surged in size, rivaling that of the firebird. Afterwards, countless bolts of lightning shot out from its mouth. The firebird was fearless as well and surged its flames. It clawed at the air, releasing 10 crimson claw streaks. The huge wingspan of the birds along with the increasing chaos of the battle concealed nearly half of what was occurring inside the light barrier. Blood and feathers occasionally fell from the air. But an instant later, whatever fell to the ground would instantly disappear. This was expected by the crowd. After an early-grade spirit general like Lei Lan transforms, they wouldn't continue to stall the battle while at a disadvantage but aggressively attempt to turn the tide. The lightning surrounding her entire body turned from silver-white to a faint purple and its might greatly increased. Han Li stared at the lightning bird with his bright-side spirit eyes and an odd expression appeared on his face. The others only believed that the lightning bird used a technique on itself to increase the might of its lightning. But with his spirit eyes, he could clearly see that the purple lightning wasn't something that was produced from the bird's body. It came from the small golden gourd that floated around its neck. When a spark of purple lightning from the gourd touched the bird's silver lightning, they seamlessly fused together, turning her silver lightning to a faint purple. The purple lightning sparks also seemed to have quite a background. Hong Sha was caught off guard, furious at having lost control of the battle. Although she didn't know what Lei Lan did, she clearly used an extraordinary technique. Otherwise, Lei Lan wouldn't prove to be her opponent, given her cultivation. At that moment, Hong Sha heard several male voices in her ear. Although their voices weren't loud, they caused her heart to tremble. She promptly discarded her last trace of hesitation and spread her wings in preparation of using her killing move. A strangely long feather shot out from the top of Firebird's head. Then in a burst of flames, the feather turned into an exact copy of the Firebird. It opened its mouth and immediately spat out a chain of fireballs, creating a wave of roiling flames inside the arena barrier. The Peng bird was immediately overwhelmed by the attack from the second Firebird. Seeing that she wouldn't be a match, Lei Lan let out a furious shriek. Fire and lightning collided. The light barrier shuddered and the nearby air began to faintly warp. This also blurred the battle between the Firebird and the Silver Peng. However, it was clear that the Silver Bird was facing imminent crisis and wouldn't hold out for much longer. Perhaps she would soon be defeated with heavy injury. Han Li observed this in silence for a moment longer before he suddenly spread out his wings. In a clap of thunder, he turned into a bolt of white azure lightning. Meanwhile, a black silhouette flickered from another point in the crowd and also silently vanished. Bang! A 30-meter-long golden sword light appeared in the air, cleaving through the clashing fire and lightning as soon as it appeared. But before the sword light reached the battle, a faint white arc suddenly appeared in front of it, producing a sharp metallic shriek. Fire, lightning, and the white arc collided, destroying all trace of one another. When the two Firebirds and the Silver Peng saw the flash of golden light, an incredibly sharp attack had arrived above their heads and swung down. The three birds had no way to block it. In their alarm, they couldn't continue the battle. They immediately withdrew their attacks and retreated. The huge sword light harmlessly fell between the two sides. As for the white arc, it remained in its original place but soon released enormous energy. A windstorm was conjured near it. A large quantity of worldly essence chi gathered at the white arc as if a spatial tear was about to open. The spectators of the battle were thrown into chaos. The lightning bird in particular withdrew her lightning and turned back into her young woman form with an expression of bewilderment on her face. You aren't a match for her. Don't continue to struggle. A faint voice sounded from behind Lei Lan as if the speaker was right behind her. The silver-clothed woman's face changed and she hastily turned around to find a youth standing there, Han Li. So it was Han Li who had taken action. Lei Lan said with bewilderment. The power of the sword light was something she had expected from a great spirit general. The fearsome sword light and the white scar it produced had disappeared. The worldly essence chi turned calm as well. But at that moment Han Li wasn't looking at Lei Lan but was staring across from her. Startled, Lei Lan followed his eyes. She discovered that Hong Sha also returned to her human form and withdrew her doppelganger. She looked over at them with a mysterious smile. After Han Li separated them, a red-clothed youth with a harsh expression had appeared at her side. The youth was Zhu Yinzi, the Qirong holy disciple Lei Lan was most wary of. Lei Lan couldn't help but feel a chill over her heart. Zhu Yinzi smirked and said, "Brother Han, I heard that you've been cultivating overseas all this time and have only recently returned to the Tianping race. I'm quite curious about your abilities. Could you teach me a thing or two?" The strike Han Li had just released caused his heart to sink. From that display, he knew Han Li's abilities were quite powerful. But in order to take measure of Han Li's true power, he calmly challenged Han Li in accordance with their original plan. Zhu Yinzi's reputation far outshined the likes of Hong Sha and Lei Lan. With his appearance, the spectators immediately recognized him. With news that Zhu Yinzi had challenged someone else, the crowd grew excited. It was rare to see two equals of great power face one another. The difference in fame was clear, but the other was a high-grade spirit general. The fight was likely to display things that were rarely seen. Lei Lan frowned when she heard this, but a flash of realization suddenly appeared on her face. It appeared she finally saw that the Qirong's objective was her senior martial brother Han standing behind her. She was only bait. "I have no interest in fighting you." Han Li smiled and spoke with a casual tone. "Hee, since you've already entered the restriction you cannot refuse. Brother Han, please take my attack." The youth raised his hand. With a red flash from his palm, it turned into a scarlet claw, revealing 5 sharp points that glistened like red gems. Han Li frowned. Without another word, the youth swiped his scarlet claw through the air. Space ripped as the 5 scarlet talons shot forward. They instantly vanished after a flash of red light. Han Li's expression stirred, suddenly raising his arm, spreading out his pitch-black fingers in front of him. Suddenly, the air 30 meters in front of him violently shook where 5 claw streaks appeared and blurred towards him. Han Li's expression faintly changed when he saw the scarlet streaks appear. They were originally only a foot long, but when they reappeared, they were 3 meters long. The attacks were continually absorbing nearby spiritual qi and surging in size. But before the streaks grew close, Han Li already sensed an astonishing spiritual pressure directly approaching him. If his cultivation was weaker, the claw streaks would have froze his body and mind, preventing him from reacting as the streaks overwhelmed him. As Han Li felt completely aghast, his pitch-black fingers suddenly flashed with light, producing a small black mountain in the air. In a flash, it immediately turned 30 meters large. Han Li was now securely protected with the black mountain in front of him. Red light flashed, followed by successive muffled bangs. A burning heat drifted towards Han Li, causing him to feel slight burns, but the mountain remained floating in the air, completely unharmed. Zhu Yinzi was shocked by this result. Han Li's spiritual sense quickly brushed past the essence-fused mountain and his face sunk. Bang! He slapped his palm on top of the small mountain. The mountain promptly spun in the air, now pointing the side that was struck in Han Li's direction. On the mountain's black surface, there were partially melted 5-inch deep claw marks. Han Li coldly snorted and pressed his black hand on the mountain. Black light roamed across the mountain for a spell, mending all the damage that it had incurred. "Since Brother Zhu wants a lesson, I'll have to provide instruction." With that said, he blurred, appearing at the side of the mountain. He flapped his wings, revealing an azure ping phantom from his back. Meanwhile, a chain of booms sounded as 4 azure tornadoes soared to the sky around him, filling the air with their screams. Zhu Yinzi glanced at the azure ping phantom from a distance as it spread out its wings. Suddenly, the 4 tornadoes ruptured, sending countless azure wind blades in Zhu Yinzi's direction. For a time, only glaring azure light and tearing winds could be observed from the light barrier. When Zhu Yinzi saw the ferocious might of Han Li's attack, his expression froze. However, his fame was well earned. He took a deep breath and his wings swelled several times in size before he wildly fanned them. Red light brilliantly flashed and dense blooms of flame began to spread all around. With his hands forming an incantation gesture, Zhu Yinzi formed countless scarlet flame arrows and released them. The barrage's momentum was no lesser than Han Li's wind blades. In an instant, the air was divided into 2, with one half filled with azure streaks and faint azure blades, and the other filled with sparkling red light and roiling flames. A thin line formed where the attacks met. As azure and red light intertwined, countless explosions boomed. For a time the two sides found themselves in deadlock. Han Li remained expressionless, but his incantation gestures changed and the sound of thunder faintly sounded from his sleeve. With two claps, two thick bolts of golden lightning shot out of his sleeve, fusing in midair to form a dense golden lightning WRM. Under Han Li's mental control, the lightning WRM waved its head and tail, flashing 100 meters forward right in front of Zhu Yinzi. As rolls of thunder sounded out from it, it pounced at him. The lightning WRM's incredible speed frightened even Zhu Yinzi. Without another thought, Zhu Yinzi spat out a scarlet ball gleaming with light. Boom! The ball and the flood dragon collided, resulting in a blinding light. Soon after, the spiritual chi roiled and turned into a 10-meter-wide fire tornado that soared to the sky. The tornado was mixed with sparks of golden lightning and thunder repeatedly clapped from it. A burning wind spread out in every direction. Under the pressure, Zhu Yinzi unconsciously took several steps back and turned to look in Han Li's direction. Startled, his face vastly changed. Han Li was no longer standing in his original place. Rather, he brought Lei Lan near the ground at the edge of the light barrier as if they were about to leave. In his fury, Zhu Yinzi raised his arm and pointed at him. With a rustle of wind, red line briefly flickered and shot forward. However, Han Li was already prepared. With a raised brow he pointed back. Red light flashed and a similar red line was launched. It was a fire spirit thread. A crackle sounded. The two lines flashed in midair, accurately striking one another. As a result, Han Li's fire thread was repelled with slight damage, while Zhu Yinzi's line was disappeared entirely. A short moment later Han Li and Lei Lan flickered, reappearing outside of the arena barrier. The nearby spectators took several steps back and looked at the two with astonishment. Seeing he could do nothing to prevent Han Li from leaving, he raised his voice and harshly shouted, "Brother Han, you fled without fighting. Do you not fear tarnishing your clan's reputation?" Han Li glanced back at him and indifferently said, "You should understand my thoughts. We can't determine an outcome in a short amount of time. I also carry a heavy responsibility, so we'll only be able to fight later." Soon after, he spread his wings and soared to the distant sky without care. Lei Lan's expression wavered and she eventually followed after Han Li. When Zhu Yinzi saw Han Li bluntly depart, his expression sank. From the side, Hong Sha hesitantly asked, "Senior Marshal Brother Zhu, do you want to pursue them?" Zhu Yinzi snorted, "How would we? We can't fight outside the sparring arena." I didn't think that he would leave so quickly after fighting. Although we've only exchanged 2 blows, we discovered that he's proficient in wind and lightning, so it wasn't a wasted effort. Additionally, we've noticed his small mountain treasure, which blocked my scarlet flame claw. How troublesome. We'll have to go back and think of a way to destroy him. With a careful heart, the woman only uttered a word of acknowledgement. Thus, the two descended and gathered with the Qi Rong in the crowd before departing. The remaining Flying Spirit tribe members then began to discuss the appearance of Han Li. Jin Yu stared at the pitiful silver-robed Lei Lan and coldly asked, "Did I not instruct you 3 times over to not travel alone? Why did you go and fight the Qi Rong at the sparring stage?" At that moment, the Tianping Grand Elder was sitting in the first-floor hall of their residence with an icy face. Elder Shi sat at her side. He also appeared displeased. Lei Lan appeared bloodlessly pale. Bai Bai and Han Li stood at the side. Bai Bai was silent, restless, and hung his head while Han Li appeared calm. Not long after Han Li brought back Lei Lan, the 2 elders immediately discovered what happened and rushed over. They were giving a harsh rebuke to the 2 holy disciples. Although the one to blame was Lei Lan, Bai Bai hadn't done anything to stop her and shared responsibility. Lei Lan eventually muttered, "Grand Elder, that Qi Rong disciple Hong Sha had a lightning star stone. If I could acquire it, I have at least a 30% chance of later entering the Great Spirit General stage." My judgment wavered. Jin Yu resentfully said, "A lightning star stone? It is no wonder you were tempted, but that wasn't a reason to take such careless actions. Your lives and cultivation are the life and death of the clan. You should understand the weight of your actions. In order to nurture the 2 of you, our clan had provided you with countless medicines and treasures, allowing you to reach this cultivation stage in a short time, and will continue to do so in the future. If this were not the case, you wouldn't have reached Spirit General stage no matter your talents." Lei Lan didn't reply and simply wore a face of shame. As she thought of something to say, Elder Shi smiled and said, "All right, Elder Jin. Although Lei Lan has been rash, fellow Taoist Han managed to arrive in time and nothing of consequence occurred. Fellow Taoist Han, how do you see the situation? The Qi Rong most likely had doubts about me and wanted to test my skill, Han Li replied with a smile. Elder Shi chuckled and said, I heard that you stood on equal grounds with Zhu Yinzi and even withdrew yourself. A very wise decision. I understand how important this matter is, Han Li replied. Jin Yu pondered for a moment and spoke with unquestionable authority. From this day, none of you three will take a step outside this building. You may only rest and cultivate. For other matters, hand them over to us to deal with. Yes, Grand Elder. Bai Bai and Lei Lan respectfully answered. Han Li offered a salute to express his agreement. To this day Han Li's identity in the Tianping had been odd. He was a holy disciple in name but in truth he was closer to a guest official. And with Tianping making demands of him, he could only be polite in return. Once Jin Yu and Elder Shi left, Han Li and the three entered and remained in secluded cultivation. 2 weeks later, Jin Yu and the other Flying Spirit Tribe elders assembled on top of Jade Emperor Peak, discussing something. 2 months later, several thousand huge birds and flying insects rushed past a desolate yellow plateau. Mounted on top of the birds and insects were winged beings. They had set off from Jade Emperor Peak and were on their way to the entrance of the Earth Abyss. Han Li and the Tianping were saddled on white huge birds at the center of the group. Although the group was large and they'd been flying for quite some time, very little was said on the trip. Han Li also sat cross-legged on his bird and was silently looking around him. The entrance to the Earth Abyss was much farther from Jade Emperor Peak than he imagined. Suddenly, there was an uproar from the Flying Spirit Tribe members from the front and a few of them shouted in alarm. The group suddenly flowed down. Han Li's expression stirred and he immediately sent his spiritual sense to the front. 500 kilometers in front of them, a huge wall had suddenly appeared before them. It was azure gray and was over a kilometer tall. The wall spread to either side as far as the eye could see. Every 300-meter segment on the wall, there stood a pure white jade pillar. The pillar was only 30 meters tall but its surface gleamed with azure light and was covered in mysterious talisman markings. To the side of the huge wall, there was a dense gathering of round buildings that were 100 meters tall. There seemed to be several thousand in number. Above these buildings flew a myriad of Flying Spirit Tribe beings that were awaiting them. The holy disciples and the elders gradually drew closer before coming to a stop. Greetings, elders. An azure-armored middle-aged man flew out towards them and saluted them from a distance. So this year my old pal Jean Feng was on duty. How fortunate. Brother Jean, you should have received the information we've given you. From Han Li's side, several people flew out. This included an old woman with a cane, a middle-aged man with snow-white hair, and an old man with azure thorns on his face. They were the most influential of the Council of Elders and were speaking to the middle-aged man. Even they appeared very respectful when facing this azure-armored man. Han Li glanced at the azure-armored man and felt his heart tremble. His cultivation was unfathomably deep, no lesser than the 3 grand elders that have rushed to meet him. It was no wonder they were so polite. Furthermore, this person's azure armor was somewhat particular. Its designs were quite simple and its surface was a dull gray, but it has its talisman characters similar to decorative patterns. But when Han Li brushed his spiritual sense past the armor, it gave him a familiar sensation. He took another glance at it, then suddenly widely opening his eyes as if he saw something inconceivable. If he was correct, the so-called azure armor should have been something condensed from extremely concentrated baleful qi. This explained why the aura gave him a familiar feeling. Despite the amount of baleful qi on his body, he appeared well and was able to use it to create armor. This ability was truly outrageous. In his alarm, he looked around and noticed others that were wearing azure armor among the Flying Spirit Tribe. Each of them wore armor of varying colors. Blue light flashed from Han Li's eyes and he narrowed his sight. Their armor was also formed from baleful qi. But because of their weaker cultivation or lacking baleful qi, their armor appeared vague as if they weren't as condensed. When Han Li saw the different armors formed by baleful qi, he was deeply shocked and began to ponder about them. At that moment, the azure-armored man looked at the crowd behind the 3 grand elders and wore a smile. How could I forget about our tribe's 300-year trial? However, the demons in the closest Earth Abyss are agitated. If you wait another 2 years, I wouldn't agree with having the trial. The old man chuckled. That is why we moved the date of the trial earlier when we heard your news. There shouldn't be a problem starting now, right? The azure-armored man indifferently answered, no. Although the dark chi is more dangerous than usual, an official eruption will take a year at least. However, the dark demons underground will not stay in the nest levels, so I can't guarantee that the demons on the first 3 layers will be spirit general grade. The chances of encountering high-grade Earth Abyss demons will be much higher, but those at Demon King level won't likely appear. As the dangerous ones, if you find them to be too harmful, don't blame me for not warning you. So long as no Demon King grade existences appear, the trial will go on, the white-haired man said with a firm voice. The old woman frowned and slowly said, I have no objections. If we miss this opportunity, we won't be able to conduct the trial for at least another 100 years. Many of our branches cannot wait that long. The tattooed old man muttered to himself for a moment and nodded with a sigh. The azure-armored man chuckled at their approval and raised his hand to the air. A fist-sized azure light ball shot out. In a flash, it strangely appeared a kilometer in the air. Following the explosion of the light ball, a huge world-shaking boom shook the air and a halo of azure light rushed out from the result. Soon after, a 10-meter-wide azure sun rose to the sky, shining with a blinding light. The armored flying spirit tribe beings behind the azure-armored man immediately separated into 2 lines, forming a path in the air. Their cultivation all differed, but their silent and disciplined movement produced a formless pressure. When the others saw this, the various elders were better off, showing only a brief change in expression. But Han Li and the other holy disciples became restless with most wearing expressions of astonishment. The 3 elders in front then waved their arms behind them before moving forward together. Suddenly the entire group went ahead and slowly passed through the armored soldiers in the air. Mounted on top of a huge bird, he narrowed his eyes as he looked at the armored soldiers to either side. He found that most of them wore cold, indifferent faces apart from occasionally looking at them with curious eyes. There were also those that were younger and possessed lesser cultivation. The lowest cultivation among them was at core formation level. And there were many from higher cultivation levels, many of which included those at Great Spirit General stage. Han Li felt apprehension. The Earth Abyss guards that are stationed here were about the same as the guards of Deep Heaven City. However, their numbers were far less than the Deep Heaven guards. But their elites were at a level far beyond those from Deep Heaven City. And considering the people stationed here often fight the demons that emerge from the Earth Abyss, they have richer combat experience than other Flying Spirit Tribe members. From the buildings constructed here, it also appears that Earth Abyss guards live here as well. As Han Li's thoughts churned in his mind, the group of holy disciples and elders arrived in front of the span of buildings. The group of elders separated and started guiding the disciples to nearby residences to rest. The trial would soon begin on the morning of the next day. The Tianping also entered one of the residences. Jin Yu and Elder Shi guarded the first floor while the holy disciples were each given their own floor so they could rest without disturbance. Han Li frowned. Although he was happy there was a night of rest, Jin Yu and Elder Shi had ordered them to remain inside and stay on different floors. It would interrupt his earlier plans. Han Li sat cross-legged on his bed, but he didn't meditate. Instead, his eyes wandered as his mind began to sink into thought. Not long after, he seemed to have thought of something and chuckled to himself. He then stood up and went to the first floor. When he appeared at the bottom of the stairs, he saw Jin Yu and Elder Shi with their eyes closed as they sat down. But immediately after, they opened their eyes at the same time and looked over in his direction. Han Li felt his heart tremble. Fellow Taoist Han, why aren't you getting proper rest? Could it be that you have something urgent to attend to? Rather than Jin Yu, it was Elder Shi who spoke. I have something I wish to do and I want to take a trip outside, Han Li calmly stated. What is it? Jin Yu said with a trace of dissatisfaction. With the trial right around the corner, she hoped that Han Li would obediently rest in his room, rather than be distracted by other things. Han Li smiled and gave an honest answer. In truth, it isn't much. I found that the Earth Abyss Guard's armor was quite peculiar as it was formed from baleful chi. I was hoping of finding someone that could explain the mysteries behind it. Jin Yu paused and then said with an odd expression, You mean the Four-Fiend armor technique? The technique requires an immense amount of baleful chi to use. Otherwise the technique would be too weak. What do you plan to do with it? Elder Shi also felt somewhat surprised. Han Li smiled and formed an incantation gesture. Golden light shined from his body, emitting an astonishingly deep aura. A dense wave of baleful chi soon burst out from the depths of his body. The baleful chi he refined with the Vajra arts began to concentrate all over his body. Both of the elders were astonished by the display of baleful chi. With such dense baleful chi, it is no wonder you're interested in the four fiend amour technique. Hehe, but you don't need to go outside. The technique isn't kept secret and I'm proficient in it as well. I can hand over the entire cultivation art to you. With the immense baleful chi on your body, you may even use the technique tomorrow during the trial. As Elder Sure heartily laughed, he spoke the words that Han Li already anticipated. When he saw so many ordinary Earth Abyss guards comprehend this technique, the Tianping elders likely knew this technique as well. Now his assumption was proven correct. Suppressing his joy, Han Li respectfully answered, "Senior Sure, I can't thank you enough. But are the techniques easy to comprehend? Would I be able to use them after a night?" Elder Sure waved his hand and casually said, "Hehe, so long as fellow Daoist Han assists Lei Lan and Bai Bai through the trial, I'm the one who should be thanking you. Don't worry, the technique isn't particularly complicated, and with your cultivation, you'll be able to cultivate several layers in a single night. As for the last few layers, they require immense baleful chi, so you won't be able to use them." Han Li nodded several times in response. Jin Yu raised no objections. Instead, she simply closed her eyes again. Elder Sure took out a finger-sized bamboo tube from his robes and muttered to it for a moment before tossing it over to Han Li. "I've put the technique in there. You may return." "Many thanks, Senior." Han Li then took the tube and climbed up the stairs without delay. He sat cross-legged on his bed and pressed the tube against his forehead and immersed it with his spiritual sense. Suddenly, an ancient green script flowed through Han Li's mind, his face becoming entirely still. Not long after, Han Li put away the tube into his storage pouch and his face relaxed. The set of techniques was as Elder Sure had described. They were simple and he'd be able to condense a layer of baleful armor. With that thought, Han Li rested his hands on his knees and began to comprehend the technique. During this time, a layer of faintly black baleful chi began to appear from his body. The baleful chi roiled and went still for a time. Not long after, his surroundings began to violently stir, creating a faint black wind around him and blurring Han Li's figure from sight. Han Li showed none of this on his face, instead merely moving his lips. Standing at the side, Bai Bai with his eyes shut suddenly heard Han Li's voice transmission. He opened his eyes in a start and glanced at the skinny short girl. His face greatly changed and he hastily lowered his head. With a voice of awe, Bai Bai replied in a voice transmission, "Brother Han, that is the 7 Pass Race's Ao Qin. She is even more famous than Zhu Yinzi and is one of the most capable disciples of our generation. However, she is incredibly ruthless and her temperament is odd. She'll take the lives of others without provocation. Brother Han had best avoid her attention." Han Li frowned. Just as he thought why that woman was examining him, he suddenly sensed a gloomy look aimed at him. This time he felt genuine hostility. Han Li's expression sank and he looked to the side. At another corner of the crowd, he saw Zhu Yinzi and the other Qi-Rong disciples look at them with hostile expressions. Han Li coldly returned a glance and expressionlessly looked away. Given the Qi-Rong's attitude to the Tianping, they were certain to be up to no good. Han Li felt ill at ease over the matter. Because Han Li and company had come somewhat later, they didn't have to wait for much longer. An hour later, the 3 grand elders from the council and the azure-armored man appeared in front of the crowd. The entire group then began to move forward and arrived at a small mountain in front of a huge wall. For some unknown reason, the wall was completely barren. There weren't any patrols or watches above the wall. The azure-armored man then walked in front of the elders and spoke a few words, pointing at the wall. A huge rumbling sounded and the wall stirred. In a flicker of rainbow light flashed, a faint silver spell formation appeared. When the azure-armored man saw this, he immediately opened his mouth and spat a purple wooden badge. The badge brightly lit up and released a purple beam of light. It flickered several times before striking the heart of the formation. Suddenly, the silver spell formation roiled and beaming light roamed. The formation suddenly vanished, but a huge silver gate appeared underneath the wall. The door was 100 meters tall, gleaming with an icy light. From appearance and weight, it appeared to be formed from pure silver. The azure-armored man wordlessly put away the wooden badge and swept his sleeve to the huge door in the distance. Suddenly, a purple light mist swept out and struck the huge gate. A huge gong sounded as the silver gate slowly opened. A gray demonic wind immediately blew out from the gate. As it passed, the holy disciples shuddered, feeling as if knives were being pressed against their skin. It was a truly odd sensation. When Han Li felt how odd the wind was, blue light shined from his eyes. The huge gate opened. Without any hesitation, the holy disciples began to walk through the gate. When Han Li saw what was behind it, he felt his blood run cold. As far as the eye could see, there was only black land, completely lacking light and even a single blade of grass. Be it stone or sand, it was only black as well. The sky was covered in a gray mist that appeared quite dense. It was impossible to see through from below and seemed to have no end. There were cracks in between the mist and the earth about 100 meters tall, but one could hear winds harshly whistled without end as if the cracks would consume everything. Everyone that heard this couldn't help but feel a chill. So this is the Earth Abyss Gate. It looks dangerous as expected, Han Li muttered to himself. The old woman with a cane then said, "All right, we've arrived. Apart from holy disciples, no one else will take a step forward. The Earth Abyss Gate is a myriad kilometers outside the mist." Although her voice wasn't loud, everyone could clearly hear it. Those that were restless immediately calmed down. The white-haired man chuckled. "Since we're here, you all must be anxious. Let's begin making the details clear." The old woman glanced at the white-haired man and calmly said, "The Council of Elders would like to inform you that the demons marked for this trial will be different from the past few. If you bring back an infernal flame fruit, you will have passed. This spirit fruit is different from the others in that it is found in the areas that are darkest and filled with filthy chi. The fruit needs to be about 500 years of maturation and each tree only bears one fruit. The darkness on the first level won't be enough for the fruit to grow. Of course, if you're lucky you could find it there. On the second floor they may grow there in a small number, but we don't guarantee anything. The third floor is where it is guaranteed that the fruit will grow and in great numbers as well. Act in accordance with your judgment. You have 3 months. After those months, the gate will open again to receive you, regardless if you've succeeded. I hoped you listen well." The old woman's voice was powerful. Knowing the odds of survival through the trial, Han Li listened to each and every one of her words carefully. The tattooed old man sullenly commanded, "Since we've told you the details of the trial, you may set off. In 3 months I hope I will see most of you again. As for the others, you will turn back. The Devil's Ceiling Gate will close again." With a wave of his sleeve, he made his way back to the outside without any intention of looking around. The white-haired man and the old woman exchanged a glance before closely following after him. The others in the Council of Elders silently followed them. As for the branch elders, they took a few looks at their clan's holy disciples before heading back. Only a small portion of them sent them off with a voice transmission. In the blink of an eye, the huge gate disappeared, leaving behind a few hundred holy disciples looking at each other in dismay. Hee, what are you all still thinking about? Could it be that you intend to stay here until 3 months later? A burst of loud laughter erupted from within the crowd, following which a humanoid figure sped toward the distance as a white blur. There were several people behind him following along in silence, and they appeared to be brethren of his. Seeing as someone was leading the way, many people in the crowd also banded together to fly toward the rift beneath the mist. Moments later, only a small portion of people remained on the same spot. These people were chatting among themselves, completely unfazed by the fact that their competition was getting a head start on them. Han Li and the Qirong beings were among these people. Following a resounding boom, the massive gate behind them slowly fell shut. 5 colored lights swirled over its surface, following which the gate disappeared without a trace. A stir ran through the remaining people upon seeing this. "Let's go." Han Li swept his gaze across the giant wall where the silver gate had disappeared before waving a hand and flying through the air as a streak of azure light following a flap of his wings. Bai Bai and Lei Lan immediately followed along as a ball of silver light and a ball of golden light, respectively. As soon as Han Li and the others departed, several beings from foreign races focused their attention on his group. Aside from Qirong beings, there were a few holy disciples from other unfamiliar flying spirit race branches, and all of them looked on with cold and sinister expressions as Han Li and the other gradually faded into the distance. Only after Han Li and the others had disappeared into the mist for a long while did Zhu Yinzi also spur the Qirong beings into action. At this moment, there were only beings a dozen or so flying spirit race branches remaining at the foot of the massive wall. Most of these were branches that were quite powerful and situated very high up on the rankings. However, these people all wore indecisive expressions, and they were casting occasional glances toward the 2 of the remaining holy disciples. One of them was a thin female child with dark skin, she was none other than Ao Qing of the Seven Pass race. In contrast, the other person was a tall and broad man in a suit of black wooden armor. The man appeared to over 30 years of age with an unsettling light flashing within his two pairs of eyes. There was a broadsword that was of the same stature as him strapped to his back, and it was shimmering with cold golden light. It was unknown why he didn't place such a large object into a spatial storage device. For some reason, all of the remaining holy disciples of the other power factions were waiting to see what these two were to do, and no one else departed. After a while, the stalemate continued and Ao Qing's brows furrowed slightly. She then giggled before flying away with a dozen or so of her brethren. A cold light flashed through the eyes of the four-eyed man upon seeing this, and he strode forward, covering a distance of several tens of feet with a single step, pursuing Ao Qing as he also departed. 3 men from the same race who were just as imposing as he was followed along behind him in silence. All of the other flying spirit tribe beings' expressions eased at the sight of their departure. Many people even immediately gathered together to discuss some things. After a while, these people departed in several successive waves as if everything had been planned out in advance. Thus, the several hundred flying spirit tribe holy disciples all disappeared into the black lands up ahead. The area near the massive wall was now devoid of all beings. At the same time, Han Li, Bai Bai, and Lei Lan were slowly flying through the air at low altitudes of just over 100 feet. The completely still and motionless gray mist up above was only just over 200 feet above their heads, and it stretched for as far as the eyes could see. That, paired with its monotonous and stifling gray hue, made for a very depressing and oppressive effect. What was even more curious was that despite the fact that they were in such a narrow space, there were occasional gusts of stiff winds that blew toward them from up ahead, and those winds were quite chilly. Of course, these winds couldn't harm Han Li and the others, who were all at the deity transformation stage, and they were able to easily shield themselves with spiritual light. Even though many holy disciples had set off before them, most people didn't take the same path. Instead, many of them intentionally looped around in a large circle before advancing from another direction. This was to avoid encountering the holy disciples from the other branches prior to entering the earth abyss, thereby potentially leading to conflicts. Han Li had also done the same. After flying for just over 50 kilometers, he led the other 2 holy disciples to stray away from their original trajectory, choosing to forge ahead from another direction instead. A distance of over 5,000 kilometers wasn't all that far at all for holy disciples like them. As such, even though they'd intentionally slowed their speed, they still arrived at their destination after 2 hours. The scenes up ahead had undergone a change. The sea of mist that had originally hung quite low in the air had risen to a higher altitude here, and the frosty winds sweeping toward them were much fiercer here. The color of the winds had also turned into a dark gray, and as it buffeted their bodies, layers of black ice and frost instantly materialized on their spiritual light barriers. Of course, these winds were still unable to pose any threat to Han Li's trio, but all of them thickened the layer of protective spiritual light around their bodies. A while later, all of them had emerged from those strange black winds, and they appeared in an unfamiliar place. This was a flat space with an indeterminate radius, and their surroundings were enshrouded by those frosty black winds. There was still the same gray mist hanging in the air, but its altitude had risen to over 10,000 feet, and it was tumbling and surging erratically, creating a vastly different sight from the sea of mist they witnessed during the previous parts of their journey. However, none of that caught the attention of Han Li's trio. Instead, all of them were looking down below. The black land down below had completely disappeared, and a gargantuan bottomless abyss stood in its place. There was black mist wafting throughout the entire abyss, and gusts of frosty black winds would occasionally billow out from within. Han Li scanned his eyes downward to discover that he was unable to determine the dimension of this abyss, just as he'd been unable to ascertain the dimensions of the space they were currently situated in. The 3 of them hung in midair by the abyss, and in the face of this vast space and colossal abyss, they were as insignificant as mere ants. This appears to be the gate of the Earth trial. Let's descend, but be on your guard. Even though it's unlikely that we'll encounter Earth Abyss demons right away, it's still better to be safe than sorry. After appraising the abyss for a short while, Han Li issued a calm instruction for flapping his wings and plunging into the abyss, disappearing into the black mist following a few flashes. Bai Bai and Lei Lan immediately followed suit. Han Li slowly descended into the abyss with azure light flashing all of his body, and 7 or 8 fist-sized moonlight stones hovering around him. These stones were radiating white light that illuminated everything within an area of over 300 feet. Looking around at the tumbling mist nearby, Han Li heaved a faint internal sigh. The mist hadn't been very dense when he had first descended into the abyss, and he was able to clearly survey his surroundings even without using his spirit eyes. However, after descending for tens of thousands of feet, the mist immediately became several times denser. With Bai Bai and Lei Lan following close behind him, he naturally wasn't going to use his spirit eyes unless the situation absolutely demanded its usage, so he summoned these moonlight stones instead. As such, he was able to see his surroundings with relative clarity. However, it was just as he'd expected. This Earth Abyss gate was extremely vast, and even though they were so deep within the abyss already, they were still yet to encounter any demons. This was naturally something that Han Li really liked to see. After descending for a while longer, the mist down below suddenly became more sparse, and the black winds that had appeared from time to time had also disappeared. Han Li and the others stirred upon seeing this. They knew that they were finally about to reach the first level of the Earth Abyss. A short while later, Han Li peered through the thin mist down below with narrowed eyes, and finally saw something different. A black and yellow stretch of land had appeared before his eyes, and it is quite a lush land with massive trees growing on it and even a few strange-looking gray birds circling around in the air. As soon as Han Li and the others emerged from the mist, Bai Bai murmured, "This should be the world of the Earth Abyss. It doesn't look like anything special." The first level of the Earth Abyss has been corrupted by the aura of darkness for a long time, but it's the most shallow of the 7 layers. As such, aside from some demon beasts of the lowest caliber, there are also large numbers of normal beasts residing here. However, all of these beasts are extremely violent, and the vast majority of them are ferocious carnivorous beasts. The most powerful ones among these beasts are not inferior in power to low-grade demon beasts, Lei Lan explained. Han Li remained completely expressionless, as if he were looking at but not seeing the scenes that lay before him. In reality, he had instantly swept his spiritual sense across an area with a radius of over 1,000 kilometers, and didn't discover the presence of any holy disciples or other powerful beings. It appeared that this place was definitely safe. "Let's go down," Han Li instructed before descending. Lei Lan and Bai Bai naturally followed along behind him. An unsettling cry erupted as the gray birds down below discovered the presence of Han Li's trio, and they immediately pounced without any hesitation. Han Li narrowed his eyes, and only now did he catch a clear glimpse of these strange birds. Their beaks were long and thick and were filled to the brim with sharp fangs. There wasn't a single feather to be seen on their bodies, and all of them had strange gray skin as well as a bent single horn growing on each of their heads. Han Li harumphed coldly as he flicked a few fingers through the air. Several streaks of golden sword chi shot forth in a flash, instantly puncturing the bodies of these birds. Blood rained down from above as these birds plummeted toward the ground. However, before their carcasses had even fallen into the forest, a few thunderous roars erupted, following which the ground below began to tremor violently. It appeared that there were many massive beasts fighting over something. A hint of surprise flashed through Han Li's eyes as he cast his gaze toward the source of the commotion. He then descended to an altitude of just over 1,000 feet and flew toward a direction that he'd decided on in advance. According to the holy disciples who'd participated in these trials in the past, there are many entrances from the first to the second level. However, there are only a dozen or so entrances among those that are relatively safe. It's almost impossible to find infernal flame fruits on the first level, so let's head straight to the second level. The entrance that I've chosen is one that's quite secluded. Even though it'll take us more time to get there, we'll be able to avoid the ambushes set up by the enemies of our race, Han Li explained as he flew through the air. Bai Bai's brows furrowed slightly, seeming opposed to Han Li's proposed course of action, but refrained from saying anything. Meanwhile, Lei Lan simply didn't really care. Han Li smiled upon seeing this and he didn't say anything further. Just because he was providing an explanation didn't mean he was discussing the matter with them. Seeing as the Tianping race had asked him to protect these 2 holy disciples and ensure their success in this trial, then he naturally had to lead the way. The 2 holy disciples' cultivation bases were far inferior to his, so he wasn't afraid that they'd go against orders. Thus, the 3 of them flew wordlessly at a low altitude, heading straight for the entrance to the second level. It was said that the Earth Abyss had 7 levels, and each successive level was far more vast than the previous one. Even so, the area of the first level was certainly nothing to be scoffed at. As such, it would take around 4 to 5 days for Han Li's trio to reach the entrance they were heading toward. The journey was quite smooth on the first day. They flew over a dense forest the entire time and occasionally encountered a few groups of suicidal beasts, but no mishaps occurred. However, on the morning of the second day, all three of them were suddenly struck by the feeling that their surroundings had darkened significantly. Han Li looked up with a surprised expression to find that the gray mist in the air above, which had been emanating faint light, had disappeared. It had been replaced by a vast expanse of black rocks that were situated in the air at altitudes of over 100 feet, and there were stalactites hanging from them. There were even some lush patches of moss and vines growing along the surface of these rocks. They'd flown out of the area encompassed by the gate of the Earth Abyss and finally officially arrived in the first level of the underground world. Thankfully, the trees here all glowed with a faint light, perhaps due to the fact that they'd been growing in darkness for long periods of time, and there were unknown minerals on the ground that were also shimmering faintly. As such, their surroundings weren't entirely pitch black, and they could still see many things even from a distance. It was just that the feeling in the air had completely changed and that surroundings seemed to have become more sinister and menacing. Furthermore, the occasional clouds of black mist and gusts of frosty winds that swept toward them further contributed to this harrowing sensation. However, what was especially worthy of note was that not long after they'd flown into this dark area, Han Li felt his spiritual sense being restricted, and he could only release it out of his body for several hundred feet. He had mastered the Great Development Technique, so his spiritual sense was far superior to cultivators of the same cultivation base. As such, Bai Bai and Lei Lan were most likely only able to release their spiritual sense for several tens of feet at most. With that in mind, Han Li cast his spiritual sense behind him, and sure enough, both of the holy disciples were wearing grim expressions on their faces. However, none of them were all that surprised by this occurrence. Prior to departing from the holy city, the Tianping race elders had warned them about this. Not only did intruders like them have their spiritual sense handicapped, even the native dark demon beasts of the Earth Abyss were also afflicted by this. However, these demon beasts had been dwelling in the Earth Abyss for a long time, so they were already accustomed to this handicap. In contrast, the beings of the flying spirit race were naturally yet to acclimatize to this, and it was quite an unsettling experience for most. In spite of this, Han Li remained completely unfazed. After all, it wasn't the first time that he'd encountered a situation where his spiritual sense had been restricted, so he was quite experienced. After flying onward for several more hours, Han Li's brows suddenly furrowed. He raised a hand and quickly pointed a finger toward the moonlight stones hovering up ahead. All of these moonlight stones immediately exploded and disappeared into nothingness. The azure light flashing from Han Li's body also faded as he came to an abrupt halt. Their surroundings had become blurry and indistinct, and even the black winds sweeping toward them seemed to have cooled even further. Bai Bai and Lei Lan had also reflexively faltered in their flight, but neither of them knew why Han Li had stopped. A curious look appeared on Lei Lan's face, but before the two of them had a chance to raise any questions, a gentle buzzing sound suddenly rang out from their surroundings. This sound then gradually intensified, following which countless green specks of light appeared before rapidly converging toward the three of them. Spider wasps. Lei Lan immediately exclaimed with alarm. Bai Bai's expression also changed drastically upon hearing this. Indeed, these low-grade demonic wasps are the most troublesome to deal with among all of the low-grade demon beasts of the Earth Abyss. They like to attack all moving and glowing objects, so they must have been attracted by the moonlight stones, Han Li said in a calm voice. Even without that introduction from Han Li, Lei Lan and Bai Bai were well aware of the behavioral patterns of these wasps. Within the balls of green light, there were countless tiny sinister creatures with the upper bodies of spiders and the lower bodies of wasps. Their bodies were entirely green in color with an exception of a series of yellow rings, and they gave off a very sinister appearance. From a rough visual estimation, it appeared that there were over 10,000 of these demonic wasps hanging in the air around them. As such, even early spirit generals like Bai Bai and Lei Lan were forced to regard the situation with caution. It wasn't that they were fearful of these mere demonic wasps. It was just that with their vast numbers, killing all of them would expend quite a bit of energy, and they had only just entered the first level, so they didn't want to engage in any unnecessary battles. However, these demonic wasps didn't appear to be willing to let them leave without a fight, so they could only prepare for battle. One of them spread open their wings, which were crackling with thin arcs of silver lightning, while the other made a hand seal, and faint golden threads of light appeared behind around their body. Han Li glanced at the two of them before opening his mouth to expel a ball of silver flames. The fireball transformed into a fist-sized silver fire raven in a flash. The fire raven spread its wings before self-detonating on the spot, transforming into over 100 silver sparks that spilled forth in all directions. An incredible scene then ensued. As soon as the silver sparks entered the surrounding specks of green light, the latter was instantly snuffed out. Even though there were only just over 100 of these silver sparks, the green specks of light in the surrounding area were completely unable to bypass them en route to Han Li's trio. Bai Bai and Lei Lan were quite astonished to see this. Spider wasps were renowned for being extremely troublesome to deal with, so they naturally weren't that easy to destroy. These wasps were actually manifestations of a type of dark impure energy, so it was very difficult to kill them with normal attacks. Even if they were slain by physical attacks, they could draw upon the aura of darkness around them to recover to full health in a very short time. The only way to completely eradicate them was to completely destroy their bodies, leaving no trace behind. The three of them flew for tens of thousands of kilometers, but they were still greeted by nothing but silver grains of sand, and not even a single blade of grass had been sighted. All of a sudden Han Li's expression changed as blue light flashed through his eyes, and he abruptly turned toward a certain direction. "What's that?" "What is it, Brother Han?" Bai Bai asked with a hint of alarm. "There appears to be an oasis over there, and I can detect the scent of blood in the air," Han Li replied in a solemn voice. "I can also smell that, and it's indeed coming from that direction," Lei Lan chimed in with furrowed brows. "Could it have been left behind by some earth abyss beasts?" Bai Bai speculated in a hesitant voice. "That doesn't seem to be the case. The world's origin chi over there is clearly a little chaotic, which suggests that some kind of ability had been unleashed there. We should go and have a look," Lei Lan suggested. "Sure." Bai Bai was rather unwilling to comply with Lei Lan's suggestion, but didn't offer any objection seeing as Han Li hadn't turned down this proposal. Thus, the three of them changed directions and headed straight toward the place where the scent of blood was emanating from. After flying for close to 10 kilometers, a smudge of green appeared up ahead, and there really was an oasis there that was around half a kilometer in size. The three of them arrived in the air above the oasis in the blink of an eye. In reality, the so-called oasis was black and yellow in color, and there were almost no tall trees there. Most of the plants growing on the oasis were a few short bushes and unknown weeds. There was a pond that was over 100 feet in size situated at the center of the oasis, but the water within the pond was crimson in color. The bodies of a dozen or so black abyss beasts of different sizes littered the ground beside the pond, and they had all been punctured by a series of stone spikes. The blood within these carcasses was flowing relentlessly into the pond, and the entire oasis was filled with the nauseating scent of blood and gore. Why would these beasts have appeared in the desert? They should be inhabiting the forest that we just passed through, Lei Lan mused with a surprised expression. They've only been recently slain. Otherwise, their blood would have coagulated, Bai Bai analyzed after some close inspection. Meanwhile, Han Li appraised the situation before suddenly flying in circles around the oasis. Moments later, he returned to his original spot and fixed his gaze on that crimson pond. "Did you discover something, Brother Han?" Lei Lan asked in a curious voice. "I have indeed," Han Li replied as he swept a sleeve toward the ground. A burst of golden light shot forth before splitting up into 7 or 8 streaks of sword chi that disappeared into the ground around the pond. Lei Lan and Bai Bai both faltered upon seeing this, yet before they realized what was happening, a series of anguished howls suddenly erupted from the spots where the streaks of sword chi hand punctured the ground, following which several bursts of black blood came flowing to the surface. The nearby ground exploded as several ape-like demons emerged. Each and every one of these ape demons was several feet tall with 2 pairs of ears. They were all wielding crude stone spears, but the tips of those spears were emanating faint white light. As soon as those apes appeared, Bai Bai recalled something before exclaiming, "Those are resentful ape beasts. That means this oasis is an illusion created by a giant spirit flower." "Giant spirit flower?" Lei Lan exclaimed while Han Li's eyes flashed. Right at this moment, violent tremors ran through the ground beneath them amid a series of rumbling booms. At the same time, a crimson shadow flew forth from the blood water in the pond, appearing in front of Han Li in a flash before pouncing viciously toward his face. Lei Lan and Bai Bai were alarmed to see this, but the crimson shadow was far too fast for them to offer their assistance to Han Li. However, Han Li himself merely harumphed coldly as his arm shot forth in a blur. Following a loud thump, A hand that was as pristine white as jade appeared before him like lightning, catching that crimson shadow firmly in its grasp. Only then did the holy disciples catch a clear glimpse of the creatures. This was a crimson being that was around as thick as a human arm and resembled a long tongue. There was a fist-sized ball of flesh growing on the front part of its body, which was riddled with black spikes that were around an inch in length each, and all of these spikes were squirming incessantly. However, it was as if Han Li's hand wasn't even made from blood and flesh, as he was able to grasp directly onto those black spikes without any fear of injury. Right at this moment, 5 white skulls suddenly emerged from his 5 fingers. The skulls opened their mouths in unison, and a burst of 5 colored flames erupted from within. Almost in the blink of an eye, the tongue-like creature was frozen into a strip of 5 colored ice. Han Li immediately swatted the frozen creature, and it shattered amid the sound of cracking chinaware before disintegrating into a swath of light. A thunderous demonic roar erupted from the ground below, and it seemed to be filled with pain and fury. Crimson light swirled within the pond, and the blood water vanished in the blink of an eye. The entire oasis then crumbled amid a resounding boom, revealing a massive object. The top of the object was absolutely gargantuan, while its bottom was extremely thin. It was a massive demonic flower of a similar size to the oasis that had been present until a moment ago. The petals of this demonic flower were of the same silver hue as the sand in this desert, but the core of the flower was as crimson as blood and was formed from the blood pond. The tongue-like creature that had just attacked Han Li was only one of its thick filaments. Not only that, but several tens of those so-called resentful ape beasts were standing atop the flower's gigantic petals, and all of these beasts were looking upward with sinister expressions. At the same time, they made hurling motions with the spears in their hands, and several tens of foot-long stone spikes appeared before flying toward Han Li's trio. So this is a giant spirit flower? It is indeed quite interesting, but isn't this flower a mid-grade demon beast? Aren't there supposed to be very few mid-grade demon beasts on the first level? Han Li mused with a faint smile. On this occasion, there was no need for him to do anything. Lei Lan and Bai Bai raised their hands in unison, sending for a vast expanse of silver lightning and golden threads that intertwined to pulverize the oncoming stone spikes. Just because there are very few of them doesn't mean that they won't appear, Brother Han. On top of that, we chose to commence the trial at a very bad time, as this is the exact time period before the demon beast torrent of the earth abyss. Hence, it's not all that strange to see mid-grade demon beasts appear on the first level, Lei Lan explained with furrowed brows. Even though this was a mid-grade demon beast, it was far less troublesome of an opponent than those spider wasps from before, so she remained completely unfazed. Is that so? I've heard that this flower's nectar is an exceptional pill refinement ingredient. Seeing as we've encountered one, why don't procure some of this nectar? Han Li suggested with a smile as he suddenly flicked his 10 fingers downward. 10 small golden swords shot forth from between his fingers, hurtling downward as 10 streaks of golden light. A loud roar erupted from the core of the flower, following which countless red shadows shot forth, attempting to strike down the flying swords. If a normal flying spirit race being were to encounter such a ferocious attack, it would be quite a headache for them to deal. However, Han Li merely pointed a finger toward his flying sword, and brilliant golden light erupted from the swords, completely vanquishing the oncoming red shadows. The golden light then swayed once again to manifest several tens of streaks of identical sword chi that came raining down from above. The resentful ape beasts seemed to be aware that they were facing a crisis of life and death upon seeing this, and they let loose sharp screeches as they hurled forth their stone spears. All of the spears also transformed into tens of streaks of white light mid-flight as they flew toward the streaks of sword chi. However, these crude stone spears were naturally no match for the powerful azure bamboo cloud's warm swords. As such, they were immediately reduced to powdered stone in the face of the sharp flying swords. Immediately thereafter, the streaks of golden sword chi merely flew around the resentful ape beasts, and all of them were sliced in half. At the same time, the streaks of sword chi sliced viciously into the demonic flower, instantly shredding it into countless pieces. The massive flower crashed heavily onto the ground with large volumes of green liquid flowing from it all over the ground. The giant spirit flower and those resentful ape beasts had been slain by Han Li in one fell swoop. Lei Lan and Bai Bai were left with nothing to do, and they could only glance at each other with wry smiles on their faces. "Alright, I'll go down and get some nectar and we'll continue in our journey after that," Han Li instructed as he withdrew his flying swords. He then descended toward the ground before flipping his hand over to produce a small green vial, which he pointed toward the now incomplete core of the flower. A burst of azure light immediately shot forth, sweeping over the flower's core and extracting balls of pink liquid that entered the vial. Han Li shook the small vial, and a peculiar fragrance wafted toward him. A smile appeared on his face, and the small vial disappeared amid a flash of azure light. Lei Lan and Bai Bai also descended before producing containers to extract some nectar for themselves. "Let's go." Han Li spread his wings and rose into the air again. Bai Bai immediately followed suit as a streak of golden light. Lei Lan was about to do the same when she cast a glance at the remains of the giant flower on the ground, and for some reason she decided to flick a finger toward it. A loud thunderclap erupted as an arc of silver lightning shot forth, striking and destroying the yellow branch that remained connected to the demonic flower. Only then did she spread her wings and fly toward Han Li and Bai Bai. Thus, the three of them disappeared in the blink of an eye, and peace and quiet returned to the area. 2 hours later, the ground nearby suddenly tremored, following which several massive black tendrils abruptly emerged from the ground amid a resounding boom. Immediately thereafter, a black demonic flower that was several times larger than the giant spirit flower that had just been destroyed appeared from the ground below. The flower was like a gigantic mountain, and the tendrils connected to it slapped onto the ground, thereby allowing it to stabilize itself. Right at this moment, an enraged voice sounded from atop the flower. Who would dare to destroy the spirit flower? At the center of the giant black flower, there was a silver wooden chair, atop which sat a slender figure holding a green leather whip with a set of blurry facial features. Yellow light flashed, and a furry figure suddenly appeared before the silver chair. It immediately half knelt onto the ground in an extremely respectful manner as it said, "There's no need to be enraged, mistress. The flower appears to only have been destroyed recently, so the perpetrators couldn't have gotten far away. Allow me to do some investigating first." "All right then. I still have to conduct the sacrificial ceremony, so I'll leave this to you. Regardless of who it is, make sure that they die for what they did," the woman said in a cold voice before cracking her whip into the empty air. A white rift appeared in a flash and spatial fluctuations erupted nearby. Immediately thereafter, boundless black mist erupted from within the white rift, and it appeared that space had been torn open by the whip. "Yes, mistress." The short furry figure shuddered as it ducked its head even lower. "Go now. I'll be returning to the 3rd level on my own," the woman instructed before tapping a foot on the massive black flower beneath her. Black light immediately flashed from the gigantic flower as silver formations of different sizes appeared over its surface. Silver light then flashed and bursts of inky black mist billowed out from these formations, forming a sea of mist that enshrouded the entire giant flower in the blink of an eye. A rumbling thunderclap erupted from within the mist, following which the sea of mist was dispelled by gusts of fierce winds amid a few arcs of flashing silver lightning. The flower and the slender woman abruptly disappeared on the spot, and only the furry figure remained, still half knelt on the ground. After around the 5 minutes, the short humanoid figure finally rose to its feet and slowly raised its head, revealing a set of ape-like facial features and 2 pairs of ears. Its green eyes were quite small, but they were shimmering with a cold and sinister light. This was a resentful ape beast with dark yellow fur, and it seemed to have attained intelligence. The demonic ape appraised its surroundings before abruptly opening its mouth to expel a burst of yellow mist that enshrouded the remains of the giant flower. An incredible turn of events unfolded. Within this yellow mist, the giant spirit flower quickly disintegrated into a vast expanse of viscous green liquid. The mist then swept up this green liquid and drew it into the demonic ape's stomach. The ape then closed its eyes while green light appeared within its nostrils and 4 ears. At the same time, its yellow fur had turned green and was shimmering faintly. This resentful ape beast stood still on the spot for a long while 2 of its 4 ears suddenly twitched slightly. Not long after this, a ball of red light flashed from the distance. There was a portly man within the red light who appeared to be in his 30s, and he had a pair of green wings on his back as well as a pair of sharp horns on his head. A cunning light was shimmering from his beady eyes, and he was a holy disciple from one of the other branches of the flying spirit race. For some reason he had chosen the same route as Han Li and the others, and he appeared to be traveling alone. However, this man appeared to be extremely cautious, so it had naturally already noticed the demonic ape up ahead. Thus, the fatso stopped in midair several hundred feet away from the demonic ape before looking down at it with a hint of surprise on his face. Even though the demonic ape had converted the remains of the giant spirit flower into liquid and consumed it, the fissures on the ground from when the giant black flower had emerged were quite astonishing to behold. Meanwhile, the demonic ape stood motionlessly on the spot with his eyes tightly shut while green light flashed within his nose and ears. It seemed to have completely detached itself from the outside world. As such, this scene struck the onlooker with the illusion that the ape had just fought some kind of gargantuan being and had sustained severe injuries in the process. As a result, it was forced to entering a state of recuperation, thereby rendering it completely defenseless. That was clearly the conclusion that the holy disciple had arrived at, and a hint of excitement appeared on his face at the sight of the demonic ape. Even though the objective of this trial wasn't to kill demons, being able to slay a high-grade Earth Abyss demon beast would undoubtedly earn him bountiful rewards such as its demon core, as well as other ingredients and materials that could be procured from its body. No one would be willing to give up a chunk of delicious meat that was there for the taking. However, this holy disciple was extremely cautious and didn't spring into action in a reckless manner. Instead, he surveyed the demonic ape in silence from afar. After a long while, the demonic ape still hadn't moved at all, and he was finally lulled into a sense of security. A sinister smile appeared on his face as he abruptly rubbed his hands together. A ball of flames erupted from between his palms, and the flames then transformed into a log-fiery spear that was around 20 feet in length. The tip of the spear was extremely sharp, and it was enshrouded in a layer of scorching crimson flames. The holy disciple then spread its wings and sped toward the demonic ape as a streak of red light. Even though this holy disciple had a rather portly figure, he was unleashed some kind of secret technique that not only allowed him to fly extremely quickly, it also ensured a soundless flight, thereby resulting in an extremely stealthy approach. In the blink of an eye, the streak of red light had appeared just over 100 feet away from the demonic ape, yet the demon beast remained standing motionlessly on the spot. The holy disciple was ecstatic to see this, and he immediately thrust forth his spear without any hesitation. The spear whistled through the air as a streak of red light before puncturing the demonic ape's body in a flash. However, an elated expression had only just appeared on his face before it changed drastically. The body of the demonic ape had vanished right after the fiery spear had punctured it, and it was thus revealed to have only been a projection. Crap! The holy disciple immediately flapped his wings with alarm to try and flee the scene. However, it was already too late. A blurry green figure suddenly appeared in the air above before pouncing onto the man's body in a flash. A dull thump erupted, and a ball of green mist exploded before enshrouding the holy disciple's entire body. A blood-curdling howl rang out as the red spiritual light around the man's body vanished like snow melting under the scorching sun, having been completely eroded by the green mist. The holy disciple only flew for around 100 feet further before plummeting to the ground as a puddle of green liquid. This holy disciple hadn't even had a chance to unleash any of his abilities before he had been slain. At this moment, the green mist surged before manifesting into that demonic ape again. The ape took a cold glance at the liquid on the ground before opening its mouth to consume it. In hindsight, this holy disciple really had perished in extremely unfortunate circumstances. If everything had taken place above the ground, where he would have had full access to his spiritual sense, there was no way that he would have been deceived so easily by a projection, and he certainly would have sensed the demonic ape's presence before it had gotten so close to him. The demonic ape smacked its lips before murmuring to itself in a thoughtful manner, "That was a flying spirit tribe being, eh? That makes sense, considering the date of their trial's commencement is about to arrive soon. That means the ones who had destroyed the giant spirit flower were most likely from the flying spirit tribe as well." With that in mind, the demonic ape sniffed the air before turning its gaze toward the direction that Han Li's trio had departed in. A sinister smile appeared on its face as it flew through the air as a cloud of green mist, disappearing into the distance in the blink of an eye. "What? You want us to take this?" Leyland's brows were tightly furrowed as she appraised the shimmering white jade badge in her hat with bewilderment in her eyes. Bai Bai was also holding an identical object with puzzlement in his eyes. These two jade badges were both pristine and translucent with silver runes on their surfaces, and it was quite apparent that they were extremely valuable items. Han Li had suddenly produced them a moment ago and asked the two holy disciples to carry the badges with them. Aside from protective properties, the main functions of these badges are aura concealment and location tracking. If some kind of mishap occurs and we end up being separated, we may be able to find one another again using these badges, Han Li explained. These two badges were treasures known as limitless badges, and he'd purchased them in Deep Heaven City for a high price. The current situation was perfect for their usage. At this moment they had emerged from the desert and were situated on a small mountain. As a safety precaution, Hanli had produced these two treasures and was asking the two holy disciples to take one each. "Thank you for your kind offer, Brother Han, but I don't have a habit of carrying other people's treasures," Leilan refused with a dark expression. Bai Bai also shook his head with a faint smile on his face. Hanli didn't force the issue. He merely stowed the jade badges away with a faint chuckle. "Seeing as you're unwilling to carry the badges, then so be it. However, seeing as mid-grade demon beasts have appeared even on the first level, it appears our journey won't be devoid of risk as we'd initially thought. I have a flying treasure with concealment abilities. If we continue in our journey using it as a transportation device, it could spare us a lot of trouble," Hanli suggested. "I'm fine with flying treasures," Leilan agreed with a smile on this occasion. Bai Bai also nodded in response. Hanli smiled as he swept a hand over his storage bracelet, upon which a yellow flying carriage that was narrow up front and wider at the back appeared before them. The carriage appeared to have been refined from some kind of spirit wood and seemed to be very light. However, it also appeared to have been very intricately constructed, and many formations seemed to have been set up on it. The carriage was around 70 to 80 feet in size, so it was more than enough to house the three of them. This was one of the flying carriages that Hanli had collected prior to departing from Deep Heaven City, so he had a variety to choose from depending on the situation. Leilan and Bai Bai glanced at one another before following Hanli onto the carriage. Hanli patted the flying carriage, casting several incantation seals into it. The carriage immediately tremored before a white barrier of light appeared over it, enshrouding the entire flying carriage within. As the barrier of light swirled, the entire carriage gradually became transparent until it was virtually invisible. The carriage then sped into the distance. "Brother Han, why didn't you use this treasure from the start?" Bai Bai asked with a smile after inspecting the carriage for a while. "This carriage is very useful, but it has a flaw," Hanli replied in an ambiguous manner. "And what flaw is that?" Leilan was also getting rather curious. If I want to use this carriage's concealment ability, I have to power it with high-grade wood attribute spirit stones, and the expenditure is quite high. Furthermore, aside from having decent concealment abilities and speed, this carriage's defensive properties are quite lackluster, so it can easily be destroyed by attacks. As such, I wouldn't normally use it unless it was necessary to do so, Hanli explained. Bai Bai and Leilan nodded in response and didn't make any further inquiries. Thus, the flying carriage whizzed through the air, disappearing into the distance in the blink of an eye. Unbeknownst to Hanli's trio, in the extremely far distance behind them, a ball of green mist faltered in mid-air before a low roar of rage erupted from within it. Immediately thereafter, it also accelerated as it hurtled ahead. Within a canyon that was closest to the gate leading to the first level of the Earth Abyss, there was a group of 7 or 8 flying spirit tribe beings advancing in a cautious manner. The being leading the way had red skin and dark expression on his face. These were none other than Zhu Yinzi and the Qi Rong race holy disciples. The further they advanced in the canyon, the deeper they went into the abyss. The entire space up ahead was completely pitch black without even the slightest hint of light, as if they'd made their way down into an infernal hell. However, all of the Qi Rong beings' eyes were shimmering with piercing red light, allowing them to see in the darkness, so all of them remained quite calm. Not long after that, a strange cry erupted from the darkness up ahead, and a vast flock of bird-sized bats with purplish-red eyes pounced toward them while letting loose sharp screeches. Zhu Yinzi was flying at the forefront of the group, and he merely looked on with expressionlessly at the menacing oncoming bats before abruptly flapping his wings. Countless feathers shot forth amid a flash of red light before transforming into countless streaks of fire that passed through the flock of bats in the blink of an eye. A series of loud explosions erupted, and all of the bats plummeted from the sky as fireballs, with not a single one surviving that attack. Thus, the Qi Rong beings continued onward without even being slowed down at all, and quickly disappeared into the darkness. As long as they kept flying along this canyon, they'd be able to reach the second level of the Earth Abyss after a day and a night. On a vast stretch of red land, a massive black shadow flashed through the air, seemingly fleeing from something in a panicked manner. Not long after the black shadow flew past, spiritual light flashed in the distant sky, and a dozen or so streaks of spiritual light of different colors emerged, flying toward the same direction. All of these beings had different types of wings growing from their backs, but they all had black tattoos on their faces. They were the beings of the Seven Pass race, the number one branch among the flying spirit race. The thin female child flying at the forefront of the group was none other than Ao Qing, whom all of the holy disciples were wary of. Ao Qing looked on at the fleeing black shadow up ahead with a cold smile on her face and pursued it in an unhurried manner. After a while, a burly man among the Seven Pass race holy disciples couldn't help but suggest, "Senior Marshal Sister Ao, the direction that this golden tusk beast is escaping is diverging away from the entrance to the second level that we're heading toward. Wouldn't it be best to kill it now rather than continue to follow it?" "Where's the hurry? It's very rare to encounter pack-dwelling mid-grade demon beasts like the golden tusk beast on just the first level of the Earth Abyss, so we naturally have to kill all of them at once. Are you doubting my ability to complete the trial just because we have to slightly delay our descent into the next level?" Ao Qing asked in an emotionless voice. The burly man was given a fright upon hearing this, and he hurriedly explained, "Of course not. I wouldn't dare to think such a thing. I'm just afraid that the infernal flame fruits will be taken by the holy disciples from the other branches. If we really do get there too late, then we can just take other people's fruits. If that doesn't work, we can always go to the fourth level of the Earth Abyss. There'll definitely be a vast quantity of those fruits down there." Ao Qing chuckled coldly in an implacable manner. The burly man didn't dare to say anything else upon hearing that. Thus, they continued to pursue the fleeing black shadow in an unhurried manner like a pride of lions toying with their prey. Amid a vast expanse of rugged rocks, 3 flying spirit race beings with blue feathered wings on their backs and scales all over their faces had surrounded a demon beast of darkness, and had launched a ferocious assault against it. This demonic creature had the head of a deer and the body of a human, and it was around 20 feet tall. Black chi was swirling around its body, and it held a massive black trident in its hands, managing to hold its own even in the face of several holy disciples. Furthermore, it seemed to only be growing more powerful as the battle wore on, and it was instead the 3 holy disciples who were slowly being forced onto the back foot. This was only the first level of the Earth Abyss, so they had no idea how a high-grade demon beast like the deer-faced demon had ended up here. However, seeing as this carnivorous demon beast was trying to prey on them, they had no choice but to fight for their lives. Elsewhere, most of the flying spirit race holy disciples on the first level had encountered unexpected troubles. However, there were also some holy disciples who had enjoyed remarkably smooth journeys, and were entering the second level as the Qirong beings had. Meanwhile, in order to avoid the antagonistic flying spirit race branches, Hanli had no choice but to head toward the most secluded entrance, and the flying carriage had flown for over half a day with the trio inside it. Perhaps it was because this carriage's concealment restriction really was working, or because there weren't many demon beasts on this route to begin with. In any case, they encountered no further complications during the rest of their journey, and after flying for 2 days and 2 nights, they had passed through 2 forests and a set of mountain ranges, arriving in a place deep within the first level of the Earth Abyss. At this rate, it would only take them another day to arrive at the entrance to the second level. Lei Lan and Bai Bai were quite elated by their progress. However, after flying for several tens of thousands of kilometers further, a vast expanse of black mountain ranges suddenly appeared up ahead. The 3 of them immediately stopped the carriage in alarm. According to the map, there should be a set of plains here. Why are there mountain ranges instead? Bai Bai murmured as he looked at the massive mountains up ahead. Lei Lan was also rather dumbstruck. Even from a distance they could tell that all of the mountains in the mountain ranges were extremely tall. Some of them had extended to the very top of the underground world, leaving only small gaps between mountains through which one could pass, and that presented quite a daunting prospect. No one knew just how long these mountain ranges extended for, nor whether there were any hazards awaiting them inside. Han Li's eyes narrowed as suddenly exited the flying carriage, then descended onto the nearby ground to carefully inspect something. Lei Lan and Bai Bai were rather surprised by what Han Li was doing, but after exchanging a quick glance, they also flew out of the carriage and landed beside Han Li. From the signs nearby, it appears that this set of mountain ranges has only appeared here in the past century. It was most likely moved here by someone with unfathomable power, Han Li said in a slow voice. Lei Lan's face paled upon hearing this, and Bai Bai's expression was also rather disgruntled. There's no need to panic. Even the demon monarchs in the deepest level of the Earth Abyss aren't capable of such a monumental feat through their own power. This was most likely done through the assistance of some kind of treasure or formation. The only alternative possibility is that a true spirit-level demon beast has appeared in the deepest level of the abyss, Han Li said with a smile. I see. As a holy disciple of the Tianping race, Bai Bai was no ordinary being, and he quickly realized that Han Li was right. Even so, the situation here isn't quite right. The desert that we passed through earlier also appeared out of nowhere. Why are the demon beasts of the earth abyss doing this? What could their intentions be? A concerned look appeared on Lei Lan's face. Perhaps this is all due to the beast torrent. Even if that isn't the case and there's another reason behind all this, there's no way that the Earth Abyss trial would be cancelled. Hence, all we can do is get to the 3rd level, then bring back the infernal flame fruit as quickly as possible and report these sightings to the higher-ups in our Tianping race, Han Li said in an unflustered manner. After all, he had many similar past experiences, so this was not something new to him. You're right, Brother Han. However, this set of mountain ranges really is quite peculiar. If we fly through the gaps between the mountains, who knows what dangers we could encounter. But if we try to go around it? Bai Bai said in a hesitant voice. We definitely can't go around it, Lei Lan rejected before analyzing. According to the map, on one side of this land is the Earth Abyss wind belt, while the black abyssal flying ants' nests lay on the other side. The Earth Abyss winds in the wind belt are far more powerful than the gusts we've encountered before, and the glacial power imbued within them can freeze us instantly. It's a renowned restricted area. As for the ants' nests, there are hundreds of thousands of flying ants in there. If we try to force our way through it with our cultivation bases, there's at least a 50% chance that we'd all die in there. So that means our only choice is to pass through these mountain ranges? Han Li murmured to himself as he stroked his chin. Not necessarily. If we go around in an even larger circle, we can skirt around all of these hazards, but that'll take at least an extra 7 or 8 days. That delay could prove to be extremely detrimental to our search for the infernal flame fruit. Lei Lan was becoming rather hesitant. Meanwhile, Han Li was staring at the mountain ranges up ahead in silence. At this moment, both Bai Bai and Lei Lan also fell silent, entrusting the final decision to Han Li. After a while, Han Li finally made his decision. These mountain ranges give me a very eerie feeling. If we really do go through it, I feel like we'll encounter some extreme hazards. Even if we can force our way through the mountain ranges, we'll most likely have expended a large amount of magic power, and that certainly won't hold us in good stead for the rest of the trial. As for entering the 2nd level a few days late, I don't think that's too much of an issue. With these few days of delay, the branches that are targeting us won't be able to predict our route and ambush us. Besides, there are so many trial takers, and there won't be all that many infernal flame fruits to be found on the 2nd level. I intend to take you two to the 3rd level anyway, so it's better to waste some time rather than face the unknown dangers within those mountain ranges. He then flew back into the flying carriage. Lei Lan and Bai Bai held a brief discussion through voice transmission upon seeing this before also returning to the carriage. Brother Han, I think we should discuss this matter in further depth. Perhaps the mountain ranges aren't as dangerous as we imagine, Bai Bai said as soon as he entered the carriage. The Weeping Soul Beast had already attained intelligence, and after communicating with it, Han Li learned that there was a burst of fearsome Een Soul energy lurking deep within those mountain ranges. It seemed that there was a ghostly being in there that was so powerful, even the Weeping Soul Beast felt threatened by its existence. The Weeping Soul Beast was the natural bane of ghostly souls, so a ghostly being with Een Soul energy powerful enough to threaten it naturally had to be an extremely fearsome being. That wasn't to say that the Weeping Soul Beast stood no chance against it, but Han Li simply wasn't willing to take the risk. Thus, he immediately decided against entering the mountain ranges, choosing instead to take a further route, even if it meant spending more time on their journey. This concerned the secret that was his Weeping Soul Beast, so Han Li naturally didn't explain everything in detail to Lei Lan and Bai Bai. He merely used some rather unconvincing excuses to placate them. As such, the two Tianping race holy disciples were a little displeased. Han Li merely chuckled coldly in his heart and paid no heed to the two holy disciples. It wasn't as if he planned to stay at the Tianping race for a long time anyway, so he didn't have to care what these two thought about him. Everything would be fine as long as they didn't weigh him down in this trial. With that in mind, Han Li provided no further explanations to Bai Bai and Lei Lan, and the two holy disciples weren't interested in speaking any further about the issue either. Thus, the interior of the carriage became very quiet. Among the three of them, Han Li stood at the front of the carriage and looked out into the distance. Bai Bai had his head lowered in deep thought, and Lei Lan had her eyes closed as she entered a seated meditative state. Han Li spurred on the carriage to full speed, and it departed from the mountain ranges in moments, flying into the barren landscape again. After a while, Han Li's expression suddenly changed slightly as he withdrew his gaze, then turned his attention to the direction behind the carriage with narrowed eyes. Han Li's actions naturally attracted the attention of Lei Lan and Bai Bai. The two raised their heads in unison, and Lei Lan opened her eyes to assess the situation. They cast their gaze toward the direction that Han Li was looking in, only to discover a vast expanse murky grayness everywhere they looked. Due to the restrictions on everyone's spiritual sense present within the earth abyss, neither of them were able to release their spiritual sense to survey the situation, so they could only turn to Han Li with curiosity in their eyes. Han Li stood expressionlessly at the front of the carriage without saying anything, but there was blue light faintly shimmering within his eyes. Brother Han. Bai Bai was finally unable to repress his curiosity any longer, but in the instant that he opened his mouth to raise a question, Han Li suddenly swept two fingers gently through the air. A streak of golden light shot forth like lightning, and the scenes that unfolded next gave Bai Bai and Lei Lan a massive fright. As the golden light flashed through the air, green chi suddenly flashed, and a cloud of green mist appeared out of thin air, only to be sliced in half by the golden light. A roar of shock and fury rang out from within the mist as the two halves of the green mist combined as one again. The green mist then surged and transformed into a strange demonic ape with yellow fur all over its body. It was none other than the resentful ape beast that had just slain a flying spirit race holy disciple earlier. It had finally caught up to the flying carriage not long ago, and in its elation, it had attempted to sneak over to the carriage, then enshroud it with poisonous mist to kill Han Li's trio. However, never would it have thought that not only was Han Li's spiritual sense far superior to that of normal deity transformation cultivators, his bright sight spirit eyes were also capable of easily seeing through illusions and concealment techniques, thereby allowing him to immediately glean the demonic ape's presence. Lei Lan and Bai Bai's hearts jolted with shock at the sight of the demonic ape, and they immediately sprang to their feet before flying out to either side of the carriage. Even though they were unable to release their spiritual sense, it was still a testament to this demonic ape's concealment and illusionary abilities that it was able to get so close to them without their detection. However, that begged the question of how Han Li had managed to discover them, given that he was also a spirit general. The two of them fixed their eyes on the demonic ape with wary expressions on their faces and befuddlement in their hearts. At this moment, the flying carriage slowly came to a halt at Han Li's behest, and he appraised the demonic ape in an expressionless manner. "Are you three the ones who ruined my mistress' sacrificial ceremony?" the resentful ape beast asked in a cold voice. Bai Bai's heart stirred upon hearing this, but he put on a smile as he asked, "Sacrificial ceremony? What sacrificial ceremony? When did we ever do such a thing? Did you destroy a giant spirit flower back in the desert? That flower was being used as part of my mistress' sacrificial ceremony," the demonic ape continued in a menacing voice. "No," Han Li immediately replied without even batting a single eyelid. The calm and concise tone in his voice made even the demonic ape falter, and for a split second, it wondered whether it had pursued the wrong targets. However, it then turned its attention to Lei Lan and Bai Bai, and their facial expressions clearly betrayed Han Li's denial. As such, the demonic ape flew into a thunderous rage. "You have the essence of the giant spirit flower all over your bodies, yet you still dare to try and fool me? I'm going to eat all of you so I can report back to my mistress." The demonic ape roared as it transformed into a cloud of green mist that stretched for over 100 feet, hurtling directly toward the trio. "Insolent beast." Bai Bai's smile faded as he flapped his wings toward the mist in one powerful motion. Countless strands of golden threads shot forth, instantly puncturing the mist and filling it with holes. However, green light swirled around the mist, and it made a full recovery in the blink of an eye. On the other end, Lei Lan could sense that this opponent was quite troublesome to deal with, and she immediately made a hand seal. Two thick bolts of silver lightning shot forth from within her sleeves, striking the green mist before exploding with a resounding boom. After the two bolts of lightning disappeared, the green mist faltered in midair, and two gaping holes that were each around 10 feet in size had appeared. However, before Lei Lan had a chance to celebrate, the deriding cackling of the demonic ape rang out from within the mist. The green mist managed to quickly regenerate once again before swelling in size and closing in with ferocious might. Bai Bai and Lei Lan's expressions both changed in unison. They had sensed that this demonic ape was a being to be wary of, but they didn't think that a mere resentful ape beast would pose such a stern challenge. The two of them immediately sprung into action again. One of them flipped a hand over to produce a green wooden comb, while the other made a hand seal, and arcs of lightning began to crackle in the air in preparation for another attack. However, Hanli merely harumphed coldly at this moment, and finally joined the fray. Azure light shimmered behind him as a massive azure bird projection appeared, then opened its huge beak. An azure pillar of light shot forth from within its beak amid a dull thump, puncturing the center of the green mist in a flash. The pillar of light then split up into countless azure threads before exploding in all directions. Gale-force winds were swept up as a violent hurricane wreaked havoc through the mist. All of the green mist was swept up by the gusts of wind before vanishing on the spot. It was as if the green mist had been blown into oblivion by the wind. Leylan and Bai both faltered upon seeing this. Could it be that this demon beast they'd found so troublesome to deal with had been destroyed by Hanli with a single attack? However, Hanli showed no signs of stopping. A peculiar look appeared on his face as he abruptly summoned 8 streaks of golden sword chi, which struck 8 different spots in the air behind him. 8 unsettling cries erupted in unison, following which 8 clouds of green mist emerged out of thin air, having just barely evaded the streaks of sword chi. 8 indistinct green projections of light that were even shorter than the demonic ape from before appeared in mid-air, and one of them exclaimed, "You really are capable of detecting our presence." Han Li's body blurred, and in the next instant, he had turned around to face the green projections as he asked, "It shouldn't be any surprise that I'm able to see through such crude concealment techniques. What kind of demon beast are you? You're not resentful ape beasts, right? There's no way that resentful ape beasts could possess these abilities." Only then did Leylan and Bai realize that there were enemies behind them, and they hurriedly turned around with shock and bewilderment in their hearts. It was quite plain to see that these two possessed powerful cultivation bases and abilities, but they were sorely lacking in practical combat experience. It was no wonder that the Tianping race elders weren't optimistic about their chances of completing the trial on their own. Don't even think about trying to goad me into telling you my origins. I may not be able to do anything to you on the surface, but here in this earth abyss, even if your cultivation base far outstrips mine, you're definitely no match for me. Another one of the green projections had spoken on this occasion, and 8 projections threw their heads back and burst into raucous laughter in unison. Immediately thereafter, green light flashed and 8 completely identical demonic apes were manifested. Green light flashed from these apes' hands, and all of them summoned green machetes as they rushed toward Han Li's trio. Han Li raised an eyebrow as he abruptly raised a hand. The hand turned into a pristine white color, and he spread open his fingers to blast forth a swath of 5-colored flames. The flames sped forth at a phenomenal pace, sweeping up the 8 demonic apes in the blink of an eye. Brilliant 5-colored spiritual light then erupted from the flames, and the 8 demonic apes were slowed down to less than a tenth of their original speed. Han Li took this opportunity to expel a ball of shimmering silver flames out of his mouth. Leylan and Bai's expressions changed in unison upon hearing this, and they also hurriedly sprang back into the carriage. Almost at the exact same moment, a faint cry of surprise suddenly rang out on the 3rd level of the earth abyss, in a place that was pitch black and completely devoid of light. A fair and slender arm reached out of the darkness while holding a yellow wooden badge in the shape of a ghostly head. What happened? The 8-faced beast's soul flame suddenly snuffed out. That useless oaf can't even do something so simple. Looks the ones who destroyed my giant spirit flower have some tricks up their sleeves. So be it, I'll take care of these trivial matters later. As long as these people haven't left the earth abyss, I'll be able to find them no matter what. The woman harumphed coldly in a confident manner before everything fell silent again. 2 days later, on the 1st level of the earth abyss, a faint white shadow passed over a set of black grasslands. All of a sudden, a dozen or so black shadows sprang forth from the tall grass down below, pouncing straight toward the indistinct white shadow. These were a dozen or so massive praying mantises with green eyes and sinister facial features. They were each around 3 feet tall and pitch black in color. Bursts of rumbling erupted from within the carriage, following which a dozen or so arcs of silver lightning flashed forth from within the white shadow, striking these praying mantises with unerring accuracy. The praying mantises didn't even get a chance to utter a single sound before they were reduced to dust and blown away by the wind. 4 days later, a spirit carriage flew through the air in a careless manner, flying over a vast expanse of rugged rocks. There were several rock demons with bodies constructed from loose rocks down below, galloping as quickly as they could in pursuit of the carriage. Countless golden threads suddenly shot forth from within the carriage, instantly puncturing the bodies of their rock demons before constricting in a violent manner. Brilliant golden light flashed, and all of these rock demons perished, crumbling to the ground as loose rocks. 7 days later, Han Li's trio stood in the air above a massive valley within which grayish-white mist was surging incessantly, and all three of them were carefully inspecting this valley. Lei Lan and Bai Bai's eyes were filled with elation, and the flying carriage that had carried them to this point was nowhere to be seen. Perhaps it had been destroyed by demon beasts on the way here or had been stowed away by Han Li. In any case, it was gone now. Looks like this place is relatively safe. Let's go in. If we descend underground here for a day, we'll be able to reach the second level. This place is so secluded, so the exit on the other side will most likely be quite safe as well. It would be quite unlikely that someone would go to the trouble of setting up traps on the other end, Han Li analyzed before spreading his wings and leading the way into the mist. The two Tianping race holy disciples had already come so far, so backing down now was naturally not an option. As such, they also entered the mist with solemn expressions on their faces. The gray mist wasn't very dense, so even after entering it, they could still roughly see everything just over 100 feet away from them. However, there would occasionally be a few foot-long winged snakes that would fly out of the mist to try and attack the trio. Of course, they were all slain with ease. 2 hours later, they finally emerged from the mist and arrived at the end of the valley. At this moment, they were greeted by the sight of a massive rift on one of the valley's gigantic stone faces. The rift seemed to be leading extremely deep into the ground. A smile appeared on Han Li's face upon seeing this rift, and he led the two holy disciples into it without any hesitation. The 3 streaks of spiritual light flew on, and disappeared from view after rounding a few corners. A day and a night later, a strange howling sound suddenly erupted near a massive rift that was leading downward. A gust of fierce black winds erupted from the rift in a frenzy, completely coating the nearby rock face in a layer of ice, clearly indicating that it was extremely frosty. However, 3 streaks of spiritual light took advantage of this opportunity to fly out from the gust of wind, appearing several hundred feet away after a few flashes. The spiritual lights then faded to reveal 3 humanoid figures. They were none other than Han Li's trio. The earth abyss winds in this passageway are far too fierce. I was almost unable to withstand them. Why didn't the information we received mention this at all? Bai Bai's face was quite pale as he cast his gaze toward the spot from which the trio had just emerged. The fact that this phenomenon wasn't detailed in the information we received indicates that it's only appeared in recent years. Otherwise, the senior of our race would have definitely mentioned this to us. Lei Lan also appeared to have expended a lot of energy in flying through the earth abyss winds, and she couldn't help but glance at Han Li. At this moment, Han Li had his arms crossed and was surveying his surroundings. He was completely unruffled, and it was as if he'd just taken a stroll in the park rather than forcing his way through lethal earth abyss winds. Could it be that there's such a massive gulf between early spirit generals and late spirit generals? Lei Lan thought to herself in a resigned manner. It was all thanks to Han Li's assistance that she was able to survive that ordeal at all. Otherwise, she may well have perished to those fearsome winds. We've already been delayed too much on the first level, so there's no point in wasting time searching for infernal flame fruits on the second level. Let's head straight to the third level, Han Li said in an implacable voice as he withdrew his gaze. The air here was rather humid. It appeared that they were situated in the air above a swamp-like area. The two Tianping race holy disciples were now well aware that Han Li was far more powerful than them, so they naturally didn't harbor any more discontent toward him. However, Lei Lan still couldn't help but express her concern after a brief hesitation. I naturally have no objections there, but there are only 3 entrances from the second level to the third level, so no matter which one we take, there's a good chance that we'll encounter people from other branches. If we encounter the holy disciples from branches that bear ill will toward our Tianping race. Lei Lan didn't finish her sentence, but the implications in her words were quite apparent. It's not just a good chance. Those branches would have definitely deployed people to those 3 entrances. We're most likely not their sole targets either. The people from the weakest few branches will most likely all be targeted by them, Bai Bai sighed. If we encounter them then we'll just have to fight. We'll have to overcome this obstacle sooner or later. However, even if a powerful branch like the Qi Rong race wanted to plot against our Tianping race, there's no way that they'll station all of their holy disciples at the three entrances. The Earth Abyss trial takes place once every 300 years, so it's just as important to them as it is to us. As such, they could only have stationed a half or even less of their members at the three entrances. In that case, it may not be easy to defeat them, but forcing our way through their barricade certainly won't be impossible, Han Li analyzed with a cold chuckle. If that really is the case, then we've got some chances after all. Bai Bai and Lei Lan were reinvigorated by Han Li's encouraging words. No one can guarantee exactly what the situation will be like. We can only work things out as we go, Han Li replied in a calm voice. Which entrance are we going to choose? Two of them are relatively safer to get to while the other one is rather dangerous, Lei Lan asked with furrowed brows. Seeing as we could encounter obstacles from the other branches regardless of which entrance we choose, then it's naturally best to choose the one closest to our current location, Han Li decided without any hesitation. In that case, we'll have to go to the Myriad Vine Path, Bai Bai said after a brief pause. Han Li seemed to have some recollection of this name, and his eyes flashed as he inquired for confirmation. The Myriad Vine Path? Is that the entrance from the second to the third level connected by many ancient vines? That's the one. Aside from some demonic insects that may appear along that path, there are virtually no hazards to be encountered. If we have a smooth journey, we should be able to get there in half a month, Bai Bai confirmed. That sounds good. Let's go to that entrance then, Han Li said. Lei Lan and Bai Bai had no objections to this, and both of them nodded in agreement. Han Li flipped his hand over to produce a blue formation plate, which he shook in front of his eyes, thereby allowing him to confirm the direction they were heading in before leading the two holy disciples onward. Not long after the three of them had departed, an inky black figure emerged soundlessly from within the thick mud of the swamp. It turned an intense gaze toward the direction that Han Li and the others had sped away in, and a hint of red light flashed through its eyes. The black figure then suddenly exploded like a bubble and disappeared on the spot. All of a sudden, Han Li felt a chill run down his spine as he flew through the air. He immediately paused in his flight and glanced behind him. What is it, Brother Han? At this point, Bai Bai had complete trust in Han Li's abilities and judgment, and he also stopped in a wary manner. Blue light flashed through Han Li's eyes as he scanned his gaze across the ground behind them. Only after a while did he reply, "Nothing. Perhaps it was my imagination." The bone-chilling sensation that he had been struck with had already vanished, and it was as if it had never appeared in the first place. For people like Han Li with excessively sensitive spiritual sense, it was quite often that he would sense peril where none actually existed. However, for something like this to happen in such a dangerous place was rather unsettling to him, and he simply couldn't bring himself to forget it. Having said that, no demonic being would be able to escape the detection of his spirit eyes unless that cultivation base was far superior to his, so perhaps that spine-tingling sensation really had just been a figment of his imagination. After a brief pause, Han Li could only arrive at that conclusion. After about 5 minutes, the crimson light radiating from the bead suddenly receded, and the voice of an elderly woman sounded from within. "What is it, Dishwa? Don't you know I'm doing something very important right now?" The owner of the voice seemed to be quite displeased that she'd been contacted at a time like this. "Hee, it's been several decades since we last talked. Are you so busy that you don't even have time to chat with an old friend?" The red-robed being chuckled. "Quit the chit-chat and tell me what you want. Otherwise, don't blame me for cutting off the transmission." The elderly woman's patience was clearly quickly on the wane. "Hee, last time what we decided on was for Mu Qing to conduct the sacrificial ceremony, Lu Zhu to gather Yin soul energy, while I'm responsible for refining a large number of puppets. As for you, you were assigned the duty of nurturing the 8,000 Yin armor profound ghosts, which are the most important elements of our plan. How are you going with that?" The red-robed being asked, paying no heed to the impatience in the woman's voice. "Humph, why are you asking a question that you already know the answer to? I don't even know how many spies of you've planted among my subordinates. Are you telling me that you're unaware of what my progress is like?" The elderly woman replied in a cold voice. "Haha, it's not like you haven't done the same. Your subordinates often appear at the location where I'm refining my puppets as well. However, I want to hear you tell me about it in person this time," the red-robed being chuckled. "Alright, it's not like this is a well-kept secret anyway. The nurturing of the 8,000 Yin armor profound ghosts is progressing quite smoothly. As long as Lu Zhu can supply sufficient Yin soul energy, it's only a matter of time before I successfully nurture them. The only problem lies with the 18 armor ghost monarchs required to lead these ghosts. I can only successfully refine them if I can obtain the soul of a being with a powerful spiritual sense. Such premium soul materials are not that easy to find, the elderly woman said in an indifferent voice. Oh? How many of those ghost monarchs have you managed to refine? The red-robed being asked. Only 3 at the moment. The success rate is quite low, the elderly woman replied in a slightly awkward voice. Hee, that's why I've contacted you, fellow Taoist. I want to provide you with that premium soul material you're looking for. The red-robed being rubbed his hands together with glee. Since when did you develop an interest in Een souls? The elderly woman asked with a hint of surprise in her voice. I'm not you or Lu Zhu, I don't know much about ghostly beings. However, I just discovered a flying spirit race being who was able to detect a wisp of my spiritual sense that I injected into a mud puppet. Even though it was only a wisp of my spiritual sense, that's sufficient indication of just how powerful that man's soul is. It should be ideal for you to refine those ghostly monarchs of yours, the red-robed being said. Is it time for the flying spirit race's Earth Abyss trial again? For one of them to be able to detect your spiritual sense. Could it be that one of those old monsters came down in person? A hint of caution crept into the old woman's voice. Don't worry, it's just a little spirit general, so he won't be able to do anything, the red-robed being said in a nonchalant manner. If it's just a spirit general, then we should be fine. However, he must indeed possess quite a powerful soul to detect your spiritual sense. I'll be taking this gift then. What do you want in exchange? The elderly woman was clearly aware that this information wasn't going to be offered to her free of charge. I love dealing with smart yet straightforward people like you. It's very simple. 1 myriad year bloodfish will suffice as payment for the provision of detailed information on the target. If you want me to capture the target and deliver him to you in person, then that'll cost you 2 bloodfish, the red-robed being replied. Do you think myriad-year bloodfish grow on trees? There's no way that 1 Een soul can be worth 2 of them. I don't have any spare time right now. Bring the soul to me, and I'll give you a myriad-year bloodfish. Even then, it's a massive bargain for you, the elderly woman harumphed coldly. Alright, 1 bloodfish it is, then. I'll deliver the soul to you in 10 days, the red-robed being immediately agreed, clearly also of the opinion that this deal was quite a bargain for him. By the way, what do Mu Qing and Lu Zhu suggest we do with the holy disciples of the flying spirit race? Should we kill all of them or allow them to scurry around on the first 3 levels like always? They're not going to impede our plan, are they? The old woman suddenly asked. We're at quite a critical juncture at the moment, so we can't attract the attention of the flying spirit race. As long as they don't negatively affect us and don't enter any level below the 3rd one, just let them do as they please. I'm sure Mu Qing and Lu Zhu think the same, the red-robed being immediately replied. We'll do as you say then. After an indifferent reply, the old woman's voice abruptly cut off, and the crimson light radiating from the bead also disappeared. The red-robed being made a grabbing motion, and the bead instantly flew into his grasp before disappearing. Their group consists of a mere late spirit general and a couple of early spirit generals, so 3 early great spirit general bloodwood puppets should be more than enough, the red-robed being murmured to himself before rustling a sleeve. 3 crimson shadows flew out from within his sleeve before landing on the ground before him. Thus, 3 blurry crimson figures of different forms appeared in a half-knelt position. Brilliant crimson light erupted from the eyes of the red-robed being as 3 crimson threads that were barely detectable to the naked eye shot forth from his glabella, then disappeared into the 3 blurry crimson figures in a flash. The crimson figures immediately raised their heads, and at the same time eerie green light appeared within their eyes. Go and kill those 3 and bring their souls back to me, the red-robed being said in an emotionless voice as he pointed toward the copper mirror. Crimson light flashed and the 3 puppets disappeared into a nearby wall as 3 streaks of crimson light. The red-robed being then lay back down in his chair and closed his eyes again as if everything he'd just done was completely inconsequential. Within a mysterious set of mountain ranges on the 1st level, there was a sacrificial altar that was over 1,000 feet tall situated at the summit of a massive mountain that was enshrouded under gray yin qi. There was a massive grayish-white eyeball that was around the size of a human head being offered on a platform on the altar, and the eye was completely bloodshot. Countless gray threads were erupting out of the eye's pupil before being absorbed by the nearby gray qi. At the foot of the altar, a mysterious tall and broad figure in a black cloak was standing motionlessly on the spot. On the 6th level of the Earth Abyss, within a massive palace that was enshrouded under green light, There was a beautiful woman with a head of snowy white hair and a set of pale facial features. She was standing beside a back pond that was over 1,000 feet in size while appraising everything taking place deep within the pond with a cold expression on her face. Beside her stood two women who appeared to be in their 20s. Both of them were also very pale, but one was quite petite with a sweet and adorable oval face, striking male onlookers with the urge to hold her in their arms, while the other woman had a lithe and graceful figure, but wore a frosty forbidding expression. There were formations of different sizes set up all around the pond, and inky black runes were surging relentlessly from those formations into the pond. At the center of the pond, there were several blurry pitch-black humanoid figures hovering motionlessly above the black water in the pond. Those black runes split up into several streams, disappearing into the suits of black armor being worn by these humanoid figures. However, these humanoid figures remained completely still, as if they were inanimate objects. The white-haired woman's brows furrowed slightly upon hearing this. "Use the infernal flames," the white-haired woman suddenly said in a cold manner, and despite her appearance, her voice was that of an elderly woman. She was none other than the woman who had been communicating with the red-robed being earlier. "Yes." The two seductive women behind her immediately stepped forward, and following a flash of spiritual light, one of them produced a small black vial while a black banana leaf fan appeared in the grasp of the other. Both of them raised their treasures in unison with solemn expressions on their faces. A strange cry erupted as a fire WRM with black flames all over its body flew out from within the vial, then plunged headfirst into the pond. Black flames immediately erupted over the entire pond. Meanwhile, the petite woman waved her ruined banana leaf fan through the air, seemingly with a lot of difficulty. A vast swath of black flames immediately surged forth from her fan before also plunging into the pond. The two flames seemed to share the same source, and they intertwined with one another. Both flames burned with increased ferocity in a synergistic relationship, enveloping all of the blurry humanoid figures hovering over the pond. The white-haired woman's expression remained unchanged upon seeing this, but a hint of anticipation had appeared in her eyes. At this moment, Hanli was flying through the second level, and he was naturally unaware of the fact that he'd caught the interest of these fearsome beings. However, after that strange bone-chilling sensation he'd experienced earlier, he had become a lot more cautious. Even as he flew rapidly through the air with Lei Lan and Bai Bai in tow, he was activating his spirit eyes at regular intervals to survey his surroundings, even if doing so required additional magic power expenditure. As a result, Hanli was able to discover some low-grade and mid-grade demon beasts in advance, thereby allowing him to skirt around them to avoid these potentially troublesome beings. As for normal beasts, those were no longer able to survive on the second level, so they naturally didn't encounter any more of them. Due to the fact that Lei Lan and Bai Bai had expended a lot of magic power during their descent into the second level, the three of them weren't able to fly very quickly. The streak of green light in the distance was a rhomboid treasure, and it covered a distance of hundreds of feet with each and every flash as it sped toward Han Li's trio. Meanwhile, there was a flying spirit race being within each ball of yellow light, and all of them had golden runes flashing over their bodies. They were currently pursuing the green treasure at an astonishing speed. "This is bad. Those people are from the Yellow Wind race. They've been plotting against our Tianping race for a long time, just like the Qirong race." An alarmed expression appeared on Bai Bai's face as soon as he identified the beings within the balls of yellow light. A similar expression also appeared on Lei Lan's face. The Yellow Wind race? Han Li appraised those three flying spirit race beings with a contemplative look on his face. These three beings each possessed a pair of yellow wings with fur on their faces, as well as long furry tail attached trailing behind each of them. They appeared to be more like demon beasts than humanoid beings. The one who was controlling the green treasure had clearly seen Han Li's trio as well, and she abruptly stopped before the three of them after a few flashes. The green light faded, and a beautiful woman with a pair of white wings and a small green horn on her head emerged from within the treasure. As soon as the woman appeared, she said in an urgent manner, "You three are from the Tianping race, right? I'm Qin Shao of the Green Knight race. Our two races have forged an alliance agreement with one another, so please lend me your assistance." Before Han Li and the others had a chance to respond, the three Yellow Wind race beings had also caught up to them, and all of them also stopped at the sight of Han Li's trio. "This is a matter between our race and the Green Knight race, so you'd better not intervene. Otherwise, you'll only be bringing trouble to the Tianping race," one of the Yellow Wind race beings said in a cold voice, and the threat in his words was quite apparent. Qin Zhao's expression immediately paled upon hearing this, and she turned to Han Li's trio with a beseeching look in her beautiful eyes. Lei Lan knew that Han Li was oblivious to the agreement between the two races, so she explained in a low voice, "Our race does indeed have an alliance agreement with the Green Knight race, but the Yellow Wind race is no less powerful than the Qi Rong race, so we can't afford to mess with them. These three aren't the only Yellow Wind race holy disciples to have entered this trial." "Is that so?" Han Li glanced at Qin Xiao, then turned his attention toward the trio from the Yellow Wind race. Two of these holy disciples were mid-spirit generals while the other was a late spirit general, and all of them were looking at Han Li's trio with arrogant expressions on their faces. Han Li was just about to say something, when spiritual light suddenly flashed in the distance once again. A massive wooden bird that was over 100 feet long appeared in the distant sky, then hurtled toward them with golden light shimmering all over its body. Han Li's trio faltered upon seeing this, yet before they had a chance to identify who was sitting on top of the wooden bird, expressions of elation had already appeared on the faces of the three Yellow Wind race beings. All of them quickly glanced at one another before springing into action in unison, splitting up rapidly to surround Qin Xiao and Han Li's trio between them. "What's the meaning of this?" Bai Bai asked in a cold voice as his expression darkened. "Yi, what do you think? We originally intended to let you three go, but there's no need for that now," one of the Yellow Wind race beings chortled with glee. Han Li's heart stirred as blue light flashed through his eyes. Only then was he able to identify that the beings sitting atop the wooden bird were also from the Yellow Wind race. There were three of them, two male and one female, and they also consisted of two mid-spirit generals as well as a late spirit general. It was quite clear that these three had originally intended to only kill Qin Xiao, but with the arrival of reinforcements, they no longer had any qualms and intended to kill Han Li's trio as well. Lei Lan, Bai Bai, and Qin Zhao's expressions also changed drastically as they finally identified the beings on the wooden bird. A series of thoughts flashed rapidly through Han Li's mind before he heaved a faint sigh. "In that case, all of you can die." A loud thunderclap erupted as Han Li disappeared amid an arc of azure and white lightning. Han Li was the Tianping race holy disciple with the highest cultivation base, so the late spirit general among the Yellow Wind beings was naturally focusing most of his attention on him. As such, he was able to immediately react and let loose a loud roar. In the next instant, spatial fluctuations erupted above his head as Han Li emerged within a flash of azure light. He swept an arm through the air, and an inky black palm was thrust toward the Yellow Wind being from above. A small black mountain appeared within a swath of gray light, and it instantly swelled several times in size to over 100 feet tall, then came crashing down with ferocious might. The Yellow Wind beings were initially surprised that Han Li had chosen the most powerful being among their trio to attack, but a sinister smile then appeared on his face as he opened his mouth toward the small mountain up above. A burst of yellow light shot forth from within his mouth, sweeping directly toward the small mountain. At the same time, white light flashed from his hand and he summoned a silver disc treasure. Just as he was about to unleash this treasure, a hint of wariness flashed through Han Li's eyes, and he let loose a cold harumph. The harumph wasn't very loud, but the Yellow Wind being felt as if an earth-shattering thunderclap had exploded right within his ear cavity. His face was immediately twisted with agony, and he stumbled back reflexively, almost dropping the treasure in his hand in the process. A vast swath of gray light erupted from the small black mountain, sweeping aside the oncoming burst of yellow light with ease, then crashing down upon the Yellow Wind being with crushing brutality. The poor Yellow Wind tribe holy disciple didn't even get a chance to unleash any of his abilities before he crushed to the ground by the small mountain. Han Li quickly made a hand seal, and the divine essence-fused mountain continued to expand at an alarming rate, transforming into a black mountain that was over 10,000 feet tall in an instant. The Yellow Wind being was a late deity transformation cultivator just like Han Li, but his physical body wasn't much more powerful than that of an average human cultivator at the same cultivation base. As such, he had already been crushed into mincemeat by the divine essence-fused mountain. His soul had also been completely eradicated by the divine essence-fused light. It had only taken Han Li the span of a single breath to kill this late spirit general of the Yellow Wind race. The other two Yellow Wind beings as well as Bai Bai, Lei Lan, and Qin Xiao were all flabbergasted at this point. However, the other two Yellow Wind beings quickly came to their senses, and golden runes flashed on their bodies as they transformed into a pair of strange yellow birds that attempted to flee into the distance. Han Li raised an eyebrow upon seeing this before sweeping a sleeve through the air, sending an arc of azure lightning hurtling toward one of the birds. The bird's heart jolted with shock, yet just as it was about to evade, a pair of foot-long azure scissors emerged from within the arc of lightning. Following a loud thunderclap, the pair of scissors transformed into a pair of azure lightning W-arms that were each over 100 feet in length. The two W-arms flew forth in a crisscross formation, instantly slicing the bird apart, and the two halves of its lifeless body were sent plummeting down toward the ground. The other bird was petrified upon seeing this, and its soul almost leaped out of its mouth in horror. It abruptly changed directions, trying to fly toward the oncoming giant wooden bird. However, it had only managed to flap its wings once before a male voice suddenly sounded from behind it. "Isn't it a little too late to be thinking about escape now?" Before the voice had even trailed off, a large hand that was as pristine white as jade locked around the bird's neck, sending a bone-chilling sensation surging into its body. Han Li had caught up to the bird using his thunderstorm wings, and attacked like lightning, locking his hand around the petrified bird's throat. The bird shuddered, but it reacted quite quickly as it flapped its wings, sending countless feathers surging through the air. All of these feathers transformed into blades of wind that hurtled toward Han Li, and at the same time, the small feathers around its neck suddenly reared up with a metallic gleam, attempting to cut into Han Li's hand like a series of sharp blades. Black chi flashed, and a suit of strange-looking armor appeared over Han Li's body. The wind blade struck the suit of armor amid the ear-splitting sound of metal grating on the metal, only to be repelled in the end. Meanwhile, the feathers around the bird's neck were unable to leave so much as a single scratch on Han Li's hand. Han Li chuckled coldly, and before the yellow wind being had a chance to unleash any further abilities, his 5 fingers clamped together with enormous force, crushing the bird's neck with ease. At the same time, 5 colored flames surged from his fingers in a frenzy, incinerating the bird to ashes in the blink of an eye. Having just slain those 3 yellow wind beings in rapid succession, Han Li stood still on the spot and looked on at the approaching wooden bird with a frosty look in his eyes. The 3 yellow wind beings sitting atop the wooden bird had naturally witnessed the process in which Han Li had slain their brethren, and all 3 of them had turned deathly pale. Back when Han Li had slain the first yellow wind being, the 3 of them had flown into a thunderous rage, spurring on their wooden bird with all their might so they get to Han Li as quickly as possible and tear him apart with their bare hands. However, after witnessing Han Li killing the other 2 yellow wind beings in what seemed like the blink of an eye, the rage in the hearts of the remaining 3 yellow wind race holy disciples had been completely replaced by horror. At the sight of Han Li casting his gaze over to them, all 3 yellow wind beings shuddered in unison. "Retreat. This man is unfathomably powerful, we're no match for him." The woman with the highest cultivation base among them hurried ordered. The other 2 nodded emphatically as they turned the wooden bird around with all their might before fleeing into the distance as a ball of piercing yellow light. Han Li furrowed his brows slightly upon seeing this, but he showed no intention of giving chase. Instead, he flapped his wings and flew over to another spot. There, the silver disc treasure of the first yellow wind being heat slain was hovering in midair. Han Li rustled a sleeve, and a burst of azure light shot forth before sweeping the disc up into his sleeve. Following another loud thunderclap, Han Li reappeared beside Lei Lan and the others. At this moment, Lei Lan and the others were still yet to retrieve their jaws that had dropped to the ground, and they were staring blankly at Han Li, unable to muster up even a single word. With so many yellow wind beings arriving on the scene, they had thought that this was most likely going to be where they died. However, Han Li had taken care of 3 of them in mere seconds, and frightened away the remaining 3 with his devastating display of power. And to think that Han Li was only a spirit general as well, this was utterly insane. "Let's go. It wouldn't be wise to stay here any longer," Han Li instructed in a calm voice. Bai Bai was the first to recover from his astonishment, and he hurriedly replied, "Yes, whatever you say, Brother Han." Bai Bai and Lei Lan had well and truly been won over by Han Li, and a hint of awe and veneration also appeared in Qin Zhao's eyes after her astonishment had subsided. However, Han Li's expression and demeanor remained completely unchanged as he waved a hand toward the 3 holy disciples, then continued onward in silence. The other 3 immediately followed along behind him as streaks of spiritual light. "Fellow Taoist Qin, I recall that the Green Knight race sent more than 1 holy disciple. Where are the other fellow Taoists?" Lei Lan asked. "Our race sent a total of 3 holy disciples, but we were attacked by several holy disciples from opposing branches after entering the second level, and the other two have all perished. I originally intended to try and sneak into the third level and perhaps obtain an infernal flame fruit by some miraculous stroke of luck, but I encountered those yellow wind beings along the way, and was hunted all the way here, Qin Shao replied with a bitter expression. Oh? 6 yellow wind beings were deployed just to hunt you down? Lei Lan asked with a meaningful look in her eyes. Qin Shao hesitated momentarily before elaborating in a careful voice. Perhaps it's because I'm carrying several treasures from our race. I see. Lei Lan wanted to continue her line of questioning, but it didn't seem appropriate to do so. However, Bai suddenly interjected. For the Yellow Wind race to expend so much manpower, could it be that you're carrying one of the 3 paramount treasures of your race? Qin Zhao's expression changed slightly, and she was silent for a moment before giving a resigned admission. I did indeed bring our race's chaotic flask with me. The chaotic flask? You mean the treasures capable of unleashing the power of chaos to combat enemies? Both Bai and Lei Lan stirred upon hearing this. Indeed. Without that treasure, a mere mid-spirit general like me wouldn't have been able to escape from the yellow wind beings for so long. Unfortunately, every time I use this flask, it requires the expenditure of several chaotic crystals. Even though I took all of the crystals our Green Knight race had, I've exhausted the entire supply by now, Qin Shao sighed. Both Lei Lan and Bai cast a glance toward Han Li upon hearing this. However, Han Li didn't turn back even once this entire time, as if he couldn't even hear their conversation. Seeing as Han Li was completely disinterested, Lei Lan and Bai exchanged a glance before speaking no further on this matter. Instead, they began to discuss some other matters about the third level of the Earth Abyss with Qin Shao. Qin Shao heaved a massive internal sigh of relief upon seeing this. The Green Knight race and the Tianping race did indeed have an alliance agreement, but that was only a verbal agreement with no way to actually bind the two parties to the agreement. As such, with Han Li's insane abilities, she would be completely powerless to resist if he decided to take her treasures. On the contrary, if she could win over Han Li as an ally, she would be a lot safer here in the Earth Abyss. With that in mind, Qin Shao showed no intention of leaving, instead choosing to chat with Lei Lan in an extremely friendly manner, trying her best to befriend the Tianping race holy disciple. Soon, they were as close as sisters, and Bai couldn't help but furrow his brows upon seeing this. 2 days later, the group finally emerged from the mountain ranges, having slain many waves of mid-grade and low-grade demon beasts along the way, only to emerge in a world of ice and snow. Thus, they were forced to slow down and carefully survey the scenes up ahead. There was a vast expanse of translucent black glaciers that extended for as far as the eyes could see, and countless black snowflakes were blown through the air amid gusts of frosty winds. Sharp cries could also be heard all around them, as if there were countless malicious ghosts wandering within the depths of these glacial lands. From a distance, the land up ahead was completely black and devoid of light, as if it were leading straight into the underworld. This must be the renowned baleful glacial lands of the second level. I've heard that there are many low-grade and mid-grade baleful glacial demons in here, and there are even some people who have occasionally encountered baleful glacial demon monarchs, Han Li murmured to himself. These are indeed the baleful glacial lands, Brother Han. However, most of the demon beasts here have yet to attain intelligence. As for baleful glacial demon monarchs, there have only been rumors about their existence here, and almost no one has actually seen them in person, Qin Shao immediately replied. This place looks quite treacherous, but with our powers, it shouldn't be much of an issue for us to pass through it, Bai said with a confident smile. Han Li nodded before spreading his wings as he said, theoretically this place isn't very dangerous, but the Earth Abyss beast torrent is imminent, so it's best to be more careful. Alright, let's go in. He sped to around twice his original speed, disappearing into the world of black ice and snow in just a few flashes. Lei Lan and the others glanced at one another before quickly following suit. From a distance, one could see streaks of spiritual light flashing through the air, but those streaks of light quickly disappeared into the darkness. A rhinoceros-like demon beast that was over 100 feet tall crashed heavily to the ground amid a resounding boom, causing the nearby ground to tremor with its enormous weight. Brilliant red light flashed, and several tens of red threads shot forth from within the rhinoceros body before disappearing into the body of a humanoid figure in the air that was radiating red light. There were a few other winged humanoid figures hovering in the air, and one of them said in a loud voice, "Senior Marshal Brother Zhu, your crystal flame threads are becoming more and more powerful. This mid-grade black rhinoceros skin is harder than that of even some high-grade demon beasts, Yet you were still able to slay it with such ease. Surely even Fei Yi of the Nanlong race doesn't possess such abilities. The one who had attacked the demon beast was none other than Zhu Yinzi of the Qirong race. The other people with him were naturally the other holy disciples of the same race. The place that they were situated in was a round base with a radius of thousands of kilometers. They were surrounded by dense black forests, yet there was a patch of barren land stretching for over 50 kilometers at the center of the basin, and this entire stretch of land was covered in gray head-sized oval stones. At the very center of this stretch of land was a black hole that was over 1,000 feet in size, leading deeper into the ground. The Qirong beings were situated near this hole, and that black rhinoceros had clearly emerged from the forest nearby before being slain by Zhu Yinzi. After a brief moment of contemplation, Zhu Yinzi said, Stop trying to suck up to me. We've waited here at this entrance for 3 or 4 days already, but we've only killed the holy disciples of another minor branch. The Tianping race holy disciples still haven't turned up yet. It looks like they've either gone to one of the 2 other entrances or are still toiling away on the 2nd level. Most of the other holy disciples have most likely entered the 3rd level already. We have to kill these Tianping beings, but we can't give up on the infernal flame fruits either. How about this? Qi Tian Hongsha, you two follow me down to the 3rd level. Everyone else, continue to stand guard here. I'll bring back your infernal flame fruits for you. Senior Martial Brother Zhu, the holy disciple with the Han surname from the Tianping race, seems to be quite powerful. Will we be sufficiently equipped to bring them down if we split up? Qi Tian asked with a concerned expression. Zhu Yinzi seemed to have considered this already, and he immediately assured, don't worry about that. Junior Martial Brother Yu's cultivation base isn't inferior to mine by much, and I'll leave our race's falling soul bell with him. This bell attacks in a completely soundless and untraceable manner, and even great spirit generals will be forced into submission if they were to be caught off guard. With Junior Martial Brother Yu unleashing sneak attacks from the shadows, there's no way anything can go wrong. He then opened his mouth to expel a ball of green light, within which was contained an antiquated little bell that was around an inch tall. He pointed a finger at the bell, and it abruptly disappeared, only to reappear above the head of a burly Qirong being in the next instant. Thank you for entrusting me with this treasure, Senior Martial Brother. I'll be sure to complete my assigned duty. The man with the Yu surname caught the bell expressionlessly, and his voice was oddly sharp, akin to the sound of metal grating on metal. Even though he was a man of few words, Zhu Yinzi seemed to be extremely confident in his abilities. As such, after a brisk nod, Zhu Yinzi waved a hand before entering the black hole with Qi Tian and Hong Sha closely behind him. Listen up. From now on, all of you have to conceal yourselves so you don't betray any signs of our presence here. I'll set up a concealment formation and hide in there. Once our targets arrive, I'll use the falling soul bell to unleash a sneak attack against them. You can all show yourselves after that, the burly man instructed. The man was clearly quite an authoritative figure among the Qirong race holy disciples, and none of them stated any objections as they made hand seals or summoned their concealment treasures. Everyone else disappeared in the blink of an eye while the burly man flew into the black hole. Thus, peace and quiet resumed, and it really was as if no one was present in the area. Elsewhere on the 2nd level, deep within a dense forest filled with massive dark green trees, there was a massive black and yellow pillar that was visible even from 50 kilometers away, standing atop a tall hill. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that this so-called giant pillar was actually a massive plant with a diameter of around 500 meters. It was as if it had been constructed from countless vines twisted and intertwined together before extending all the way up into the sky. There was not even a single blade of grass growing within a radius of several tens of kilometers around this plant, as if it were situated in a barren desert. At this moment, there was a series of explosions erupting amid flashes of spiritual light of different colors at the foot of the plant. There were flying spirit race beings here, and they had been trapped at low altitudes nearby by tens of thousands of golden moths. There were 2 groups of flying spirit race beings here. One of them had a dozen or so members in each group, consisting of both male and female beings. However, all of them had black tattoos on their faces. Meanwhile, the other group consisted of only 4 members, but all 4 were remarkably tall and broad men with a massive blade strapped to each of their backs. The fist-sized moths flying around them were all of a shimmering golden hue. None of them approached the flying spirit race beings. They merely flapped their wings from afar to send waves of rainbow moth powder sweeping toward them, cutting off all avenues for escape. The moth powder appeared to be quite mundane, but the two groups of flying spirit race beings didn't dare to let so much as a single speck of powder come into contact with their bodies. All of them were unleashing secret techniques and treasures in rapid succession to protect themselves. Of the flying spirit tribe beings, only two stood still in the air and showed no intention of attacking. One of them was short and skinny, the Seven Pass Race's Ao Ching. The other was a large dual-pupiled man. They both appeared quite indifferent and tightly frowned. Seeing the rainbow moth dust that surrounded the area and that their attacks were unable to affect it, the tall man slowly said, "Fellow Taoist Ao, this is the first time a demon insect like the gold abyss moth appeared on the myriad vine path. The insect should only exist on the 4th level of the earth abyss. There is something different about the earth abyss, causing these deeper-level demons to appear here." Ao Ching coldly replied, "I already knew that. Since mid-grade demons can be encountered on the 1st level, it isn't much of a surprise to find gold abyss moths here. Those old B** stards in the clan should be behind this, not us. But if you're still following me after we reach the 3rd level, don't blame me if I cut you down." The tall dual-pupiled man's gaze drifted off as he sullenly said, "Lady Ao is so heartless, but you've taken my heart nonetheless. I've already proposed marriage to your clan 3 times, but each time you refused. Would the marriage solidify our clan's strength? And from the rumors, you seem to only wish to wed the strongest holy disciple of the races. Could it be I still don't meet your standards?" He was the Nanlong's Fei Yi, a character as famous as Zhu Yinzi and Ao Ching. Ao Ching smirked, "That's right. The 7 Pass Race's holy disciples may only marry the strongest individuals of other branches. Others may not know about your skills, but I do. Your meager strength isn't enough for me to consider you. I may as well extinguish your vain hopes." Glaring at Ao Ching, Fei Yi said, "I know that fellow Taoist Ao's abilities are powerful, but I don't believe the difference is so vast. I also don't believe there are others more suitable than me. If I am not considered, you must think of the others to be lesser as well. Or perhaps you fancy that Qirong youth named Zhu. In that case I will find him and kill him." "Zhuingzi? He is suitable. If you feel dissatisfied, go and find him. However, I've also found someone else interesting during the gathering. Although I hadn't personally witnessed his power, I feel like his abilities are no lesser than mine." "Which branch is he from? Tell me. I will go to this person. If his abilities are greater than mine, I'll leave you alone. But if he isn't, he." Fei Ye's expression quickly became sinister. The two spoke as if none of the other holy disciples were present, and they viewed the gold abyss moth's attacks lightly. With the surrounding moth dust suppressing them, the other holy disciples began to use their various abilities to protect themselves and slowly withdraw inch by inch. It appeared as if they wouldn't last much longer. Ao Ching's expression stirred and she nodded, "It's fine if you want to test his abilities. That Tianping holy disciple seemed to be surnamed Han and his face is unfamiliar. I don't know much else about him." Amazed, Fei Yi said, "The Tianping holy disciple? How could the holy disciple of that puny branch be so powerful?" "That is hard to say," Ao Ching indifferently explained. "The Tianping are incredibly weak, but it's still possible for a genius to appear in their ranks. Don't forget that I've cultivated the most profound technique of the 7 Pass Race, the 7 Apertures Analysis Arts. Its efficacy isn't something the other tribe branches can hope to achieve. Although I only looked at him from a distance, he gave me an unfathomable impression. If you truly pick a fight with him, try not to throw away your life." Fei Yi forcefully said, "That's fine. But if you're mistaken, I'll be heading over to your clan when the trial is over and I'll ask again to wed you. Don't forget, your rite of transformation is only a few more years. This time you won't have the opportunity to refuse me." Ao Ching raised her head and snorted, "You actually know quite a bit." "That's right. In 3 years I won't be able to delay my coming-of-age ceremony any further and my clan hasn't been able to find anyone in the same generation that is stronger than you. When we return, I will agree to your marriage proposal." Fei Yi wildly laughed and sneered, saying, "Then it's agreed. If I do encounter that Han fellow on the 3rd floor, it'd be for the best, but if I can't, I'll challenge him after we return. Since you have your sights on him, he shouldn't fail the trial." "Do as you wish." Ao Ching glanced around and indifferently said, "These insects are somewhat irritating. Will you get rid of them or will I?" Leave it to me. It's only a slight effort." The large man smiled and suddenly pressed his hand against the back of the sword. Suddenly, the sword hummed and surged to the sky, turning into a mass of dense golden light as it circled in the air. Meanwhile, Fei Yi leaped forward, turning into a strange bird with a WRM head and a whale tail. He unfolded his wings and shot straight up. In several blurs, the large bird arrived at the mass of golden light and fused as one. When the surrounding moths saw him emerge from their defenses, they let out cries as they directly swarmed towards him. But before they drew close, countless clouds of dust rushed to the golden light ahead of them. A deafening boom suddenly vibrated the air. Soon, the golden light surged several times in size and streaked downward in an expanding violent storm. Layers and layers of incredibly dense dust were scorched away by the golden lightning, piercing through the dust clouds. As for the large numbers of golden moths hiding behind the dust, they quickly perished as the light passed them by. In the blink of an eye, nearly half of the moths had died. The gold abyss moths shrieked as they were massacred and their remaining numbers scattered in every direction. When Ao Qing saw this, her expression sank and she muttered an incantation, summoning a huge black phantom behind her. The phantom was blurry, but it faintly resembled 7 distinct heads, those from animals like apes and leopards, but each and every one of them appeared menacing. With an incantation gesture, Ao Qing commanded the 7 heads to slowly open their crimson eyes and widely open their mouths. A cloud of green mist violently streamed out of each of them, quickly spreading out to their farthest surroundings in the blink of an eye. As the green clouds passed the moths by, they immediately ruptured in green flashes, leaving only a blood mist behind. Now the gold abyss moths were only 1/10 of their number. At that moment, the golden light in the air withdrew to reveal Fei Yi carrying a huge sword on his back. He looked at Ao Qing's 7 head phantoms with a trace of adoration on his face. A nimble black figure flickered. Several crystalline black demons were torn to countless pieces in a wave of white claw streaks, which promptly scattered them into black chi. The nimble figure cleanly absorbed the black chi drifting in the air and promptly circled in the air before returning to Han Li. A kitten-like creature soon appeared on his shoulder, the leopard Kirin beast. A beautiful woman, the Green Knight race's Qin Xiao, clicked her tongue in marvel as she watched from the side. She said, "I truly didn't expect Brother Han's spirit beast to deal with these ice fiends so efficiently. It acted before I could even sense they were there. Might I know the name of your spirit beast? This is the first time I've seen it." Lei Lan and Bai Bai looked at the leopard Kirin beast with equal surprise. Han Li stroked the small beast's soft head and smiled, "I'm not sure of its name myself. I came across this spirit beast on the outside. I didn't expect to be so fond of absorbing the ice fiend's chi." Not long after they entered the ice fiend area, the small beast sleeping with the weeping soul beast in his pouch woke up and contacted Han Li through their spiritual sense connection. Surprised to see that the beast wanted to quickly be let out, Han Li didn't dare to neglect it as it was incredibly capable in spite of its young age. Before any enemies appeared nearby, the beast quickly emerged from the ring. Not long after it appeared, Han Li and the others were given a shock. As soon as it emerged, it was not only actively awake, but it keenly sensed the ice fiends before they could fuse with the glaciers and before Han Li could sense them. The leopard Kirin beast promptly pounced with claws bared, slicing them into countless pieces and absorbing their remnant baleful chi into its stomach with great joy. Although the ice fiends didn't pose a threat to them, the fiends were skilled at concealment. If they suddenly ambushed the party while they were least expecting it, it would prove incredibly troubling. To prevent this, the leopard Kirin beast would simply scuttle away and let out a strange roar to the ice below, frightening away any ice fiends hiding in the deep ice sheet below. Han Li wasn't only surprised by this, but the others also grew interested in the beast. As such, the party continued on their way with the leopard Kirin devouring over 1,000 ice fiends. The beast's patterned yellow fur began to faintly shine with white light. The beast's cultivation appeared to greatly progress. As Han Li turned a blind eye to the beast's actions, he couldn't help but ponder to himself with chin in hand. Because the leopard Kirin beast only had the strength of a nascent soul cultivator when he first tamed it, Han Li rarely sent it out against enemies. But after he gave it an unending supply of rare medicine pills, its cultivation made huge bounds and it now had the strength of a demon beast at the peak of grade 10. With another step, it would break through and become a deity transformation grade existence. According to conventional reasoning, most grade 8 demons would be subjected to lightning tribulation, gaining human form and full sentience. However, a few variant spirit beasts and beasts of peculiar bloodlines are an exception to this rule. There were a few that underwent tribulation at a different rank, or those that didn't transform during their entire lifetime. But when these exceptions did acquire a transformation, their wisdom and abilities would far exceed those from beasts of similar grade, to the point where they would outright exterminate them. The leopard Kirin beast was originally a strange beast that inherited the Kirin bloodline. Only the heavens knew if this was the opportunity it needed for a change or if a later opportunity would come. But now it appeared, the Ice Fiend Chi gave the beast the chance to break through the bottleneck to deity transformation stage. Han Li could only wryly laugh in his mind when he quickly realized what the beast was facing. If the beast were to break through any other time it would be well received, but they were currently in the Earth Abyss. If the beast advanced during this period it could provoke trouble. Lei Lan and the others didn't know the circumstances of the leopard Kirin beast, but the increasingly dazzling white light shining from its body and its growing aura amazed the party nonetheless. At that moment, their party already threaded deep into the Ice Fiend territory. They've nearly traveled halfway through the area. After the leopard Kirin beast devoured another mid-grade Ice Fiend, it crouched back down on Han Li's shoulder and closed its eyes drowsily. It was glowing with unending white light and roamed across its body in a blinding fashion. At that moment, the party was flying past an icy mountain range when they came across an extremely long canyon. Black winds stormed in the skies above it, appearing as if only the canyon was safe to pass through. Han Li and company wasn't surprised at all by this strange scene. They've seen this several times on their journey already, and they made their way into the canyon without any hesitation. The canyon wasn't very wide. It was only about 1 kilometer wide, but it was 3,000 kilometers deep. With the addition of the black winds whistling above them, they felt an indescribable gloominess cloud their mood. Fortunately, Han Li and company were unordinary people and didn't allow this strange atmosphere to cloud their thoughts. But then Han Li's expression stirred as he heard a roar and he couldn't help but turn his head. The leopard Kirin beast crouching on his shoulder, stood up on its hind legs and widely opened its eyes. Its fur stood up on its back as if faced a great enemy. Han Li was stunned. The beast encountered so many ice fiends but it never reacted like this. Could it be that? As the thought flashed through his mind he came to a sudden stop. The others stopped one after another behind him and began to look around with suspicion. Without speaking a sword, Han Li looked ahead of him with blue light flickering from his eyes. Before the others could ask anything, he suddenly waved his hand in front of him. Golden light shot out from his palm and sliced at the canyon's depths. A huge boom erupted and golden light flashed through the darkness. It cleaved through the ice at the very bottom of the canyon, creating a narrow long crack. A strange cry of pain sounded from underground, followed by a violent burst of black chi. In the blink of an eye, a 30-meter large ball of black mist had condensed. At that moment, the line of white light lit up from the pitch-black sky. Soon, they scattered and white motes of light began to slowly drift down. Meanwhile, the white light on the surface of the leopard Kirin beast began to turn pink. A wondrous fragrance began to emit from this body, arousing a sense of deep hunger to those that smelled it. It was as if the leopard Kirin beast had turned into a rare delicacy. Baffled by the actions of Han Li and the small beast, Bai Bai and the others were startled when they caught the scent. The scent of blackened meat. "Brother Han, your spirit beast is about to advance," Bai Bai said with a changed expression. Han Li stroked the small beast's fur a few more times before standing up. "That's right, I'll need to stay here for the day." With an unsightly expression, Bai Bai said, "The advancement of a spirit beast is a happy occasion, but it is inconvenient to happen here. Once the scent spreads, all the demons in the Ice Fiend territory will gather. If we're not careful, a powerful high-grade demon could appear and put us in danger." An icy glint flashed from Han Li's eyes as he indifferently said, "I know that, of course. Brother Bai, would you have me leave my spirit beast here?" "I didn't mean that only." When Bai Bai heard Han Li's unfriendly tone, he tried to explain himself. Han Li waved his hand and said with a resolute tone, "Regardless, if you feel it is dangerous, you may leave but I will stay." When they heard him, Bai Bai and the others looked at each other in dismay and they couldn't help but wryly smile. They didn't find Han Li's attitude out of the ordinary. They couldn't persuade him to choose them over his evolving spirit beast over them with words alone. At that moment, Han Li didn't pay attention to the other three and busied himself with other matters. The small beast's advancement will take at least an entire day. During this period, the scent it emitted would attract the nearby demons. Of course, since this was the Ice Fiend territory, the most demons would be Ice Fiends. Azure light flashed from his body as he soared into the air. He swept his hand past his storage pouch and summoned piles of formation flags and plates. He lifted them all with a single hand. Tens of streaks of light scattered in every direction, vanishing into the air without a trace. A chain of explosions sounded from the ground as 10 pillars of red light rose from the ice. Soon after, a 100-meter-wide spell formation was erected over the icy ground. The spell formation contained strange designs and scarlet talisman characters. A scorching aura spread out, filling the air with a burnt scent. This was a fire-attributed formation set that Hanli spent many spirit stones to acquire back in Deep Heaven City. It was called the Encompassing Flame Death Formation. Once it was laid down, when a deity transformation cultivator entered the formation was powerful enough that they wouldn't be able to immediately break out. It would be even more devastating towards ice-attributed demons. However, Hanli didn't stop there. He formed an incantation gesture and had 72 small golden swords fly out his body and above his head. They hummed as they turned into hundreds of identical golden lights. After a chant, Hanli pointed to the dense mass of sword lights. Suddenly, the hundreds of golden lights scattered and flickered out of sight. This was the Grand Aureate Sword Formation. With his cultivation at the peak of deity transformation, even a late spatial tempering cultivator wouldn't be able to escape unharmed. As for whether he'd be able to restrict a body integration cultivator, it'd be hard to say. He'd have to test it out first. With that done, Hanli floated above the spell formation and narrowed his eyes and threw before shaking his sleeve. A ball of silver flame flew out, turning into a silver bird with a cry. It circled once into the air before diving into the ice. Hanli then raised his hand and summoned the triangular spirit carriage he used previously. The spirit carriage floated motionlessly above the spell formation and Hanli sat cross-legged inside it, resting his eyes. At that moment, the specks of white light gathered, thoroughly gathering around the small beast, and the scent it released became even more alluring. Even Hanli's grand formations wasn't able to stop the scent from escaping it. The captivating fragrance and quickly spread to the distant darkness. Leylan and the other three were quietly talking with each other, deciding whether to fly away and stay in the spirit carriage. The three didn't want to deal with a frantic demon assault, but from the previous dangers they encountered, they would find it difficult to enter the third level, let alone find an infernal flame fruit. As such, the three could only force themselves to face the demons. Fortunately, Hanli had made ample preparations and they viewed Hanli as someone of profound mystery. So long as they didn't face any excessively powerful demons, it was acceptable to remain there for the day. As time slowly passed, the white motes that drifted down from the sky became larger and fell in greater number, concealing the small beast entirely. The leopard Kirin beast had finally broken its silence and let out soft groans of pain inside the white light. Qin Shao looked at the white light and muttered, "The beast's advancement is much different from others. Each time, its body will be greatly strengthened, unlike us from the Flying Spirit tribe." "That's true, but the pain of cleansing one's essence and meridians isn't something we can handle," Leylan added with a smile. Bai Bai then raised his brow, looking at the distant dark canyon with a solemn expression. At the moment it was rather too peaceful. Apart from some faint whistling winds, they heard no other sounds. And the beast's fragrance had already spread far, at least 50 kilometers away. Bai Bai felt ill at ease and couldn't help to glance at Hanli. He had his eyes shut and appeared serene. Bai Bai blinked and he thought to say something when Hanli opened his eyes, revealing a bright crystalline glint from his eyes. Meanwhile, rustles began to sound from the darkness as if countless things were flocking in their direction. In that next moment, all of the other three ceased their whispering and watched what was happening. Countless red eyes were glowing through the darkness. A swarm of foot-tall black silhouettes began to pounce forward. Their bodies glowed back and they moved with great speed as their limbs rustled. This swarm of malevolent creatures were ice spiders. At a glance, the spiders seemed endless, filling the entire canyon in an instant. However, these were the lowest level of ice fiend demons. Since Hanli didn't need to deal with them, Qin Shao let out a shout and waved her sleeve, releasing a dozen green lights onto the spiders. Several booms later, a dozen 3-meter-tall puppets appeared amongst the spiders. These puppets appeared to be huge lizards. With only faint movements, the lizards began to release beams of green lights from their mouths. The spiders seemed to melt away like evaporating dew as the green light passed them by. The puppets were standing in a line and simply moved their heads as they launched their attacks, preventing the ice spiders from moving forward even a single step. In the blink of an eye, countless piles of dead spiders littered the ground. However, the spiders were truly too great in number. Even with the incisive beams of green light, they eventually began to advance slowly in complete disregard of their lives. Under this unceasing assault, the spirit stones in the puppets began to dwindle in power. Soon, the puppets' beams began to dim in light and could no longer hold the spiders back. As such, the spiders soon broke through the line and approached the puppets. Countless black threads shot out from the spiders and enveloped the puppets thoroughly. The threads then dragged the puppets to the ground, rendering them entirely still. Within the carriage, Qin Xiao was somewhat alarmed, but she merely whispered, "You don't need to take action. Hand over these small things to me." Soon after, the woman flew up in a green ball of light and arrived before the ice spiders in front of the grand formation. The spiders immediately sensed her and they hissed, releasing countless black threads into the air. Qin Xiao's expression sank. Suddenly, a dark green flame emerged from her body. When the black threads touched her, they combusted into smoke. The woman shouted and straightened her arm. A green fire sword appeared in her hand and she swung down. A huge wave of flames suddenly spread out from the strike. With a huge explosion, a 3-meter-wide trench appeared in front of the spiders. Green flames still burned inside it, turning the spiders that touched it into ash in just a moment. Qin Xiao faintly smiled at the sight, and just as she thought to expand the trench, furious cries sounded from the distance, followed by the appearance of several 3-meter-tall bodies. Under closer examination, the woman's expression changed. The huge figures were giant 4-headed spiders. Each one was covered in black fur with sharp fangs from each of their mouths, each of them roaring. Qin Xiao raised her brow and bluntly waved her fire sword at them. In that instant, a series of black light roamed across their bodies, creating a pair of black cicada wings. With a tremble, their wings took them into the air. Qin Xiao's relaxed expression instantly changed when she saw this. You're tuning in to the Sword Dance in the Vast Sky YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.